This year, one of these teams won't be at TI, and that is kind of a historic moment for this SEA region that only one of either Fnatic or TNC won't be there. I think for whoever doesn't make it, it also means a huge disappointment because both these teams, they expect to be there. I think, Fnatic, especially as an org, is that team that's always been at TI. They throw around money to get the best players in the regions. They break up other rosters some of the time to get the star-studded rosters. So if they don't make it, that's a big disappointment for them.
Do you think there is then more pressure on Fnatic to make it, and for TNC perhaps it's just sort of like, we're not so much that they're not expecting to do it, but the pressure just isn't there, and it's almost this joyous thing if they can overcome the Fnatic, I guess, reign?
In terms of legacy, I think there is a little bit more pressure on Fnatic, but for the most part, expectations were low. Like Death randomly being slotted in, people were like, I don't even know how good this guy is going to be. He was pretty good, pretty impressive in the Singapore Major, but other than that, it's been off and off in competitive history and competitive Dota in general. And so the fact that Fnatic have even made it this far exceeded my expectations, because I was watching them throughout DPC Season 2, and they did not impress me, especially after showing up to Singapore, bombing out of Singapore, then showing up Season 2, still outdated mentalities in terms of drafts and stuff like that. And then they get a reinvigoration, put Xion on mid, the CEO gets demoted, and Death gets slotted in. And so the fact that Fnatic have made it this far, I think they should be happy with it. They want to go further because, like GoDz said, this is an organization that's storied, but so is TNC. TNC has also been at, I don't know how many TIs, but probably just maybe one or two fewer than Fnatic, because they have always been the Southeast Asian mainstays. And even the TNC youth teams, they had the Tigers team, which also got really close to qualifying. And so it's, I think for the roster, the 5-man Filipino roster of TNC, they probably have more reasonable expectations to be able to make it just because they've been together longer.
Yeah. So you talk about, sorry guys, I'm going to ask another question and you can also answer that one too, but Tsunami, you mentioned that Fnatic, they didn't really have a great TPC like Season 2, and you mentioned some players coming in and really shaking that one up. Do you think that's a really big advantage for them, and do you think it's their only advantage, or do you think there's been a lot more going on behind the scenes preparation wise that we just don't know about yet?
Parker, what's the answer? I can field it if you want me to.
Yeah, you go for it.
Okay, fine. With the change up. Okay, so I don't want to be critical of Moon, but I kind of have to be critical of Moon. He was kind of underwhelming throughout Season 2, and Shuyan is a born and bred mid laner. He was slotted into the off lane whenever Fnatic, in typical Fnatic fashion, just kind of purchases players from different regions. Chuan was coming from Astra, I believe, so a Chinese team, and they're like, yeah, sure, he's Malaysian, he's good, make him play offlane. And at the beginning, I was like, I don't really know about that. Why do you have 2 mid laners? And so that's the biggest thing for me. And then I'm sure Ponlo, his boy Death Sama, he would go to definitely advocate for him to hell and back, because he has impressed me as well. I think a lot of the offlaners that have been coming out of Southeast Asia that I didn't have high expectations for, like Miracle or Mizu, I was like, is he an offlaner player? Turns out he is an offlaner player. And now Death also showing up. I think this was the shot in the arm that Fnatic needed, because they still have... Do you know if Sunbee is still coaching GoDz, if Sunbee is still coaching Fnatic?
He is still coaching. I don't know how involved. I think he's online coach as far as I know. I don't know if he's in Malaysia. Don't quote me on that though, but I think he's still coaching.
Yeah, and so whatever strategies he had in mind during DPC Season 2, I think we're trying to salvage whatever they had of the roster, and now the strategies that they're running here seem far better than anything they had during the month of April.
Yeah. Death seems to be absolutely outstanding in so many heroes that they keep putting him on, and I guess the heroes as well that they've been picking have just been working so well for their draft. He seems to be fitting in amazingly and giving them that leg up. But let's talk about TNC side then. What do you think is going on behind the scenes for them to be able to make such a strong performance and make it to the grand finals as well? And I'm going to direct this one to GoDz. You can't let Tsunami take this one.
Well, actually, no. Okay, go ahead.
Tsunami, I'm your boss here, Tsunami. You take this question. I love I love both these two teams, TNC, the Filipino boys. They've been, as far as their year goes, what's gone to the grand final, I think so much is the star power and the just longevity of this current roster, I guess. Bringing in Bok and Boomy has really done wonders for them. Unfortunately, was it Omega, I think it was, that kind of hurt that team a bit. But Bok and Boomy have been great additions. Perhaps there is going to be some inexperience there, and I think they are taking some time to adjust since moving on from Febby and KP. That's where, things initially got better, but TNC haven't been, TNC would have hoped to have qualified for TI through the DPC and not have to go through these qualifiers, but they're still a mainstay in the SEA region. I think Gabby and Armel, as far as core duos go in the SEA region, it's probably the best. And then on the Fnatic side, you've got kind of like the best support duo in the SEA region. So it's really an interesting clash. And I think a big part is just the skill of the players on these teams as well as the experience. Fnatic and TNC, we're having all these 60, 70-minute games, and there's a reason Fnatic TNC are in the finals. And the biggest one is just their experience, and they're not choking in the pressure moments.
Well, on top of that pressure then, let's say, whoever loses the first game, who do you think is going to be better to bounce back? Let's say Fnatic lose. Do you think they have a better chance of holding the mentality and bouncing back for game 2? Or, do you think TNC have that resilience, just that little bit of an edge over Fnatic?
That's why I was praising the versatility of TNC in their previous series versus Boom, because I was like, oh wow, they're not relying on similar strats, so even if they do lose game 1, I feel like both these teams have shown a great level of adaptability, which also par for the course with a team that's with rosters that are this experienced, is that they don't get shaken up by a loss here and there. And every single interview that we've done also, everyone's like, the pressure's not really getting to me. I don't know if that's a front. I don't know if they're just like doing it because other teams are watching. They're like, damn, he's got ice in the veins. He's not nervous. I'm freaking out over here. But everyone seems very calm. Bok in that previous interview was like, we just... I
don't believe it for a second. They're definitely nervous. This is $40 million. I think they're obviously, trying to play calm and play casually. And I do believe some of the players are maybe not so nervous because they've been to TI. This isn't a new experience for them. But for players like Bok and Boomy, for players like Death, for players like Chuan, who, he's played on Aster and actually done pretty well with Aster. But these are new, younger players with high expectations. I think Death is incredibly nervous. I think Bok and Boomy are also going to be very nervous once they get into this Game 5. Once they're playing Dota, maybe they can put the nerves aside and they're just, focused in on the Dota game. But leading up to the game and between the games, I think there's a lot of nerves.
Do you reckon any of them have rituals that they go through that, like, they're just really superstitious and they're like, I have to either, like, put on my left sock first and then my right sock first, or I have to be sitting in a certain position? Do you reckon they're doing those rituals, and do you think they have them?
John spoke about the meriendas that the Filipinos do, which I guess every single culture kind of has that, except American culture, because, Latino culture has the siestas, and Indian culture also has something. I feel like I should know the name, but I don't. What's the Aussie afternoon like? What are you guys are culture authorities, at least Nat, you should be. GoDz is an imposter, Australian imposter, but what's your typical... I don't know. Oh wait, are you not familiar with this? GoDz is he's kind of been Americanized over time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, I was watching the stream that you guys were doing. I think it was day 1, and you asked GoDz how Australians pronounce aluminium.
That's right.
And he was like, I have no idea.
That's right.
I sat there and I was like, GoDz, how can you not know how we pronounce aluminium? That's so weird.
Oh, wait, so then I have another question on that before you tell me about your afternoon routine. In the most recent cinematic that Dota had, they had the hero Hoodwink, and she said munted whenever she lassoed someone. What does munted mean? I didn't know what this meant.
Okay, I'll say the way that I use it. It's quite funny because states in Australia use certain words in different circumstances, but munted for me means like messed up, like just absolutely gone.
Okay.
Scuff. Yeah, normally you use it in a drinking phrase.
Yeah. That's true.
Don't tag on to that, GoDz, and be like, oh that's what she...
I know what.
Trying to get back at least a little bit of my Aussie credibility,
Because then the other culture question would have come from Mike, who was explaining to me the glory of... Oh, no, never mind. It was Aries and Danog who were explaining to me the glory of the goon bag. Are you familiar with this term, Nat? Okay, you are.
Yeah, and Wheel of Goon as well, if there's any Aussies watching
yes,
they'll know exactly what I mean.
That's not your afternoon, though. You probably have a much classier afternoon than that.
Yeah, definitely. We don't really have a cultural thing in terms of like what I think a lot of Asian cultures have for afternoon. But honestly, I think if I looked at the wider population, it probably would be having a drink or two.
Okay.
I personally like to have a tea. I don't think anyone... Yeah, don't think anyone would be able to guess that one, but yeah, I do like a tea in the afternoon. But probably just having a drink is most of Aussie culture.
That's what I figured. That's a stereotype, at least.
Yeah, I have goon, bloody hell. I have Black in the Discord asking what a goon bag is, and I feel like I do. Black. Yeah, I feel like that's just something you've got to look up yourself. Because
American culture has boxed wine, but you guys have optimized the process quite a bit.
Yeah, there's quite a few funny sayings as well that go with certain brands of goon too. And I can't believe I'm on a TI10 qualifier broadcast talking about goon.
Welcome to Dota, my friend. We can bring it back though. Do you have another question pertaining to TNC and Fnatic? Because I'm all ears.
Just that ritual one, I actually do want to answer to it. Like, you guys know these players a lot more than I do, so perhaps you might know of a ritual that they do or anything like that.
Let's see. If I feel like I should know if TNC have a coach. Do you know if TNC has a coach, GoDz? I feel like I should have asked this in one of their interviews.
I'm blanking on this one.
It's not on the... Oh, they have Mushi. Yes.
I was going to say, do they have Mushi?
Yes.
Yeah. We've talked about it so many times. Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
It's been a long qualifier. Yeah, so I would say that the routine for both of these teams is probably your captain and your coach just need to agonize over everything, because there's a lot of data at this point. Fnatic have played a 3-game series versus Omega, they played a 3-game series versus Neon, and then they had the 2-game series versus TNC. And so that's 8 games of data that you have to rely on. And TNC, they've
done 11 games.
The TNC did 11 games?
Total.
Okay. So there's a lot of information. Then I think that's probably your go-to for both teams. It's like, look at what the favorites have been, because as much as there's a regional meta, there are signatures for every single player. Like last game, we saw Armel get his hands on Puck. Probably Fnatic aren't going to let that happen. And Fnatic, you got any signatures that Fnatic might be looking to get their hands on?
You actually say, that they're not going to let the puck through, but it did happen in the last time they went up against each other, and they did end up losing with that puck. So, they seem to have a way to deal with it and to counter it, or at least, they know it's something that's coming, and so they've prepped a lot for it, so they don't want to waste, per se, one of their bans on this puck because they know that they can deal with it.
Yeah. And that's a big part of the strategy preparing, looking at these drafts, is saying, okay, if we ban this, knowing what they're going to pick. Sometimes giving your opponents one of their best and most picked heroes can be a good thing because you know what to pick and play it. Okay, we're going to give them Puck, but we're going to first do Alliance so we have some disable to deal with the heroes. So it's definitely an approach a lot of teams talk about where it's like you almost feel more comfortable leaving something in because you know they're going to pick it, whereas if you ban all their heroes, they may pick something that catches you completely by surprise. So I'm curious to see how the team approach at least the first couple drafts.
I want to know how much attention you guys have been paying. I've got it written down here, but I want to know if you know TNC's most picked hero just in this Southeast Asia qualifiers.
Give me a hint if it's a support or...
It is a support, right?
Yeah.
It is a support.
That was my...
Phoenix.
I think Phoenix. Oh, I had Phoenix as well. Yeah,
it is Phoenix. They've played it, 9 out of 11 games pretty much.
Damn.
Something close to that, yeah.
I was not expecting that
8 or
much.
9.
Because then in the Boom series, they only played it once. Yeah, so in that series, they only played it once. Again, a testament to them expanding their hero pool, and probably a testament again to like Mushi as well, being like, you guys can't just rely on the same thing over and over again. We have talked about this on for years about how Mushi has been such a instrumental part as a leader in so many teams, either as a coach or as a player. And as constructive as this time was on SMG to, I guess, sharpen his playing capabilities, I feel like he's always felt more natural as a coach in the past 3 years or so. And the TNC players are kind of young, right? Okay, so Gabby's 22, Armel's 21, Bach is 27, he's a little bit older, Tim's is 23, and Boomy's 20. Well, Boomy's actually the oldest player, he's 28. I guess that makes sense because they're the ones who wait, so then GoDz, has Boomy attended a TI yet or no?
No, I don't believe so. At least not that I know of. He's been around since the Dota 1 days.
He's been around forever.
Yeah, he's someone I remember. I think casting Dota 1. So
he's got to be absolutely hungry for this win then. But the TNC interview that we had with them yesterday, they talked about how they are inclined to sometimes throw a bit of a lead. And in the series we just saw, I feel like they were pretty, restrained in not overextending, in resetting after fights. We saw them have Fnatic have all those buybacks, but they were able to, not keep engaging. What do you think was the talk around that and the decision making on having those resets and to not overextend?
I think it's very much play disciplined, play safe, and play calm. So it's like, okay, we're in this big deciding fight that could decide who gets Roshan. If you die right away and the fight isn't lost, buy back so that we can try and win it. If the fight's lost, you want to not instantly buy back. So I think it's very much just a way for these teams to play as safe and calm as possible.
Would you say pretty similar, Tsunami?
Yeah, because also I think in the series versus Boom, they were, in my mind, the favorites, and so I want to see what happens when TNC is thrown off balance. I don't really know if Boom was able to throw them off balance. It's easy to look good whenever things are going your way. Everyone's got a plan until they got punched in the mouth, and everyone's got a plan to get rid of me, because apparently I'm being ousted. You have to bring in an actual smart person now. So that's it for me, right? Yeah, am I done?
Yeah, I do believe, Black's finished doing his makeup, brushing his teeth, feeding his dog, doing the grocery shopping. I don't know what he was doing, but I think he's done with it now. So I think we're going to head to a really, really short break just to have this swap over, get Tsunami out of here. Oh, we're just going to actually stay here, but we are going to
Oh my god, am I going to get Thanos snapped? Like,
Fade.
He was just gone. Black, how are you feeling? Thank you for finally joining us. I hope you're all fed and the windows are washed or whatever you were doing.
It's a long story. But TLDR, I went downstairs to buy some water. Security guy's like, your rent expired. Like, you're supposed to be gone already, right?
Oh.
I was like, no, we actually extended it by 1 month. Then he came up with me, did a bunch of phone calls while I'm like sitting at my PC. Hello, I gotta work. Hello. And he just stands there, talks really calmly on the phone, and I was like, okay, I'm done.
Oh
but I'm
my
good now.
goodness.
But I'm good now.
All right, so you're not getting kicked out of your apartment. You got your water, and you dealt with the security guy all in the span of about half an hour. Is that what I'm hearing? That's pretty impressive. But you know what else is impressive? Game 1 draft for this best of 5 between TNC and Fnatic. We're going to see that Viper and Brood ban. Nothing too surprising there. TNC picking up the Lion whilst banning the Nyx and the Timbersaw, and Fnatic picking up their AA. I'm a little bit surprised that, they're not going for the Phoenix on TNC side, but maybe they're waiting for the second phase. Instead, they are really just going to gun for that TA and the Lion combo.
Yeah, AA is pretty good against Phoenix, right, GoDz?
Yeah. And the Sunray, the Phoenix heal is a big part of why the heroes pick. So
yeah.
I think AA blocks a lot of those strong healing supports. Fnatic usually either open with the healing supports or they go for the AA. That's kind of their two approaches to their support picks. And I think Lion is just so key. It's such a good support at just having the disables, and also it matches up really well against a lot of the carries because it deals with the illusions. That mana drain insta-killing illusions is such an OP part about Lion.
Yeah, Lion has been one of the strongest supports for quite a long time now, just because you have this blink instant initiation that no other support really gives you, well, other than Shadow Shaman, of course. And we spoke about it a little bit yesterday, but Lion is just much superior in this current meta. But yeah, I like the two pickups a lot. Like TA overall is just a very strong hero. Even if you counter it, he just goes jungle and farms freely over there. And Lion, as we said, sets up very well for TA to actually deal the damage.
So we see the Dragon Knight picked here. I know it's a little bit of one of those flex picks. We've seen Fnatic run it in a few different places here. But I want to know why TA was picked this early. Is it just a fear of it being banned in second phase, or is there an advantage to... Other than that, is there an advantage to picking her right now?
10 seconds remaining.
I would say... TA is definitely a hero that will get second phase banned because you have 3 bans, and the hero just overall is too strong. We have seen a lot of teams try to counter it with like a Razor or like a Viper. Sure, you win the lane, but he goes jungle, out farms you, and then he doesn't care because he 3 hits you anyways. And the traps give a lot of vision, and in the Roche pit, into the triangle. So it's just a very valuable hero that the longer the tournament went on, I feel like got more and more important. At the beginning, it wasn't picked as much.
And the TA counters seem really weak right now. Like, you don't, often in the past you pick Batrider and TA, but I don't think you want to first to pick a Batrider, so I think TNC know the TA counters are just not meta heroes.
So I was just about to ask that. I was gonna say, do you think this is finally my chance to see a Batrider game? But you just think there's not really a chance of it coming out?
It's possible. I think if it comes out later in the draft, which I don't want to see them first to pick it. They could if they picked Batrider instead of DK, I'd be like, yeah, it's good against TA, but I'm not a big fan of them picking this early. But if they want to pick it 4th or 5th, that seems fine.
Yep. I mean, it could potentially even come out for both teams, because it's really good against A, Dragon Knight as well. But it's just a hero that the laning phase is pretty weak, unless you get like a free matchup. And if you do get shut down in lane, your comeback mechanic has been nerfed severely, because your Firefly and Napalm only deals half damage on creeps now. So it's just, you want to win lanes. That is what the current meta is about, and Batrider only helps to do that if you like last pick it. But usually it gets banned in the last phase.
Okay, so if they do want to pick it up, you think it's going to have to be in the next few picks within this phase.
But at the same time, I also think if you pick it up in the next few picks, it's probably going to get countered and not feel very well, very strong. Because you can just pick it in the bad, and then suddenly it's like, oh, what do I do now?
Yeah.
A bad and Lifestealer, there's plenty of options. I don't know if I totally agree that at least the meta in SCA hasn't. I mean, it's been about lanes to the extent you don't want to lose your lanes, but no teams are actually looking to crush lanes. I feel like if you look at the other regions, like Europe, NA, Eastern Europe, teams you would get to 10 minutes and a team would have won the lane stage. And you're like, oh, that team's going to win. I don't feel like that's happened in a single game in Southeast Asia.
There is also in that in that mid game there seems to be a lot of back and forth. We've seen early aggression from TNC before in their matchup against Fnatic, but then it comes to around the 20-odd minute mark, and all of a sudden they're just not lost what to do, but they just aren't being as decisive. They're not always keeping on top of that aggression, and then it turns into this out-farming, out-scaling sort of thing, and nothing really too drastic happens until near the end.
Tim's Mirana. He played a sick Mirana against Boom. Puts the line 5, which is, I mean, you're fine. You get everything you need out of your line, whether it's a 4. That's the other crazy good thing about line, is it can play either 4 or 5 position, which is a very useful thing to have in your support role.
The double ice support combo. Very scary.
Yeah.
Is it for Winter Wyvern then? I actually like that quite a bit. Like a farm priority on Winter Wyvern can actually lead to him being somewhat of a semi-core in the mid-game. Like, there's a lot of cool item builds you can go for.
And the heroes that usually are good against Wyvern are more mid laners, because they're the heroes that put out a lot of magic damage. There's not many carries that dish out magic damage other than like maybe the Gyrocopter. So I feel like when you see the TA, this Wyvern pick feels really strong, because there's not like there's no carries that feel good into Wyvern for the most part.
What about Batrider right now though? Boring. Actually, Batrider would have been really good against the 3 heroes, but nope, don't want.
Why do you think they're so anxious to pick that Batrider?
It just doesn't give team fight. As you said, the lane is not that good. Tidehunter is just a frontline beast. You run in, you ravage, and
Bat Mirana sounds yuck.
Yeah, terrible lane. Tidehunter Mirana at the 40% gush slow on a target without boots is actually a pretty good setup for the arrow. Like, if you gush an AA, he is gonna get arrow pretty much no matter what.
And that's what they want, right? They want to be able to shut down these supports a lot more, because they don't want any of their cores to be enabled. But we see Monkey King coming up. Is Monkey King? Yeah, I was gonna say, is Monkey King something comfort for Fnatic?
Yeah, I would say Raven loves that hero quite a bit. It's fallen out of meta ever since the nerfs he received, but it's still a strong hero. The item build is a little bit different now, but against Tidehunter, it's one of the best answers you can have in the game. You don't really care about the anchor smash at all, and TA has a very hard time fighting into that ring later on into the game as well.
They've picked heroes that are very resilient to the TA's damage output. Monkey King with the ring with the armor, DK naturally tanky, Wyvern has the cold embrace, so it does feel like TNC has to look at this and be like, okay, we can't expect our TA to be able to solo carry this game, at least in the late game. Early to mid game, you can still snowball. TA's going to be good and useful regardless, but it's not a hero that will win you the game alone.
Yeah, and there is the Batrider ban still. Interesting.
Yeah, which... Well, I guess maybe they thought... You know what? I don't know what they're thinking. I'd just be lying if I said anything right now.
And we have seen some carry TAs, especially in other regions. So maybe they're like, oh, if they pick a mid Batrider, it's no good.
Yeah, definitely have. But I think ultimately, you know, what you're saying is that the TA isn't going to be able to shut down this Monkey King or this Dragon Knight. And I think for them, the Monkey King is going to be a really big issue. And that's probably what TNC have to look at more so than anything. And Fnatic might just be so confident that there isn't anything they can pick right now that will deal with it.
Yeah, I would say the draft is very even right now. It really just all comes down to initiation. Like, if you ravage the Monkey King before he gets the ring out, then TA can just blow him up. Vice versa, if they get to initiate on the TA with the Monkey King, then she's completely out of position, can't really defend herself. It's gonna be a game of inches. The drafts look very, very even right now.
Agreed. Yeah, a lot of team fight on both sides, and both teams, I think, have at least somewhat of a reliable initiation. The DK making up for the fact that AA Wyvern don't have stuns. The Lion at least covering the lack of stuns. But and the good thing with the Lion is it's not all up to the Lion to start. You can have a Blink Ravage, you've got the arrow, so plenty of setup on both sides.
Yeah.
TNC
What mid hero do they want?
Really control.
Fnatic. Could it be a Storm Spirit? There's a Lion, but that's pretty much it. He lanes decently against TA.
We've seen a Storm Spirit come out from them, have we not?
Yeah, we have. And they won that game.
Yeah, the last
awkward game, yeah.
each other. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, mid DK then. Okay.
That's a DK mid.
Or it could be DK carry. We've seen that as well, even just earlier today. So could be a monkey mid with DK carry. That's another possibility. But I don't think you want to play DK into Tide.
Yeah, DK actually lanes very well into TA. Like, you don't care at all about the right-click damage, and the Brief Fire actually reduces your overall damage, so even the refraction gets shut down a little bit. And Monkey King, of course, is the hard counter to Tide Hunter. If you don't address that properly, Tide might just be completely shut down out of the lane.
I'm just really excited to see Death on that Legion Commander again.
It's a decent pick. It's not what I thought they would pick, because there are some answers here for TNC, I would say. Something like a Draw Ranger or so.
What would you have gone? Yeah, what would you have gone instead of the Legion Commander if you were going to do that last pick?
Well, I thought something like a Storm would have been better, where you just have some better source of initiation. Because, like, your mid Dragon Knight, sure, he can initiate, but you don't feel, like, super good about it, because he has more farm priority. If you're a little bit out of position, you might die really quickly. But, I mean, it's Fnatic. They love their Legion Commander. So
it's comfort, you know?
Yeah.
Like we said, there's so much on the line for this game. At what point do you play something that you're extremely confident on that might not always be the best matchup, but you know you can execute it to a T? And that could be why they've gone for that Legion Commander instead. It might not be on paper the best, but comfort-wise, it's just something that they know that they're going to be able to execute and get quite ahead with.
Right, GoDz, and the predict TNC pick.
Hurts up. I got it. Yeah.
You're
I think
so good.
The guy. The other thing is the guy playing the Legion Commander. He's the new player. He's the young guy. I mean, he's 26, but he's new to the team. He's never gotten this close to being in a TI. Usually, this is the guy who's been in these SEA qualifiers and gets last place. Paul New was filling me. He's like, yeah, this guy got 8th place last time he played TI qualifiers with me on Resurgence. You know, he's lost in the Open qualifier. So here he is in the grand finals. Give him something he's comfortable on.
100%.
Yeah. Do you like that Ursa last pick, though? I feel like they are doubling down on the physical damage, and now Tia and Ursa kind of do the same thing. Wyvern is amazing against it, even Monkey King as well.
Yeah, that's what's gonna. I mean, Wyvern is amazing, but I guess maybe thinking that you can just build up those, you know, Fury Swipe stacks, but it's still, I think Wyvern, still is amazing and does counter the Ursa, so it does feel like he's just trying to take advantage of the line. You're up against 3 melee cores. I think that's what TNC said. Okay, they have 3 melee cores. What's the carry that can kind of punish this? And they decide Ursa. Maybe they're going to be just looking to play really fast. Like TA Ursa, the 2 best roshing heroes in Dota, it feels like. This may be a more, you know, snowbally TNC draft than what we've seen before.
Fast games seem to work really well in favor of TNC, though. Like I said, the games that we saw beforehand that TNC did win, in the other best of 3 that happened, they were only around 40-45 minutes. So that could be a goal that they're going for here. They found success in it yesterday as well for that really quick early game draft. Ultimately, I really like the look of TNC, but I could also just be a really big TNC fan. But I'll let you guys jump into game number 1, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
Here we are, Black. It's the grand finals, TNC Fnatic. We've been waiting a long time to get here, and, well, you perhaps could not ask for a better matchup. The two biggest names in Southeast Asian Dota. I think we figured out who Nat has in her companion prediction with the TNC. It may or may not be in mine as well. But this, based on how Fnatic's played, the fact when these two teams last met and it was a 2-0, I mean, I guess even ignoring the draft, looking at this best of 5 as a whole, I'm curious to ask you, do you think there is a favorite coming in at all?
I would say, just based on what we saw yesterday, Fnatic is like slightly favored, maybe 55-45, simply because their decisiveness seems to be on another level than TNC. Yesterday, both games were insanely close, and Fnatic just won both games purely based on their decision-making with those buybacks and the decisiveness to reinitiate when TNC wasn't ready for it.
We'll see how things unravel here. Looking at what some of these lanes might be, there are definitely... I feel like when you see these heroes like Monkey King and Ursa, you're always looking for specific lane matchups. Already you've got Raven kind of playing around the mid lane, trying to figure out, does he go top, does he go bottom? Where is he going to get the Tidehunter matchup?
Yeah,
playing
definitely want to get the right
steal
lane
a bounty rune. As the Impale, he's going to snipe it. Boomy with the aggressive ward on that hill, helping him out. 2 runes apiece.
Yep. Jabs with the quick fingers there, otherwise could have been 3 for TNC. But yeah, this top lane is very interesting, as I said. Like, you know it's gonna be a 4 Wyvern, and I feel like a 4 Wyvern is actually pretty damn good against Ursa. You have 2 slows, and a potential save also for your Legion Commander. And especially in China, we have seen this answer a lot. Every time there was an LC, they picked Ursa. But Ursa lost the lane every single time. It was just come mid-game, where the Ursa had like the power spike with the diffuser blade, where he made LC feel very uncomfortable. But the lane was not won by Ursa a single time.
Feels like there's going to be a lot of harass coming out because it's Splinter Blast and level 1 overwhelming odds with a Bacillus Ring on the Wyvern. Yep. This is a very different approach to the offlane, just going for this double nuke spam. And that's going to constantly harass this Ursa.
Yeah, which also will lead to LC, I think, just free farming here, because as you said, you can't really contest the Ursa. Once there's Arctic Burn online, you just won't be able to reach anyone.
See if TNC have a response to that, if they find any ways to make any kind of aggressive plays or get on top of the Wyvern. Looking at some of our other lanes, mid lane TA versus DK, do you think any edge going either way, or just a bit of a farm battle?
It's a farm battle, if anything. Usually it's the DK that starts pressuring more once he's level 6, because he doesn't really care too much about the TA right clicks, and once the Dragon Form is up, the refraction doesn't really matter anymore either. I think the biggest action lane is going to be probably bottom.
There was almost an arrow then that if that had landed on Raven before his salve, that could have actually been a potential kill. They have gone for that early pointing gush, but first blood, it's not bottom, it's top. Gabby, they find the kill onto Death, who perhaps overplays his hand. And Boomy and Gabby team up to get that kill early on. Do they have a salve? Doesn't look like it, so they're going to have to bring one out as well as use the tangos they've got.
Yeah, they misplayed this lane a little bit. Like, as you said, they went for a spam lane, but they actually started to just fight them head on, which is exactly what TNC want. Like, they don't want to get spammed out of the lane, they just want to fight them. That's what they did, leading to Ursa getting a first blood here.
Yeah, because they don't have the same kind of health regen. They're playing with this Bassy Ring, and they don't have the stats from branches.
Yeah.
TNC find a way to punish it. We'll see if that's how much of a difference that's going to make up here. It was Ursa who got the kill as well, so that's going to allow him to get a much faster phase boost with that bonus gold.
Yeah, and Chayon actually opting to not go for a bottle, which we usually see against matchups like TA, simply because you're going to get harassed a lot. He's already sitting at half health, and this refraction Psyblade damage is really starting to stack up on him. Has to be careful.
Maybe this is just his DK build, because it's the second time I've seen him play this DK mid, and last time he also went for this Bracer Soul Ring build.
Yeah, it just might backfire a little bit in this high Harris lane here.
You see Armel, whenever he can, just throwing out those melt strikes.
A lot of damage. Yeah. You can also see Armel, he does have the bottle, so he should win that region war.
Yes.
The only problem I have with Soul Ring is, every time you use it, you're also sacrificing 150 health. When you're already low on health, it's not the greatest investment. We'll see how it goes. He's regioning back up.
Yep. he's leveling up Dragon Blood. I think that's how you make up for it. You go for that 3rd point in Dragon Blood. At that point, you've got 9 armor and 12 health regen. I imagine he's going to be okay unless his support rotates. I say that he's getting pushed so low. Armel just bullying him here, and he's going to zone him away from this top water rune, forces Xuan to go back to the bottom one, and Mirana is there with a leap. I believe Mirana is going to be able to pick that one up, so no rune for the DK. It's just a water rune. He doesn't have a bottle, so it wasn't a bottle refill. Arrow comes flying in. It's nicely dodged.
Yeah. Ursa fell down to 200 HP as well, getting salved up by his support. He went Mask of, or rather Morbid Mask first, just to sustain himself a little bit better in this lane, but it's not really a whole lot of sustain, because you can't really get Fury Swipe stacks up on anyone to be able to make good use of the life leech.
Mid lane, meanwhile, they're diving on Xuan underneath the tower here. Tim's backing up Armel, but the jab's TP will be enough to deter any chase, but that exposes perhaps this top lane. Death has to be careful now. He's got raindrops though, so he should be tanky enough to sustain himself, and it doesn't look like they're going to go for any kind of an aggressive play.
Yeah, this is very good though for the side of TNC, because Gabby now can life leech back to 4 with his Morbid Mask without a Wyvern there to harass him. No problem. Getting stunned up on death, but yeah, a little bit too speedy. Do you like the scaling on overwhelming odds? Do you think it should give the same bonus movement speed every level? I think it should scale also.
I mean, I'm not a big Legion player, so
I'm
not going to advocate for any. Yeah, I'm not advocating for any Legion buffs. If that's what you're asking.
No nerfs of anything. I hate playing against a hero.
Yeah, the fact the level 1 gives you so much escape potential.
Yeah, DK level 6 now middle. So Armel is gonna feel the pain a little bit from that poison breath.
Yeah. Just break through that refraction a bit easy. But TA already level 6, can easily fall back to the jungle. Gloves, Wraithband, and a Blightstone. As there will be a jump in down bottom. Raven immediately gets jumped on. There will be a Boundless Strike fall, but it's top lane where Death actually goes down, so a lot of fighting happening both top and bottom. They go for the return kill, they're gonna get
Jabs,
it.
no boots!
As the Splinter Blast finishes him off. And Jabs, yeah, he's just dying to Gabby. One more right click, can he juke him in the trees? He shouldn't be able to do so. It's gonna be a double kill up top for Gabby. Absolutely fantastic start for this Ursa.
Yeah, who already has the Diffuser Blade queued up as well. I liked it a lot. You don't want to go for any sort of greedy item build when you have a TA in your team already. You really just want to bring the pace to them.
Having those raindrops early. He's already chewed through 3 charges, but it's just allowed him to destroy this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, raindrops is a super value item. Any pub player that doesn't buy it, they're making a big mistake. It's cheap, gives super good mana regen, and can win you a lane, as we have seen just now.
Well, we'll see. TNC look to also fall back, set up some stacks. AA did make a nice rotation into this dire Ancient area to block the Ancients, but it does get dewarded, so good job by TNC to find immediately. Yeah, I didn't actually. I guess they realized AA made that move because I don't think they'd actually scout out. They've got so many stacks. You've got Lion also stacking up top in the jungle.
Yeah, and the big problem is they have no stack clearer on Radiant at all. That's the only thing their draft really lacks. Because they can't make good use of the Ancients. Like, who's gonna farm them? Even Monkey King can't really farm them efficiently.
Do you think there's gonna be pressure on Fnatic to take some team fights once they get their kind of key early game items in if they can't keep up in farm?
Yeah, I think so. You can already see a 1k gold advantage purely off farm. TA is starting to take these Ancient stacks. Right at minute 7 also, so they're getting all these juicy neutral items.
Yeah, the TA net worth is most of the difference. 1,000 gold ahead of the Dragon Knight with the obviously superior farming ability. That is every TA game. You know, I guess obviously teams are letting TA go through, and it's not like TA is being picked every game. There is a fall-off point for TA. Is that correct? You feel, or why is what's the answer to TA when you're just giving her this much farm?
So the thing is, why TA is so prioritized right now in a lot of regions is because with this new Dragonlance build, you actually scale very well into the late game. You itemize more into a hard carry. Like, a lot of TAs don't even go for this Blink Dagger anymore. They just go for more damage items, which means in the late game you're a much bigger threat than you were previously.
Okay. Yeah, has the Dragonlance queued up. Dragonlance stats are good to imagine. Then you always feels like they're hoping for that Grove Bow.
Yeah, and then suddenly you have that 900 range. Yeah. Kind of crazy.
The Quiver seems to be the crazy good one, because that Quiver Meld Strike hit from insane range is just ridiculous.
Yeah, especially if you have like a Daedalus or just a mini crit even can just melt supports. This Ursa is also very farmed. He is already up one Blade of Alacrity. Once he finishes the Fusel, at this rate, should be like minute 12 or so. It's gonna be very big. Chayo on top, but Tidehunter already TP'd. They wanna set up with the Ravage here.
They're coming around from behind. Death's going to be careful. The Ravage is going to lead things off. It's going to zone out the DK, who does get clipped by the edge of it. They try and kill off Death first with the Impale. Boomy's chasing for more. Has a Hex. But Fnatic do a good job to cut their losses. Still a good rotation from TNC. Defend their tower. They get a kill. But it is just one kill.
Yeah, they were not ready for that. Like, they thought they could just pressure the tower with the DK. But it was a pre-rotation before the DK even really arrived from Bok. And landing a pretty decent Ravage there. But now the mid tower under little pressure. Half health
They
already.
don't want to let this tower mid take too much damage. There are some TA traps on the sides, and Lion trying to maybe set up, but
Yeah, look at
the
that
backup to get this kill.
TA trap network. I hate that. When you get trapped once, you walk into another trap, and then another trap.
From slow, yeah.
And the damage too is actually pretty significant. 250, level 1. Oh, I didn't know it's that much.
Ace Room bot gets stolen by the DK. Armel hoping to refill his bottle, and DK just denying it. Isn't going to be able to make any plays with this. It does feel like the Fnatic game plan was, let's pick all these series that TA is going to struggle to kill, but at the same time, their early game has really suffered because of it.
Yeah, I mean, look at Tidehunter's net worth compared to Monkey. The plan is to shut him down out of the lane completely, but they're the same net worth. So bot lane didn't even win at all.
We come top though. Moonlight Shadow in. Kinge is coming from behind. What's he going to find here? Walked into a sentry ward, so they did see him.
Arrow on the catapult.
Harris a siege creep. He gets Winter's Curse. They're going to look to set up. He manages to leap away before any kind of a duel. I don't think they had the damage though.
I don't think so either, and they just seem to be getting outmoved here around the map. No real chance to set up anything. DK Dragon Form back online in 3, and they just want to pressure this mid tower. Ravage back up in 40.
Oh,
But
without
you can
that,
see they're very timid.
Yeah. This is a siege wagon, and they didn't want to pressure this mid tier 1 tower. The arrow is just going to clear it out. This is another, obviously a big part of why Mirana, maybe not a big part, but one part why Mirana is popular. Instantly killing siege creeps, keeping these towers alive.
Yeah. And look at Ursa. Just one Fusel Blade. That's a massive power spike for Ursa. Like, after that, you're just looking for 1-2 kills potentially and going to the Roche pit. You can even force Roshan, I think, with his Ravage. Fnatic should not be able to teamfight into you.
You kind of mentioned the Cold Embrace earlier, but if you're saving someone, they're just going to have their entire mana pool get burned by a Diffusal Blade.
Yeah. I did not expect TNC to be able to mount such a lead this early on.
Ice Blast will set up Umi in the trees. He's going to get taken out. He thought he was in a good spot there. They
Would have been,
sniff him
but
out.
Monkey King is the king of trees. Wow, look at Jayon. He took so much damage from the Psy Blades. Half health already. That's a good thing about TA. Also, like the spill range of the Psy Blades with this Dragonlance build is almost full screen. Like, you don't know how many couriers I lost to this. Just you don't expect it at all. What's the attack
Down
range
bottom
already?
lane. Are they making a plan to Gabby here? 1 TP. They've got 2 heroes, a third coming. They're going to set up with the curse. They're going to go to the Wukongs. They want to bring down Gabby. He's got the Enrage. He's not getting a chance to get off, and the dual follow-up is there. They take out Gabby. Smart move from Fnatic.
Yeah. Perhaps a bit careless by Gabby here, because they didn't show on any other lane. Fnatic did. And he pays the price for his greed, but he has the Fusel Blade finished. And they expended quite a bit of ultimates. So maybe they're just going into the Roche pit with that Ravage now.
Okay. See if that's the play. TA getting close to Deso. Maybe they don't need the Deso because it's Ursa TA.
Who's gonna carry the Aegis then, though? Like, they both want it.
True. I would lean towards Ursa myself, just because it feels like that's the hero that can really run into the middle of things and even allow the TA to do more damage by just soaking up spells.
Yeah. Ursa TPing straight middle. Are they looking to go into the Roche pit or find a kill?
They're definitely looking to do something. They're grouping up with basically their entire team here. The TA may not smoke with them.
Well,
to go for that.
I guess gonna smoke or no? They've been standing here for quite long. And they go.
I'm not
straight to the pit,
but a little bit slow. Yeah.
15 seconds should be more than enough.
Meanwhile, they go on the high ground. Fnatic smoke themselves, run into it. It's a Blink Ravage. On to 3. It catches up the entire Fnatic team. GoDz is going to keep himself alive with a cold embrace, but believe the follow-up damage should be there with the Starstorm to finish him off. Lock once more. Have they got the detection that Invis is going to wear off? And Juan in some trouble here. Is Blink being cancelled? Gabby is shredding through them with the overpower. He gets Winter's Curse, but that's not going to be enough to save the DK. The Ice Blast is going to come flying through after the buyback to the Wyvern. It's going to be a dieback. And they want more. Death does not have a Blink Dagger. He may be in trouble. He dodges the arrow. Okay, that'll keep him alive. Potential Roche now.
This is a free Roche now. They know there's no Wyvern for 50. And they just don't really have teamfight ultimates to fight around this pit.
Arrow to make sure of it, and Fnatic just know they're just giving this up.
Yeah. Fnatic really need to play for these mid-game timings. Like Monkey King needs a lot more farm to be effective. What does Dragonet have? He finished his Blink Dagger, but honestly, his farm is very comparable to an offlane DK. It doesn't really feel like a mid DK this game.
Is under attack.
And even just the idea of going for Tread's Blink, it's kind of more that utility offlaner build.
Yeah, which is kind of what I critiqued when they picked this Legion Commander. It's not really what you want from a mid laner, but they were kind of forced into it with the draft they had. And with losing this early game, it's going to be tough for them to come back, because we said they don't have any flash farmers. All of their farmers are pretty slow.
Well, this is the way when we saw this draft, at least, we were hoping and expecting TNC to play. They've been playing much more for the late game with the TBs and Medusas and whatnot, mostly the TB, but this game around with an Ursa TA draft against a lineup that potentially has tools for deal with the TA later in the game, they wanted to snowball, and so far they're doing just that.
Yeah. And TA, of course, level 25, she is an absolute monster with this new talent, the 8 Reflection instances. You just have 14 instances where you just take 0 damage, and that's on a 17 seconds cooldown.
Mid gets blinked on with the Dragon Tail, the Ice Blast follow up, the Boundless Strike and the Jewel. Having the Jewel against the Tidehunter working out well there. Just to cover the retreat perhaps, because here come TNC. Gabby on the side is wanting to try find a way into this one. Jabs was looking for a Winter's Curse, but didn't manage to get Boomy next to the Ursa. Fnatic will back off for now, but they commit a couple of ultimates.
They got a tight kill, but he didn't really have Ravage. Once he's up, he's gonna have it again. But they couldn't convert into a tower, unfortunately. Mirana ult popped? What are they looking for here? Nothing? Okay. Why not? Just pop it.
Maybe just, yeah, I don't know. Bypass wards. I'm not. Here we go. Maybe the aggression at mid is what they're looking for. Yeah, he's just diving. He's got that Aegis, so he can just go running in and he finds the Jabs Wyvern, who is not even going to go for a cold embrace. I think he just knows he's dead, so he's like, I'm not even going to bother delaying this.
Yeah, wants to respawn a little bit sooner. And it should just be a free mid tower with the Desolator. Very quick push. And they haven't even gotten the top tower yet, I just realized. Top is still up, mid is still up. Is DK going to be able to take it down? Doesn't even look like it. No, Tide's just TPing there.
Radiant Cliff to keep the tower alive a bit longer. Also pinging Tim's Mirana, maybe thinking they could make a play on him, but not going to be the case. And they're also defending top, so TNC keep their top tier 1 alive. They are getting further and further ahead, taking over more and more of this map.
Yeah, the map control right now is absurd. They already have most of the tier 1 towers down, only the top one remaining. They might be looking to converge here.
And Mirana finishing a Spirit Vessel. That's going to be very helpful against some of these heals. It can be purged off by the press the attack, but still a nice.
It's okay, he has to be careful.
Okay, he's got the Aegis, but they may just try and kill him twice. The Tide is in the neighborhood with a Blink Ravage. He's going to wait for the respawn. What's the play here from Bok? I believe they know he's here. Abby is going to be let free. I think they were positioning. They saw the Tide, so they were backed off. But now it's going to be a blink in onto Boomy's Lion. Juan looking for the kill there. The Monkey King jumps in, so Lion will not see any friends help him out. Bit of a misplay perhaps there from TNC, not expecting Fnatic to have a ward and to have vision on them.
They have triple blink now online though on TNC, so any target they jump on will get obliterated. Ursa, Tide, and TA all went for blinks.
Pick up Fnatic though. They won't get a chance to use these blinks if they're the ones getting jumped. There's another Jewel potentially on the block, but he gets the Ravage off before! Oh! Okay, no, but it's still Ravage down.
Yeah, it was good.
It's still good for Fnatic, yeah.
That means
that's almost better.
Finally gone. And this all started because Gabby, we have seen this in the past where TNC just makes these sort of random moves. Why was he there in the left tree line? Like, there was no reason to be there, and they get punished for it quite badly. Sure, they don't lose a ton of net worth, but now Ravage is down, which could lead to a very bad team fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of similar happened bottom where he died too, but I would say Gabby, he reminds me a lot of someone who, you know, just won a major, Ame, where you get the really good with the occasional bad. He wants to push his hero to the limits and be maybe that little bit greedier, and sometimes, you know, he's going to get picked off like that, but he also, more often than not, is carrying and winning his team some crazy games.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, still there.
Stop flaming my boy Gabby Black, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're done flaming Gabby.
I'm not blaming you, I'm just doing
I
my
know you're not flaming.
Amazing job as a caster. But yeah, still 7k lead. They're like in an amazing position. What is Monkey King's next item? He's looking for a BKB, but still very far away from it. Legion Commander, Halberd first. Okay, so not going for any sort of initiation, leaving it out to the DK.
Good item, of course, against Ursa as well as TA for the most part.
Yeah. Smoke up again. No Ravage though this time.
They're trying to catch Fnatic out on the top side of the map, but Fnatic have already left to play around this mid part. Both teams just kind of dancing around each other.
DJ has to be careful. He could get one hit here, but it's TA. Ooh. Oh, 2 hits.
Yeah.
But the first hit was without melt, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't look like he melted, so it literally would have been a one-shot with meld.
Oh, he has an Imp Claw too, of course. Why not? The best tier item.
Yeah, better than Groko, you think?
I would say so, yeah. With the new talent and the Dragon Lance. You can't quite outrange towers, but your damage is insane with that one crit.
Alright, well, TNC. We'll see how much they want to try and force fights and make plays on the other side of the map. It looks like they're just waiting for Ravage, because that's up in 10 seconds. Yeah, with the Ravage coming back up, they are looking for a fight. Jabs is down here in a bit of a tricky spot. He's got the Philosopher's Stone to get him some gold towards his Blink Dagger, and he's just trying to farm it, but they get punished. Do they have a scan? Oh, Radiant scan. He knows what's coming. The TA trap will scout him out. Jabs is like, uh-oh.
The arrows come out too?
They know I'm here.
Oh, Boomy also with the Blink Dagger. It's the fourth one.
As soon as he scanned, he maybe should have just gone for a TP out, because the TA trap and arrow.
As soon as he scanned, you saw him like fly left and right. He's like, oh.
Yeah.
Couldn't do anything, unfortunately.
This is what you usually see when a team gets that early lead. They take the bottom off-lane tier 2 tower, and then they claim the outpost. And now they can wait for that. That second Roche is a lot more impactful than the first, because it has those extra items, the cheese as well as the Ag Shard.
Yeah, when is that up? It may respawn in 1 minute, so 4 minutes max. Yeah. I'm a little bit concerned for the damage output, perhaps. Like Blink, Dragon Knight, DK, Halberd, LC. DK also going into a Halberd. It's only really the Monkey King that's itemizing into any sort of damage. Sure, you have AA, who kind of makes up for that, but against this tier Refraction and Ursa and Rage, it might not be enough.
Feels like DJ cannot afford to get picked off, or they're going to have complete lack of damage.
Yeah, he is so important for the team fight. Like these Ice Vortexes and the Ice Blast is so important for them.
Oh. Fnatic playing around their side of the map while they give up this bottom part with the outpost. So if this game slows down a bit, TNC will continue to get an experience lead with the outpost advantage. I think Fnatic may be looking to have something to say about that soon. They've got a smoke and they're grouped up around mid, so we'll see if they make another aggressive maneuver. Do you think they need to kind of go out and try to look for that dual initiation kill again, or are they just waiting for TNC to slip up?
I think Fnatic should be quite comfortable going into this mid late game with the draft they've picked for themselves, because they should be scaling better with this winter into the late game, because they have better ways of mitigating the damage that TNC have. But at the pace it's going right now, the second Roche could be all TNC need to put the nail to the coffin.
How much emphasis are Fnatic going to put on contesting it?
It's going to be so hard to contest that into the Ravage. How many BKBs do they have up now? Only one, right? No, Monkey actually has his, so depending on the initiation, it's very possible. This ring with the Maelstrom can deal a ton of damage.
Here they come, Black. They get the ward on the high ground that allows them to get the Blink Dragon Tail off on this Mirana, who gets Boundless Strike, which is going to set up the Ice Blast. Tim's just trying to use as many spells as he can before he goes down. One more right click, the Ice Blast damage should tick over Brings him
DK is
down,
melting
Chuan
though.
getting very low. Yeah, he gets helped up by the Cold Embrace, still has the BKB. Fnatic not looking to commit too hard on this one. They've still got that high ground wall. They're going to buy back the Mirana. Ursa, meanwhile, gets the A on the backlines. The Ravage comes out. It only catches
Damage
Death
Raven.
because the other two were BKB. Now the Wukong command comes in. Bok is just melting on this tide. Raven goes down inside, even with the bonus armor. There's just too much damage. The chase is on. Gabby with his diffusal wants Chuan, who is going to go for the TP out, but the Earth Spike is there. Boomy's chasing with the Hex. He's going to get Death as well. Boomy, what a player! He cancels one TP with the Earth Spike and then just runs for the next, which he cancels with the Hex, forcing a team wipe.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough Ravage actually, because they both managed to activate BKB before it hit, but it was enough to shut down the supports on the backline for Ursa to pick them off. And that's what we spoke about, this Monkey TA matchup. He didn't manage to put out the ring fast enough, the Melt Strike hits, and he just gets destroyed by Armel.
Well, Armel is well and truly hit that scary TA timing, that -3 bonus meld armor reduction, and you're going to take a tier 2 mid and probably just head right to the Roche pit. They've got the trap there. Fnatic will be alive for this one if they can move quickly.
They have no ring though. No ring means no Roche fight, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. And also this Roche just dies way too frickin' fast. So who's getting what? Hag shot on Ursa.
Yeah. With that Enrage after Earthshock. It's a very good talent, especially against heroes like Winter Wyvern, where you like, jump on them and they can't really curse you because of that status resistance that you get.
There's a few stuns. The Dragon Tail is all another one where if he has that Enrage up for it, it's going to heavily reduce it. TNC just charged down bottom. Chuan's DK has to be careful about not showing himself here. If he breathes fire, that could be the death fin, but he's going to see the Mirana and just blink away. Oh, they know where he is! The arrow! He BKB's TPs. Wow, Tims. Maybe he caught a glimpse of him through the fog. I didn't see the dire vision, so I'm guessing maybe he caught a glimpse, but that was...
Can you see the blink particles through the fog?
You're the more recent pro player here, Black.
Yeah, but I have not seen that before. Is there like a little tree? Maybe. Yeah. Must have been.
It just wasn't hidden and fully tucked into fog.
Well, you know, if it was CSGO, there would be a lot of VAC right now in Twitch. Oh, good curse! But again, we talked about it.
Abby just goes charging in, wanting to get Raven, who's going to go for the TP out. No pressure yet. Ooh, barely makes it. Jabs gets the TP out himself as Boomy goes fishing with an Earth Spike and doesn't find it this time around.
Yeah, we saw the interaction right away. Earthshock got cursed right after the Earthshock, and it only lasts for like 2 seconds or so.
And they instantly are going to be smoking down towards this bottom lane. There was a couple of Radiant wards that... I don't know if they got spotted, but I believe TNC, they find that Fnatic's kind of expecting this one and hiding.
Yeah, they definitely saw that because they have 2 pretty deep observer wards right next to each other. But what can they do to stop them is the real question. No BKB on Monkey.
They're just hiding on the high ground. Monkey is just running. He figures if they're smoking top, they're not going to stay top. Oh. Blink in, Ravage. They just delete Death on the Legion. Now DJ's getting jumped as well. He does get Cold Embrace to keep him alive a little longer, but surely he's going to die after with the Earth Spike help.
Yeah. DJ got clipped also by the Ravage. And no buyback on Death, and Raven doesn't even have a TP. It might just be one side.
In seconds, yeah, I mean, it's kind of that point where it's a 15k gold lead and a high ground siege with a TA Deso. Even if Monkey was here, I'm not sure there's a whole lot they could do.
Yeah, especially not without his BKB.
This
they will lose
at
least
to the
tower.
TA.
Yes, TA is... I mean, this is why teams just second pick it. It is such a strong win condition every time. And we said it, with the new item build, the new talents, you scale so well into the late game. Even level 30, you get a free bash as well.
They will back off after getting the tower. TNC, you know,
no rush.
Probably feeling, this getting a melee, even if they force that melee Rex and get it without dying, it doesn't maybe change the game. I feel like you go back maybe a couple of years, getting a Rex, it used to be all that, you're willing to die to get a lane of Rex. Nowadays, if you feed your whole team to get a lane of Rex, that's a really bad thing.
Yeah, and now Fnatic trying to smoke out, they need to make something happen here. They see the TA!
And it's Nature's TA though. That's not the target you want to go on. He gets forced out the way, is back to safety. The Arrow going to quit the DK as well. The chase is on now. Buck just blinks in for the Anchor Smash. The Quintus Curse on the TA doesn't catch anyone except the Mirana, so Armel's going to be just fine as the Ursa goes charging into the BKB. Death gets cold embrace, but that may just delay the inevitable here as he will not be focused. So Gabby's found a new target. The Arrow catches the Legion. The Wukong's command plays perfectly here, though, doing a lot, but instead they go for the Monkey King, who dies inside his own Wukong with a duel. It's going to be a loss as DK, the new target. TNC just with too much firepower. They chuck out the Finger of Death to help bring down the Dragon Knight. Alright, here we go to the high ground. TNC. They are merciless as they just launch their bodies at the Fnatic base. We could be in for, this feels like what used to be a normal game of Dota before these SEA qualifiers. Okay, we have a good early game. We get Roshan, we snowball, we win the game with second Roshan at 30 minutes. This is the Dota I knew before coming in these qualifiers. And this is the first game of Dota that we've seen that actually went that way, Black.
Yeah, TNC is very bloodthirsty after these games against Boom. You can see the draft adjustments, the gameplay adjustments, outscale them early, transition to a strong mid game, and don't give them any time to breathe with their lineup. And now it's 23k. They don't need to go for mega creeps. Well, they can't anyway because there's a tier 2 top. But they kind of sniffed it out too. Everyone from Fnatic was alive. They smelled out the desperation smoke. They initiate on the TA, the worst target to go on, unfortunately, because of that Aegis. And they just lose the fight. Was it 5-0? 4-0? Something really bad for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Re-smoke right away, Ravage is up.
Yep, they're ready to go. Blinking with the Hex, they're going on Chuan. The Arrow follow-up is there. Gets forced out the way. The Blink Ravage going to catch out on 3. Gabby looking for a 4th. They just bought the A, who does it buyback. Not bad for Fnatic if they can keep the DK alive. And throw out the Wukong's command. Can they get this arm LTA? He's got BKB, needs to find a way to pop it. He gets the Hurricane Pike to push him out of the Wukong's command, and Chuan sitting inside his buddy's Wukong. Using that for some protection here. Meanwhile, the Hex on the Death, followed by an Earth Spike. Gets him low. Chuan blinks away just in time, but it's the AA dying back as Gabby dives the fountain with the BKB. He can't get the Mega Creep still, but they're happy to just go for these hero kills.
Yep, I think now it's time to retreat. You used everything you have.
Yeah. This, remember TNC 2 or 3 years ago? This was their playstyle, and every now and then they would get these huge leads and dive a fountain, and things would go south for them, Black.
Yeah. I mean, over the years, all these players have come a long way, just in terms of discipline and knowing how to close out a game. As you previously said, there's a reason both these teams are here, and that's just because they're the most stable in these late game scenarios. Which we're not even in yet. We're in this mid game, and they're so disciplined. I'm sure Mushi also plays a big part in that. He's also one of the most disciplined coaches / players out there, so... It's a good fit on paper, right? Mushi for TNC. Because I feel like he would take care of their weaknesses quite a bit. Yeah. TA, 1k away from Daedalus, and there's just so many strong items coming out. Ursa just finishes Aghanim, so even if you stun him before the enrage, you can just enrage out of it now. It's looking pretty grim for Fnatic in game 1. I think this kind of draft, you have to be very careful with picking something like this, because we said they have no scaling ability, right? No one can farm Ancients. They're purely picking to win the lane. Unfortunately, they lost top and middle quite badly, and bottom they didn't really win, even though they counter-picked it. Which just leads to this insurmountable lead coming to the mid-game for TNC.
Yeah, and Monkey, a hero that has just disappeared from the meta. When it was that top, first 2-pick hero, you didn't mind if you didn't get a great lane matchup, but you're picking Monkey for the lane, and TNC just kind of shrugged that one off.
Yeah, they were like, whatever.
Out of that.
Yeah. Crazy. Okay, they're
going had a great game. His Mirana helping.
He always does have Mirana, it feels like.
Yeah.
When we critique teams for picking Mirana, his Mirana always somehow hits arrows. Like, even without stuns, with stuns, they just don't miss. Yeah. Like, heat-seeking.
Him and Boomy. I mean, I kind of said the story of this series, TNC maybe with the best core duo in Southeast Asia, while Fnatic have the best support duo. The TNC support duo, they're the ones who are making the big plays this game. Boomy and Tims have been huge.
This is the last smoke out here from Fnatic. They want to make something happen. Who can they catch?
He knows it's maybe coming. He pops a sentry ward. He's going to pop up from the high ground. But Tims actually, has the first leap. Second leap, he gets back to safety, and Fnatic have been revealed. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Boomy also positioned perfectly for this one.
Gabby's running in.
So well. Yeah, he's not afraid. He just goes in with a BKB, gets DJ, the TP out from Juan's DK. They don't have a basher, so he'll get out.
Oh, it was close on the Wyvern there.
And it's, I like that from Ursa. He could have prioritized the basher. That's like the second or third time someone BKB TP out in front of him, but he just knows there's a better, safer item to get, and you can always get that basher later.
Yeah, and also you don't really need to kill them. If they don't leave base, they farm 0. Look at the gold lead just growing. Roshan up in, 2 seconds? That's the third one. What will it have? Oh, the refresher for the Tidehunter couldn't be any better for them. Oh, Raven is forced to BKB.
I don't know if that was maybe even a misclick as well. Was just jumping up into the trees and popped it with Armel in the neighborhood. As here we go, third Roshan. Going to be the TNC pickup, as after this you got to imagine they'll just go top of those mega creeps. Force a fight, they smoke up and everything as one needs to get a refresh. There we go.
Ursa picked up the refresher. I feel like, isn't Tide the best? Oh, he has a refresher up himself, never mind.
Okay. Not a problem though. He actually leveled up the 3rd point in Ravage.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see
you gotta do the
2 points
Tinker
in
move.
Ravage.
Can't forget the Soul Ring before you refresh.
Full Soul Ring.
Yeah.
He's got mangoes.
Gabby's just running up with the spider legs. Arrow hit. What is DK?
Not the ideal target, but in the front line they know there's a double Ravage here, and oh DJ. Gabby just jumps in looking for him with the Earthshock. The Halberd just immediately gets basically
Gabby's
negated
dead.
as he takes out the Wyvern. Gabby is just wreaking havoc here. Did give me his BKB. Gabby just blinks away. I think the call is, play it safe.
Might be a reset point, yeah.
Fight your instincts, Gabby. We're not diving here. We're going for the mega creeps. Let's reset. As the DK in the front lines. Can't do much about this TA with the long range sieging.
Though, mind you. So there's another BKB available.
Blink, Ravage, they've got a second, but he doesn't have the money. He does now, just barely enough. And with Gabby on the backlines, they take out the DK. They want the Legion next. The Hex is there as well. Winter's Curse comes out just on the Tide. That's going to trap the TA as well, setting up a nice move on command. Can Raven carry this fight? The damage is not going to be enough initially to bring down the Tide. Instead, it's his teammate going down, and Armel with an Aegis, happy just to stand in there. Gabby's now jumping into the ring as well. They just don't care about this ring. They've got Cheese, they've got Aegis, and they'll take out the Monkey and force a GG. TNC, they strike first.
What a bloodthirsty gameplay here by TNC. I love their draft, I love their execution. Can't really fault anything. They were a little bit overexcited here and there, where they made like a little mistake, like losing that Aegis top lane, but any big error, I didn't see. No big error at all. Like, they played it almost perfectly.
Yeah, micro errors. Macro-wise gameplay strategy, this is a perfect way for them to execute their draft, to play game 1. And against a Fnatic team that I feel like Fnatic more than anyone are generally picking some of these harder late game carries. This game, not so much, but I think they were kind of forced into that. So TNC, they take game 1. It is a best of 5. Last time these two teams met, Fnatic had the 2-0 victory. So TNC already proving they can take a game off of Fnatic. We're going to bring back a Nat and break down what we saw here as we get ready for game number 2. Stick with us. You're watching the Southeast Asian Grand Finals.
take game number 1, and pretty convincingly, if I might add myself. It was amazing to see this game only go for about 36 minutes. They were breaking high ground at 27 minutes, I think. 27 minutes. That's what I noted down here. And I just have to ask, Black, how were they just doing this? How were they breaking high ground at 27 minutes, having such a successful, aggressive early game?
I think it's really draft related, and also the way they played the lanes. Bok on his Tidehunter had the same net worth as Raven, who Monkey King is considered a hard counter to Tidehunter in the lane, but he didn't care at all. Same net worth at minute 10. And top lane, Legion Commander, Winter Wyvern were supposed to at least go even, if not even win the lane. But Gabby was out farming a TA because of all the kills he's gotten. And of course, TA middle also crushed the lane, so 3 lanes went into their favor. Transitioned into a very good mid game, and Fnatic just had no way of farming their way back into it because they picked for that strong laning stage, which they ended up losing.
Yeah, I remember you saying in that drafting phase that Monkey King, he was going to be like, I guess their win condition and whatnot. Do you think there was a point that they could have matched the tempo and the aggression of TNC, or were Fnatic just not really built around that draft-wise?
It never really felt like they had anything left in them after this early game, to be honest. Every team fight was just going TNC's way. The item timings didn't come online fast enough. TNC just outscaled them, and it ended in a very quick finish because of that.
And something
I just want to... I just want to jump in because we've got the stats on the screen really quickly. That hero damage from the Legion Commander was only 3,808, and that is a giant feels bad. You have to, I guess, sympathize a little bit for death there on that Legion Commander, because that is just not a game you want to be playing, and it's not a game you'll be happy with.
Yeah, it's not on Bulba record levels of hero damage, but it's definitely not.
How much was Bulba again? 300?
1.3k.
1.3k.
Oh.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But no, he's a Legion Commander. I mean, again, I'll sympathize, and obviously I'm not going to flame him too hard. It's not his job to deal damage this game, but things fell apart quickly and early here for Fnatic. I think a big problem is, you mentioned the lanes, Black, and how they had to kind of win them. They also, if things went even with the lanes, or maybe they slightly won, they had no one to make plays. This support duo, Wyvern AA, I think it requires them to have like a much more active playmaking offlaner as well as mid laner. The DK moves around kind of slowly. They need that like spirit type hero. The Storm, I think, was suggested, and even something in the offlane that can be more active than a Legion Commander, because Fnatic, I don't know, it just felt like their draft didn't make a whole lot of sense in the end.
Yeah, we spoke about it at the end of the draft, right? We don't want to be too critical of the Legion pick, but it really felt like they kind of just fell into the trap of comfort rather than what's really good for our draft here.
Do you think they might have been wanting that Tidehunter and it kind of just got picked out from underneath them?
Potentially,
Possibly.
but you gotta be
Tide, yeah.
You gotta prepare for that though, right? Like, if they pick Tide, we're gonna be like, okay, crap, we wanted that, but what do we do now? We can't just fall back to a Legion Commander if it doesn't fit our draft, because it just made everything seem pretty awkward. DK, I'm sure he wanted to itemize into a BKB first against his Tidehunter, but because Legion couldn't itemize into the Blink early, he had to do it, so his game gets slowed down a lot, and everything just felt kind of awkward.
GoDz, do you think that Fnatic have the ability to draft and play just as aggressive as TNC for Game 2?
They do, but I think they're more likely going to lean back on playing the late games, the hard carries, and picking something that can just slow the game down and stall it out. Maybe ban, and to play that style, you need to ban the fast-paced heroes, ban that TA especially. Yeah. I think we could see a TA ban in the first stage. It does mean something's being let through. We've seen, the same bans pretty much every series. The Vipers, the Timbersaws, and whatnot, the Brood. So maybe TNC gets something with a bit of an X factor to it, but Fnatic want to play slow late games. They just showed I don't actually necessarily think they were that outdrafted. They just lost their two side lanes that they were meant to win. Like, if they'd won those side lanes like they were perhaps supposed to, that could have been a very different game.
Well, look, we'll head to a break, and hopefully when we come back, we'll see if Fnatic are going to stick for that late game, or maybe they want to change it up and go for the early game aggression as well. Welcome back, everyone. We're soon to jump into game number 2 of this Southeast Asia TI10 qualifier grand final. TNC had a pretty convincing victory for that one. I don't know how you kind of really bounce back if you are Fnatic here, but I guess if you are going to bounce back, it's going to start in the draft. And I want to know, Black, from you, what change-ups do we want to see from Fnatic? What do we want to see them ban? Any respect bans that should come out from them?
I think the issue with the draft wasn't necessarily the bans, but the way they sort of drafted themselves not into a corner, but into a mindset where they had to win every lane pretty much to stand a chance. What we see pretty much every team draft is a fallback plan. Sure, if we win lane, that's great, but if we lose lane, what do we do? That's why we see a lot of Terrorblade, TAs, just heroes that can retreat into the jungle if things don't go as well as they should.
What are some of those heroes that you would like to see come out of Fnatic for this game?
I think they could easily go back to their Terrorblade, maybe some Spectre. They play TA themselves as well. Could be Storm. No, it's just all three of their cores are not able to go into the jungle to catch back up at all. So they have to play the lanes, and if they lose the lanes, they still have to play the lanes, and then they just keep losing, and it never stops.
It is just that little snowball effect, isn't it? But GoDz, on the other side of the coin, you're now TNC. You're 1-up in this grand final. You know you're obviously not going to get the same draft that you just won with. So what are the thought processes, and what are you trying to go for? Still that early game, or do you want to try and beat them at a late game now?
I think Fnatic can do both, and that's perhaps their strength. I honestly can't say what they're going to do. I don't know. Mushi's probably the guy to ask, unfortunately.
We'll pretend you're Mushi right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is I don't mind if they go either way. I think it's let's wait and see where they head with their draft. If they're going to leave a first 2 TA again, maybe you have to. Obviously, they can first 2 the TA again, but they have to think, okay, Fnatic's going to give us a first 2 TA. They have an answer this time because last time they didn't pick. I mean, they kind of had an idea about how to beat it with these tanky cores, but I think Fnatic's going to approach giving a first 2 TA very differently this time around.
So you think there is definitely still a possibility that Fnatic let TNC have that and ultimately just really kind of come back to their own draft and what they're picking?
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, you only have those 2 bans, and there are some heroes that Fnatic don't feel comfortable playing against, especially the Brood. So you maybe just have to give it away again and try, and like you say, focus on your own draft. I think teams sometimes get too much, in their heads, thinking they have to counter what their opponents are doing, and then suddenly they don't have a very well-rounded draft.
Well, then, Black, the common bans that we see at the start are the Viper, the Timbersaw, the Nyx, and the Brood. Out of those 4, which one would you rather come up against, right? Let's say you want to give over one of those heroes. Which one would you much rather face?
Probably the Viper, because if you somehow beat him in lane, you pick a good lane against it, he just becomes dead weight, like a little paper plane. The other 3 heroes, they're a lot harder to deal with, I feel like. Viper is pretty simple. It's just very strong. Simple, but strong. So give me that Viper. I'll crush it somehow. Better than the Brood.
You reckon? I would have let through Brood because we know that they can play Axe. And, the Axe and the Brood matchup has been successful in the past in this qualifier as well. So I think I would rather let Brood through personally. But
okay.
That's a good point.
But you don't have the PTSD that I have from Brood Mothers.
That's true. That is true.
I counter pick it in lane. You know what he does? He walks behind the tower, and I'm like, what do I do? Can't do anything.
The good takeaway there is you got to plan on giving them one of those heroes and then having an answer for it. It's just about having a plan that I didn't really feel like they had a. If anything, it seemed like they got caught by surprise by the first 2 TA, which I don't think they should have been. So we'll see what this game 2 draft is going to have in store. It does feel like usually, we're just rushing into from game to game. This time around, Fnatic took a bit longer to be ready in the lobby. So it does, to me, suggest that, they're really discussing how to approach the next draft because they only usually have that small 10-minute window.
Yeah, especially after yesterday, right? Where Fnatic kind of beat TNC very convincingly. Today, TNC just crushed them in game 1. Must be a little bit surprising for Fnatic as well.
Well, I think on TNC's side, right, the 2 games were 60 minutes and 70 minutes. So I think in TNC's head, they're like, we clearly can't beat Fnatic late game. If this game goes past 60 minutes, there's probably a chance that we don't do it. We heard from the interview again, they think they have a few issues of throwing a game, letting that lead not take them. They struggle closing out. So I think for them, it's very much do this early game aggression because, it's paid off for them, even though Fnatic did beat them 2-0 in the last series they played up against.
Ooh, some interesting picks and bans coming out. So they do ban the TA. I mean, maybe not so interesting in the sense that nothing crazy happened. They ban the TA, they ban the Brood. The only thing that really slips through is the Viper, which I feel like, I don't know how good this hero is. Maybe you have an idea, Black. It just feels like I never see it because it's always banned. And I actually don't
feel like we've seen it once. Let me
Yeah.
look at my notes really quickly. I feel like we have seen it.
The reason why it's so good is mainly because it's very versatile. It can go offlane, mid, sometimes even as +5. I personally don't think it's super strong, but teams really love it.
TNC.
I'm not entirely sure why. Are they gonna pick it? No. So they also don't pick it.
Yeah, but we have seen TNC play it, actually. They played it in POS 3 in one of their first few games of this qualifier.
But not against the Baron, please. He's like one of the best heroes against that Viper.
So yeah, I guess they let it through having already picked a hero that they know can quite strongly counter the Viper, sort of deter them from picking it up.
Yep, and Leshrac Baron, we have seen it, I think, yesterday, right? Very strong combination. You keep the Leshrac alive. He just runs in, deals all the damage. Death Prophet. Very good answer to Leshrac. Oh yeah. Very big fan of DP against Lesh. They sort of do the same thing, but generally Leshrac takes a lot more damage from Death Prophet than vice versa. That's why it's a good matchup.
Is there a way for Leshrac to come out of laning phase on stronger than Death Prophet? Maybe like a head for damage?
It's probably mid-Lesh and an offlane DP. I think Bok plays DP the most in TNC, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it is normally offlane.
Yeah, so Lesh will definitely have the experience advantage and a gold advantage. And the early game pressure advantage as well, because of course Edict has 22 seconds cooldown, whereas Death Prophet Ultimate is like 145 or so.
Does that mean we're gonna see a lot more early game aggression from Fnatic?
I think maybe still too soon to tell. Abaddon is a very defensive support, but the Leshrac is a hero that you want to take towers with. Probably depends a bit where they send the Leshrac. Both teams have picked this flexible core. The Death Prophet can still go mid, even though it's usually offlane. The Leshrac can still also go offlane. We've seen Death play the Leshrac. So Fnatic, they really like giving the option to have Death last pick his offlane hero, but sometimes they will still leave it for Chuan.
Yeah. So you got the Tide ban coming out on the side of TNC, the Spectre being banned for Fnatic. Is the Spectre ban one of those meta ones, not necessarily something that gives away too much for what they might be predicting to pick?
Yeah, Spectre DP is a very strong combination, because as soon as Death Prophet pops ult, usually what you want to do is disengage, but when there is a Haunt coming in, and an Astral Dagger, a Spectral Dagger, and slows down all the heroes, it's very hard to retreat away from that. So it's a very strong core combination. And I just want to talk about something really quick that you said earlier, Nat, where you said TNC struggles in the late game. And it's actually very true. We have seen the last series against Boom. In the late game, they struggled a lot against them. Managed to barely beat them. But against Fnatic yesterday, both times in the late game, they got absolutely demolished. So it makes a lot of sense that they just pick up the tempo a lot more this time around.
Yeah. I mean, I loved seeing that game, them breaking high ground at 27 minutes. That was just... You guys are like, that's a normal game. And I'm like, this does not feel normal. After all the games I've hosted, 27-minute high ground does not feel normal.
Yeah. Well, now it is.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get another one. Two fast games back to back. But that Medusa ban coming out from TNC. Again, just one of those meta bans that they just don't really want to be going up against. Could we look, actually, with the Medusa being banned out, could it be a Phoenix from TNC that they want?
Oh wow, Phoenix, still in the pool. That's a hero both these teams play a lot of. I guess it's usually a bit more in the 5 position. TNC can put the line in the 4. And I think what both teams... I guess what TNC is looking for is probably a hero with some save out of the support role. Whether that's a heal like a Sunray, or something like an Oracle to go with the Death Prophet. On the Fnatic side, you already have it. So I do like the Supernova and having the Sunray on TNC side.
Yeah, I'd agree. Sunray plus Death Prophet makes very Makes a very strong combination as well.
Yeah, because it all comes down to this last ban on Fnatic's side, right? They can either ban the Phoenix and they pick up the Oracle, potentially, or they ban the Oracle and leave the Phoenix to TNC, which I personally would... Yep, sorry.
Yeah, they banned TB, so it makes me think they want to pick Luna here. Or at least somebody wants to pick Luna. Okay, Fnatic steals the Luna. That's really cool, actually. They ban Grimstroke and pick Luna. Oh, I love that. That's so smart. Because TNC banning Terrorblade, anytime you're banning Terrorblade, you're basically telling your opponents, we want to at least have the option to pick Luna. And Fnatic's like, okay, they want to pick Luna? Is Luna good for our draft? Sure. What's good against Luna? The Grimstroke. We saw it last time. The Dark Portrait illusion on Luna just wins you games, and they take it away from TNC.
5 seconds.
Why do you like the Grimstroke ban? Sorry.
Because of the Dark Port. The Aghanim Scepter you get is a really hard counter to the Luna. It's just a hero that doesn't have any way of killing the illusion that it makes of you. We saw it in one of the earlier games where Grimstroke in the support role countered a hard carry Luna just by himself.
I think it was yesterday, actually. TNC against Fnatic as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I see. But TNC, they're not going to pick up the Phoenix, even though it was let through. They're going to pick up that Tusk instead, which we have seen them on.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset button against the Eclipse. Safe against Leshrac. And a good laning presence also early on into the game. Like, Death Prophet Tusk is one of the better dual lanes in Dota, I'd say. Probably can contest Abaddon Luna pretty easily. Fnatic. I think it's going to be a mid-lash, and they're going to be looking for one of those tanky offlaners that Dev really likes. Maybe they will even last pick it. And they could go for a Phoenix themselves. Looks pretty good for them too.
So if we're looking at a tanky hero for Death, we see the Tidehunter isn't in the pool. What other potential options could there be for them to pick?
Legion Commander.
You really didn't like it last draft, though.
Yeah, but this time around it makes a lot more sense because you actually have these cores that you can really just stay behind and save. They have 2 flash farming cores that can just take the map over for you. They go for the Shadow Demon. Okay. Shadow Demon Luna, the classic.
Yeah, that's a throwback. Gives you the
Shadow Demon Lash
purge.
even.
Yeah, the purge against the Death Prophet. You can't have that self-Yules, so it seems like a pretty good pick here. Gives you another save as well.
How about Storm Spirit here? If TNC picks Storm right now, I feel very bad for Fnatic. They have no catch.
Yeah, they need to pick something that takes advantage of that, whether it's Storm or an Ember, some kind of Spirit hero, some kind of carry maybe that even can take advantage of that. Darts here, though.
Daxia against Shadow Demon. Wow. I did not expect that pick. So it's the DP middle. That means no Spirit there either. And Daxia into Shadow Demon is very... It's not bad early on into the game, but past Purge, it's gonna be rough. Like, you can't search anyone, you can't Iron Shell anyone.
5 seconds remaining.
Are they potentially doing too much of the opposite, right? Like, their first game, they really wanted aggression, but they had that potential fallback. Are they now too focused on early game that they're not thinking about extreme late game? They're like, oh man, we either have to end it before 40 or we're probably not going to win.
I mean, I love their lineup before this Darkseer. I just feel like it's already sort of countered, and they didn't abuse the weakness of Fnatic at all so far, which is the lack of catch.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, I would have loved to see a Storm or Ember here.
They could still last pick, right? I mean, it's probably not great, but they could.
They could, if they want to lose. Okay then.
They play an Ember.
Carry needs to be able to abuse the lack of stunts at least. We need something like a PA, something that can really jump the back line and kill a Shadow Demon. Because otherwise they're not winning teamfights, I don't think.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so you like the PA, what you say, potentially?
Yeah, some burst damage sort of carry.
Yep.
It's tough. I think this last pick is very tough now for TNC. They sort of drafted themselves into a rough spot, just like Fnatic did last game.
And Fnatic's side, you're already lacking the look of that one, but to really complete the draft, what do you think is going to give them that extreme advantage to take the game?
10 seconds remaining.
Something tanky to carry those auras, and that's what TNC bans Doom, bans Centaur. Centaur was the hero I was looking at because just the disengage from Stampede is really good when you're playing against a hero like Death Prophet. They already have a couple of saves, but to have a disengage as well as ability to just get on top of Death Prophet if you want to go for that kill could be really nice.
Do you think it's a Lash offlane with the Shadow Demon? Or do you think they're going to pick a tanky offlaner?
I think tanky offlaner fits what they do more. I think Shadow Demon Lash feels kind of squishy and like maybe it could be punished. Like imagine a Lion +1 lane, and if you're against a Tusk, so what we've seen is these Tusks get level 2 in the offlane, and then Darkseer can just play alone, cut waves, farm jungle, and Tusk TP's bottom to go for the tri-lane kills. So
we still have Mars. Mars Shadow Demon is a super strong lane as well.
That is true. Mars is still in there.
But yeah, like this last pick needs to do a lot of work. Like it needs to salvage pretty much everything. The team fight is still not bad, of course, with this Death Prophet. It's just they kind of put themselves on a clock, which is what I don't like.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
what do they have here?
They could potentially miss their timing, and that's it. There's just no real way back into the game, is what you're saying.
It's going to be a little rough, yeah. Depending on what they pick.
Yeah, is there any consideration towards getting that carry that outranges Luna? Like you mentioned the Drow in the last draft. Do you think that anything like that is an option?
Drow is okay. It's just you don't have this last pick, and there are a couple of heroes that make life pretty difficult for Drow Ranger.
Agreed.
And it doesn't go very well with Darkseer also, right? That's why I suggested like a PA just gets searched and runs in.
That's where the Darkseer pick. I mean, there is some laning strength with the Darkseer plus Tusk. You can Iron Shell Tusk and block people off, get on top of heroes like Luna, and Abaddon doesn't want to really trade right clicks with an Iron Shell, but it still does feel a bit unexpected to see this Darkseer.
What about a Ricky?
I wouldn't mind it.
Oh, good.
I mean,
not a bad
like you
idea.
kind of gotta go all in, but
yep.
I feel like that's what TNC drafted for.
Turn to pick.
They are going to go that PA.
Safe option.
Huh. That's really the only one that makes sense also. Because like, all the other carry heroes are just not that good. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit disappointing because if we could see it from a mile away, I'm sure Fnatic could as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
And now what do they want? I think Legion Commander now makes so much sense. Strong lane against PA. You have a triple save basically for this Luna and Lashrak duo core.
They're gonna
Dragon. I think they're too scarred. They're too scarred from the last game with the Legion Commander.
DK is amazing too.
I really don't want to play it.
Yeah. DK is super good. Like it owns PA lane as well, and it gives you tower pressure, which you now have that in abundance. Like Lashrak, Luna, and DK, you're hard pressed to find a better push lineup. Maybe if you replace Abaddon with like a Jakiro or so.
So I'm going to take a stab in the dark, Black. You're going to side with Fnatic's draft here. You really like it, and you think it's going to go to 55 minutes. Am I close to what you're thinking?
55? Nah, I think it's honestly, if this early game goes bad for TNC, I can see this end in 30 or even less.
Okay. And GoDz is going to stick with Fnatic too, but he reckons it's going to go late.
Late? How late is this going to go? I feel like if it goes late, I mean, I like Fnatic's draft even if this goes late. You know, you've got Shadow Demon Luna. It feels like, to me, Fnatic's draft at all stages looks good. I think TNC is going to have to pull something out of their hat, play these lanes incredibly well. It's their first time playing Darkseer during these qualifiers. Gabby's PA, though, he is an amazing PA player, so maybe potentially TNC know what they're doing.
He gets those crits on command, unlike other plebs.
Yeah, I personally like Fnatic's too. I think they are going to go late game, though. I think what they've kind of gone for here is to shut down the possibility of TNC winning lanes, getting that early aggression, pushing high ground by the 30-minute mark, and then they want to play their pace. They want to play their tempo. Fnatic have just, I guess, tried to, like you said, back TNC into that early game corner and are trying to come out on top. But we are going to jump into game number 2 of this best of 5. Good luck, and I can't wait to see who comes out as winner.
Alrighty, well, Fnatic perhaps have the draft Black to turn this series back in their direction. Things started off poorly for them in game 1, but they made some adjustments. I mean, you could say TNC did too. They changed things up here for game number 2, but it does feel like we're liking what we're seeing from Fnatic.
I don't like the adjustment that TNC made, to be honest. Like, I love their draft, as I said, until the Darkseer pick. It just kind of feels out of place. A little bit forced, perhaps. Whereas this DK last pick, it makes absolute sense with this entire draft. You have a good Blink initiation, a good frontliner that you can save with a Baton, as well as Shadow Demon. It looks like probably one of the best drafts Fnatic had all qualifier long, to be honest.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, we'll see if TNC can find a way to make their draft work. Obviously, something they feel confident in. They feel like this is the game for the Darkseer, and I think a lot maybe of the attention is going to be on how they play that off lane with the Tusk and Darkseer, and if they can pressure this Luna early on, get some early kills.
Yeah, I feel like if they lose this Darkseer lane, this game is going to get really difficult, because this PA lane has 0 chance of winning against the DK. There's just nothing you can do. Just 1 level in Dragon Blood and he will never drop below like 75% health even. He will get a fast 6, start pressuring the tower, and that's when your Darkseer needs to be really strong. To be able to Iron Shell the Tusk with a high level Iron Shell, he TP's bottom, and maybe gets a good kill on the Dragon Knight. But if your Darkseer is shut down, you don't have that option. Your map will just shrink really, really fast.
Okay, well, we'll have to keep an eye out on those plays that TNC need to make. Tim's, you know, if there's a guy you want to put a lot of your hopes into to make this draft work, he's definitely one of the right guys. So we'll see if he can make those kind of rotations that's needed.
Yep, I'd agree. I mean, Tim's is probably, I don't know if he's the best, but definitely the top 3 +4 players in the entire region, just like Jabs and DJ are as well. So many good supports here. Kind of scary.
That's the SDA region. I feel like they're stacked with mids and 4s. And we're starting to see some new kind of off-laners break out, like Death being picked up here by Fnatic before these qualifiers, but...
Yeah. Really want to see how this top lane goes. That's where I'm going to be spending most of my camera time on. Mid lane, you just trade farm until level 6. Bot lane shouldn't really be a kill lane for either lane, but DK is gonna outfarm the PA just naturally.
As far as the Shadow Demon goes securing this lane, that's not gonna, like, Shadow Demon's not a weak hero in this lane by any means, is it?
No. I mean, okay, let's say he gets like a double poison stack, you get a disruption, a 3rd poison stack, and then a dragon tail. You can actually threaten a kill on these heroes. It shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
I like his D. I think his buffs have been quite good.
He's got the double, triple,
There's 4 already.
Triple Shadow Poison. Yeah, he's looking for
5.
a 5th. One maybe more right click. Well, that's just enough. First blood. Jabs just found him. He got double poison into a disruption. Then he just hit 3 more.
Yeah. The classic. I play a lot of SD middle. I catch a lot of boys out like that.
That's when it's a squishy support. So that gives Shadow Demon a fantastic start.
He now has his boots already. This is why PA is also considered one of the meh heroes. Magic stickers are so good against it. Every dagger you just get 1 charge. 8 on the DK already. How are you ever gonna kill this guy?
Oh, and even Shadow Demon, usually you're gonna have mana problems spamming your poison, but with the stick charges, you know, you're getting that mana back, so
yeah,
definitely something good. Not to mention this PA. If we talked about, is this going to go 50, 60 minutes like so many games we've seen? Late game Aghanim's Shadow Demon. You have a built-in break to deal with this PA.
Yeah, and then she's literally a creep. These voice lines are very interesting.
A favorite?
There's a lot of good ones, to be honest. Probably my favorite is from 496. The one that everyone's spamming. Winnable.
Oh, okay. I like the steady pumpy one. That one's grown
steady
on me a lot.
pumpy B.
Yeah.
Yeah, bringing some Singlish into the game. It was actually in the Singapore news, I think.
Oh, really? That's cool. Okay, yeah, I think probably biased because I lived in Singapore for it, so I hear the singles. I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. This is what Dota was missing. Up lane, they force Raven to TP away, but he has a point in the vacuum early on. Bok gonna stop the TP, but they don't actually end up getting the kill. They kind of vacuum him a little bit to safety.
Radiant
Yeah.
structures
A little bit odd.
The level 2 Iron Shell putting on a lot of pressure though.
DJ maybe now can be the one in trouble. They've got another snowball up and they jump on top of him. The Lucent Beam mini stun helping him out a bit, but Bok is going to just chase him down.
Just in range. There was like a millisecond before he's out of range because the movement speed. But yeah, off to a good start is TNC, which is what they need. You even got a kill on the bot lane as well.
Oh, while that was happening, yeah. Boomy taking out the Shadow Demon. Has hit level 3. So DK farming is fine, but you mentioned there the PA versus DK lane is going pretty even. This is something we kind of saw last game where these lanes maybe that you feel Fnatic should go Fnatic's way don't go quite as one-sided. Boomy though, they get this kill again. Yeah, 4 poisons, that should be enough damage. Is he gonna pop it? He goes for a bit. That's a sure thing. I don't think he needed it, but
yeah, he's like, I'm gonna make you suffer.
Delay the inevitable. Lane meanwhile, Chuan with a glip under the tower and the Edict damage, putting a lot of pressure on RML, forces out all of his Spirit Siphon charges.
That's the thing with Lesh though. As soon as you have to dive the tower, Edict suddenly doesn't deal damage anymore.
Yeah. Nice play from Lion just to TP in to refill that bottle.
Yeah.
I mean, he just died, so it's no, it's not like anything crazy, but just making sure he helps out his mid lane.
And DP needs it also. Like, as we said, they need to play a strong early game tempo, and this DP needs to come off a good start. Once you have level 6, maybe even start to threaten some towers.
Top lane again, the snowball on in with the tag team. They vacuum back Raven. He's taking a lot of Iron Shell damage, but with a TP from Jabs, he should be okay here. He gets back to his tower. Has some Lucent Beams they can chuck out. Tims could be the one in some trouble now. Second point in poison. Doing a lot of damage here, and with a double, now triple poison stack here. I believe they should be able to get this kill. Yep, there's a beam. The snowball's there. Bok going to turn this one around. They want the kill on DJ in revenge, but Bok doesn't have an Iron Shell on himself. He's out of mana.
Yep, and now this is the power of DK. He's going to be full health forever until either the task with an Iron Shell TPs or the Death Prophet TPs. This is why this hero is so popular now in the offlane. You just can't bully him out at all. Sitting there with 17 health regen, he's gonna have his dragon soon, and then he forces you to respond to him, because if you don't, you just lose the tower for free.
And definitely PA not the hero that just wants to stay there try and defend the tower, so we'll see if maybe they send someone else like a Darkseer, but may just be a lane they have to give up at some point.
Yeah, PA is actually going a little bit greedy. Gonna go for the Battle Fury rather than the Desolator timing. Alright.
Feels like their game may turn into let's get some stacks going and hope for Gabby to carry us. I mean, not that this game start has been terrible for TNC by any means. It does, I mean, you can see the gold and the farm of the various cores. It is pretty even.
Yeah. Do you remember how yesterday Tim's got like a ton of farm priority on his Grimstroke? I want to see the same this time around on the Shadow Demon. Everything they have just gets answered by the Demonic Purge. The Yule Scepter save, the Surge save, PA gets answered by it. There's just nothing Shadow Demon doesn't do.
TNC,
and now he does.
Find Jabs walking. They just stole a neutral stack, and now they're looking for a kill as well. He may just survive his way through this one. That's probably too far away. Jabs getting right-clicked by a line, but they Royal 1 charges, so
no
they get some. They get most of the neutral stack though.
Yep, that's good. Gotta make sure that Lesher doesn't get this, but he just rotates bottom with the Dragon Form as well. Easiest tower of their life.
Yeah. And the response up top, is it going to be proportionate? It may include a kill here. Raven is still up here. Caps should not have been staying up here this long with both Bok and Gabby making the move. DJ going to be forced to TP out, and he's going to...
He's being... Oh,
he's still... What to say? I thought he was out, but was he TPing to the bottom
tower? He TP'd to the mid tower where Lesh already TP'd.
Oh, Boomy hits the Impale now with the fun Leshrac trying to defend this mid lane. Armel is not going to be able to chase him with the X's, but he gets some good damage. This T1 mid taking damage as well as up top. TNC
Taiwan
making some great moves. The Shadow Team with the disruption save will help keep Chuan alive from the snowball in. Tim will pay the price. Great positioning from Jabs.
Yep. Well played by him. And yeah, as you said, the Luna Death top hurts him quite a bit. I feel like as though he should have been bottom together with the other cores already. Top was not safe at the time anymore. Now they're gonna lose top tower, and it's 1-1 even.
Okay. Offlane tower apiece, 4 kills apiece. PA farming well, top of the charts with the Death Prophet in terms of net worth. That is definitely what you want to see if you're TNC.
Yeah. And Luna is not going for the greedy Mom build, just going straight into Dragonlance's Yasha. We've seen this be popular quite a bit more lately, just so you're able to fight a little bit earlier.
Do you like that Gabby's going for this greedy Battle Fury build?
That's a good question, because we kind of said in the mid-late game we favor Fnatic, right? Like, Desolator timing this game could be very strong against the heroes they have. But if you do get a fast Battle Fury, and we see the stacks they have with the Ancients, it might not even delay your Desolator by a whole ton.
It feels like that 3-item timing, the Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, is where TNC are going to be at their strongest, assuming, you know, things don't go crazy one way or the other with some, you know, smoke plays here. Obviously, a lot could happen before then. Dota is not a game that's played on a script, and Fnatic looking to write their own script are making their way down bottom with a smoke play, but TNC have already vacated this lane.
And the DP is actually going Kaya Sanj. First item. I liked it quite a bit actually against all these stuns they have. The Demonic Purge as well. Gets the time reduction, of course. With status resistance. And also your Spirit Siphon actually scales very nicely with the Kaya. Upping the percentage a little bit.
As far as some of these other heroes go, Bok rushing the Aghanim Scepter, not being that kind of aura hero. Looking to have that double Iron Shell in play.
Yeah,
early on.
I mean, it's just the best item on Darkseer for me. Always. Like, you get this 40 seconds duration, which is insane. Like, you just put it on a creep in the base, and it pushes all the way to the other base almost. That's how long the duration is. It gives you the 350 health bonus. Is it 350? No, only 300 now. Yeah. It's been nerfed a little bit. But 300 health on every hero, that's basically 1500 health in total. It's a huge upgrade.
See if Fnatic gonna try and make any more moves. The smoke down bottom unsuccessful. I mean, they took the bottom tier 1 tower, but it doesn't really feel like they're trying to use this Leshrac or DK to take objectives. Is that fine for them, Black? Are they just playing for that late game Luna right now?
Sort of, but I think what they're really looking for is just the initiation of the Dragon Knight. He is 300 gold away from the Blink Dagger. After that, they should really be able to pick up the pace and potentially stop that PA in the triangle. Because without that, they have nothing, right? They just can't initiate.
Now it's TNC again making a move. They smoke down bottom. The Lion, just level 5, though. He doesn't actually have Finger of Death, but they have got Nexusism. They're fishing, and Death, his Blink Dagger not up. Are they going to see him? The smoke down pops, they see Death. TP up, but there's an Earthquake. Death! No escape for you. He was not expecting the rotation down here, and they're going to throw an Exorcism to make sure they get this kill. He was 200 away from a Blink Dagger.
It's the biggest kill they could have gotten. Wow. This feels super bad if you're Dragon Knight. Now your Blink is delayed by at least 2 minutes. Bot tower, I don't think they're gonna get the whole tower, but at least half health.
Sims may regret this snowball. They just threw it. He's just gonna turn around and dish out a Walrus Punch before he goes down.
Yeah, Invis Rune top. Can he snatch it away? Cannot.
Doesn't try and go in. He not ready to throw away his life for a rune. That's the carry, not a support life.
Yeah. Look at this massive ancient stack. It's not quite the 8 stack that we saw earlier into the tournament, but really big nonetheless.
There is a loot on the Fnatic side. Any chance if they, you know, can take this mid tower? Are they trying to contest it at some point, or they just have to accept it's going to go down?
If they're aware of it, I don't think they scouted it out at all. They do have the Shadow Demon Illusions as well on the Luna. They could farm it relatively easily, but they have never really been to that area yet, I think. And so another stack gonna come out here. Is he gonna get it? Looks good.
Is that we're at what, 4 now? It's about to be a 5 stack. He stuns it to make sure. All right.
Yeah. And Battle Fury 400 gold away.
Good timing for Gabby. As at this point, a slower game for TNC seems fine. I don't think they wanted to say slow once they hit that, you know, Battle Fury BKB or Battle Fury Death BKB, but it's Fnatic who feel like they want to make moves. With the blink on Death's DK, they want to catch TNC by surprise, making their way. mid lane. That's a big kill if they can get it. There's the Blink Dragon Tail. Is there going to be enough saves? That's shards blocking off any kind of follow-up. The snowball pulls him out of the shards as well. Tusk
On the neutral creep!
Very nicely done. What happened? Well, the snowball, yeah. Very
Well,
cool.
on the neutral creep, which was right in front of them. They thought they targeted the melee creep at the tower, but no. Tims is a little bit too smart for Fnatic in this time around. I would have been dead otherwise.
Yeah, even the ice shards at the start kind of blocked off any kind of melee follow-up. Like Leshrac couldn't really run in for the Edict Pulse Nova.
Yep, and during all this time, another stack of the Ancients. It's like a 7th now, I think, or 6th. I don't even know. It's too many.
I think it was 5 before, so maybe it's up to 6 now.
Alright, time to blur it up. Ah, this is so... I hate this mechanic as it works. Like, no other hero can do this.
Yeah. I mean, other heroes can farm stacks. Some of them have to obviously pay a price to do
True.
so. But
You could be a Sven and just kill it in 3 hits.
yeah. Or a TA. It reminds me of TA using traps, for example. Like, you're not really taking any damage as a TA to farm ancient stacks.
Yeah, and it's gone, just like that, in 20 seconds. Now PA, suddenly the big net worth leader. It went from like 6k to 7.6 or so.
Have you, as you see this game develop and play out, are you kind of reconsidering it all? Like, you know, our thoughts at the end of the draft was like, this looks like Fnatic have a better draft for once. Do you still feel that way?
I do. If the Shadow Demon gets some farm priority, which he hasn't so far, he's still quite far away from his Aghanim Scepter. Which is really where this game is going to turn around. Because PA is the big damage leader. If you can purge him, he really just won't do anything. And he's not building into a Saint Yasha, which means the status resistance isn't there. How long does this purge last? 7 seconds, where you're basically just a creep. There's nothing he can do about it.
I think even though he's not getting the farm priority, he recognizes that's the game-changing item. A lot of times Shadow Demons won't rush the Ag Scepter, they'll get an Aether Lens or something along the way. But he is just going straight into it. We'll need to get some farm priority to get there.
Where's the big smoke into the triangle?
Yeah.
But it's already farmed. They missed their time.
Yeah, Gabby's already out. Perhaps a little bit exposed, but he's sitting back now. Gabby's going to be carefully blurred. He is blurred up. Instead, they find Bok. Gabby's like, oh, what's going on here? This doesn't look so pretty. He's going to leave Bok to die. Is the turnaround there? Radiant actually glyph to try to get some tower damage out with the split shot, but not going to get any revenge kills.
Yep, good pickoff. He was very close to his Aghanim Scepter. But I think it's not the end of the world for TNC also, because no one from Fnatic was farming during all of this. And they didn't get the big prize of Gabby.
Oh, this mid-observer ward. Is this out of range? Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Look,
just
the
out of
dire
range.
observer. It was next to a sentry. There was a sentry right on top of it that they dewarded. So they deward a sentry that's like here, and then the obs is just...
I mean it's like a double sentry too, right? Both sentries is literally on the edge.
Oh.
I've never seen a ward live on knife's edge like this. And this ward could potentially be a fight winner, if not even the game winner.
That's one where, yeah, I mean, it's kind of in full
That is
TNC
bad.
too much.
Because if you're TNC, you're not checking there. Because you have so many sentries down already.
Oh, exactly. They've got a sentry above. It's a triangle. They basically built a triangle, and somehow there's this one spot in the middle that's just barely missed.
Yeah. At the same time, though, they don't really hit any strong power spike for a while, so this ward might not lead to anything major for them.
Yeah. we're hyping it up, but yeah, it is a moment of farming for really both teams. As both PA looking to hit that Deso, they may go for something like a Roche before the BKB if TNC can find a pickoff, but on the Fnatic side, Luna, SMY completed to go with the Dragonlance, has a BKB queued up, so both teams are going to be hitting a BKB timing at a fairly similar time for that big team fight.
Yeah, but now the big power spike from the Darkseer is coming. That Aghanim Scepter is going to be providing a lot of bonus health for all of these heroes on the Radiant. Yeah, you can already see DP sitting at 2.3k health. It's going to be a tough kill.
Armel, Blink Dragon Tail is there. The Split Earth follow-up potentially could cause him some problems. He's getting purged up as well. Armel in trouble, but the Snowball save is there. It snowballs him in, keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Can Armel heal himself back up? He's Spirit Siphoning, but it's not enough. He does go down with the extras and committed. I don't think you want to take this fight. TNC lose 2 quickly. The Demonic Purge preventing any kind of, Iron Shell bonus health and...
Yep, no surge, no nothing.
Down.
That's what we spoke about. You run in, you feel very confident, but gets turned around on you real quick. Because Shadow Demon, of course, also with a Soul Catcher, your max health is just reduced by 20% basically. And it's only level 1. It's gonna get way worse soon.
Well, after that fight, TNC actually spoke up. Are they going into Roche with this? It looks like a two-man sneaky Roche with tag team.
Okay. Are they gonna sniff that out? They are in the area, but it's pretty sneaky. It's hard to sniff.
Yeah, Lion's showing top. This is very much the team saying, Boomy, show top. If you feed, it's okay. He is intentionally making himself known, as is Armel mid. They're showing two heroes, about to be 3. They see Bok with a ward down bottom, so they do not sniff it out at all.
Yep. Lesh wanted to kill the Lion, but as soon as Roche drops, he's like, oh, no.
I don't know if TNC can use the Aegis so much. They still need a BKB on Gabby, perhaps, and they lose their bottom tier 2 tower. They are trying to defend mid on the Fnatic side. Gabby's going to be a little bit careful. He's got the Aegis, but they may just kill him twice. Silence comes out onto the Leshrac, but there's going to be a Dragon Tail as soon as he comes out, and yeah, he needs a Blink Strike target. The Snowball stun going on through. He's looking to blink to Armel. He does succeed in doing so. Tim's trying to save the day. Gabby's still in trouble, though. They get the kill, and Gabby gets punished. They saw 4 heroes bottom, so I guess they felt it was safe to go mid, but Fnatic are just too quick.
We have seen it last game as well, where Gabby with an Aegis, or they catch Darkseid with the Euls as well.
No. Not ready for it, as that's going to be an easy free pickoff.
Gabby has to be really careful with these Aegises. We have seen many times in this qualifier in particular where he just wanders off by himself with that Aegis and forces his team in a little bit of an awkward position.
Was just kind of a mystery. Like the entire Fnatic team was bottom taking the tier 2, and I guess they were expecting Fnatic to, okay, they're going to get the tier 2, then they're going to steal our outpost, but before even finishing the tier 2, they were 5-man TPing mid.
Yeah, he definitely did not expect that. Good punish by Fnatic. It was a very big win for them.
And this feels like really Fnatic's power spike.
Yeah, all these good items are online now. DK, very close to his BKB. Luna just finished hers. How's Leshrac looking? He's not even going BKB, but he finishes Kaya Assange.
And you mentioned the Ags. Jabs has a Philosopher's Stone, so that could be a bit of a game changer.
Always when you need it.
Yeah.
Do they have one on the Radiant side?
Not
they
one
don't.
that anyone's carrying, no. Yeah, they do not.
And they have a growth board that no one can use.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, perhaps time to revisit my idea of tokens.
Tokens. That's what we need. Gambling inside Dota 2. That's what I'm hearing.
It's already gambling, right? It's more like you're redeeming.
He's spoken like a true gambler. It's not really gambling, says the gambler.
Yeah? It's more of a redeeming thing, guys.
It's a loot box, you know? It's not a slot machine.
Not the same thing at all. Yeah. What are you on about?
Here we go. Fnatic with a 4k gold lead just storming down these lanes. And if you don't defend towers, they fall fast. Leshrac, Edict, Luna. I don't know if probably not any kind of a high ground push is coming. We'll have to wait and see if Fnatic, how bold they feel without an Aegis. But if Fnatic manage to secure their second Roshan and they do go for a high ground push, it's a Luna Leshrac defense. That's really hard to defend into.
Yeah. And Shadow Demon is inching closer and closer to this game-winning item. 600 gold away now. And he's gonna be pretty tanky too with it. He has raindrops, 1700 health. Not gonna be easy to kill him for this PA.
Yep. Well, a free uncontested tower at top going away Fnatic. There is a tier 1 trade for TNC down bottom, but Fnatic happy just to play this top side of the map, farm the Radiant Ancients, continue to get closer and closer to that Aghanim Scepter as well as the BKB on Dragon Knight. And it feels like they are just waiting for Roche number 2 Black.
Yeah, and that's when they want to put the nail in the coffin. When is that gonna spawn? May respawn in 4 minutes. It's a long time. I didn't realize Gaby lost his Aegis he lost it like 10 seconds after he got it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fnatic
could go for a smoke play before then if they see a potential pickoff, but really they're in such a good position now to get like an uncontested Roche. The pressure and the onus is on TNC to make a play outside of their base to stop Roche from happening.
They have this really cool combo now though. Lion Blink and Darkseer Blink, where they could set up for a massive vacuum impale, which is really the only way for them to win a team fight right now, it feels like.
They feel like it's a good way. They smoke up. 5-man smoke down the mid lane. The Dire Ward did not scout it. Fnatic have really good vision up, so they're going to see nobody leaving the base on either the top or bottom side, so they may realize TNC is smoked up fairly soon because their vision basically should see somebody and it doesn't.
Yeah, and Abaddon is on prime course to just intercept the smoke.
And he's doing this intentionally. Like, Fnatic drew a square around their Ancients as if they knew this was coming. Yeah, and Luna actually comes as well, does have a BKB. Luna getting blown up by the Finger of Death. Oh, Raven gets blown up too fast. BJ couldn't get the shield up because he was stunned as well. It felt like Fnatic knew that was coming. Actually. Yeah.
He preemptively shielded himself, probably thinking, I'm going to intercept the smoke gang, but then it never happened. It went straight into the Luna.
Yeah, it looked like he was running in to intentionally pop the smoke, but then Luna also came in was the problem. If he was there alone and, dies or whatever, it's fine. But suddenly, Gabby's on the high ground. He's got a double damage rune. They need to deal with Gabby, but there's going to be a vacuum to kind of disjoint this one. The Chain Stun is there. The Snowball save comes into play now. With the Shadow Demon Intercept, is this going to be enough to cancel out
Gabby,
the PA?
Gabby, careful!
BKB TPing. No, yep. He gets out of there. Just Blink strikes away. Doesn't go for the TP. Well, he was considering for a second.
Little
BKB
crazy.
At least blocking that damage.
Yeah, there was a 3v5 fight. They get out of it, but gotta be a little bit careful with Fnatic. They might have potentially lost to the game. If that vacuum impale hits on 2-3 heroes, you're done. The game might be just over there. Or you have to buy back and spend a lot of resources. But I get away with it. Courtesy
Even just careful in the sense. Yeah, they just lost their lead though. I felt like Fnatic had this map control where had really good vision up that they just had to play around, and then they kind of gave it all away with that sequence of events there.
Yeah, it's basically a 5k gold swing, but the big item we've been hyping up, the Shadow Demon Axe, is now there. Yeah. So even if PA blinks in and starts hitting people, he's gonna get purged right away. They're smoking up into the triangle, but again, Gabby just finished the camp and is out of there.
They have the ward there, so they know nobody's there. They are, trying to just clear these Radiant heroes away from this area of the map so they can secure Roche, but Roche is still not up for some time. Even though Gabby instantly lost that Aegis and kind of made a mistake, it is helping him out a lot.
Yeah, because Fnatic played so hard right now. Like, Tim's also just cuts that last creep wave before TPing out, and there was 5 heroes running around together. They did not farm a single creep in like 45 seconds, any of them. Which, it was a pretty obvious smoke. Weren't pushing out any lanes, right?
Because they went top, suddenly TNC able to come farm their Ancients. Again, Gabby farms these Ancients, dewards the area, so kind of outmaneuvering Fnatic in every way possible here, but it is still an even gold game, and we've been hyping up what Fnatic's draft can do and how much they can deal with this PA because of the Ag Scepter, so still have plenty of ways to win this game and win this next important Roche fight.
By TNC. He's also going full assassination build on PA, going for this axe just to be able to kill the Shadow Demon, because that's the winning condition for the Radiant.
Find and kill this pesky Shadow Demon. Jabs is going to be so careful with his positioning. Has an Aeon Disc queued up, recognizing what's going on, and they get Orb of Destruction. That is so nice for them.
Yep, handing it over straight to the PA. And now it's TNC's turn to find absolutely nothing.
Both teams. And this is, I feel like that's often been the case. These teams have gotten so good at reading what their opponents are doing. They understand and have played so many games against each other that so many of these long late game SEA Dota games, it's like one team smokes and the other team knows they're smoked and just basically avoids them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're good at reading the map for sure. I mean, there's a reason they're here.
Yeah. And they're playing the kind of cautious safe. So anytime they could be smoked, even if they're not, sometimes they're playing defensively. Just don't want to leave anything to chance when $40 million is at stake.
Yeah, want to make sure that you get there as safely as possible without any sort of heart attack.
Alright, we've got tier 3 neutral amps coming out. What are we getting here? That's perhaps something that can have a slight influence on the game. Titan Sliver for Death Prophet with the Orbit Destruct on PA we mentioned. And on the Dire side, there's also a Titan Sliver and a Quickening Charm, which they don't have the best hero for, so the support Abba gets it.
Yep. I would actually like to see it on the Shadow Demon, but he's holding on to the Philosopher's Stone still. He wants the money.
Give him both so we can have one. The Quickening in the backpack, maybe.
Yeah, and when you die, you put the Philosopher in the inventory. Elven Tunic. That's a good one against PA. Who's gonna pick it up?
What's on the Radiant? Got it. Oh no, it is Dire. You're right. Sorry, what am I saying?
Yeah. But Paladin Sword also. Very good item for the PA. But that means Orb of Destruction won't be used. Maybe we can give that one to the Tusk.
Ooh.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind Paladin Sword on... what's her name? DP either. Because, yeah, the Spirit Siphon gets amplified by it as well. But she has the Titan Sliver, so no. No.
Got too many good neutral items, is what I'm hearing. They've just got all the good ones. Well, here we go.
Cloak of Flame also in the Darkseer. It's also his good item.
Like, okay, we're done getting on neutral items. Roche is up. It's time to fight. Fnatic, they smoke up, looking to break this high ground. There's a Radiant Ward on the low ground. Scammer Sec. Tim's immediately blinks out as Death blinks out. Yeah. Death jumps in. Tim's jumps out. Both teams disengage. This is...
Yep. Death in, Tim's out, Boomy out. Boom, boom, boom.
Yep. And they force this Roshan. Fnatic think they can. They just hit the Skadi timing on Raven. It does mean he does not have buyback. If TNC can get the jump here, it's an illusion room, which is pretty nice as a save. Gabby maybe going to jump in and just cause confusion with this to prevent himself getting purged, but Roche is starting to drop, getting low, but not dropping too fast. They still have time to get here. Gabby, does he look to jump in and make his play? Has the Orbit Destruction. Shadow Demon on the side. They get the first break onto Armel. They find the Shadow Demon. They instantly kill him. Gabby doesn't get purged. As the BKB's coming out on the Fnatic side, they're protecting their cores. Then Luna, and now they're going to snowball in. They want DJ. Instead, they're going to switch targets. The board's on Raven, isolating him. PA getting purged. PA cannot get the crits here. Even through the BKB, Gabby's just being entirely negated. But it's Armel. He's the carry of this fight in the front lines, but he runs out of Spirit Siphons and finally goes down, even though he takes the Luna with him. Are there more purge charges? Shadow Demon's still got one to go. He's going to throw out the last one as Gabby is in some trouble.
The poison!
He gets low. No more poison. Now the mana drain.
Oh,
Gets the shard. He's mana burning everybody. Gabby goes in and back out. The Aghanim Scepter helping him out here. Can he find more? What a team fight. Gabby played that so goddamn freaking well. Oh.
Wait for Fnatic.
Paladin Sword too.
They are! Shard, Aegis, cheese. Oh, Jeff has to die back if you die.
He just bought back, and perhaps it's going to be a second death on him. They're already tipping him. They know they've found the Shadow Demon. And now they can perhaps even go for a high ground play. Death Prophet back in 20 won't have Exorcism, so maybe TNC will look to just slow things down a bit.
And his DP dealt so much damage while the Gabby PA got purged like twice or 3 times even. He ends up dying
was on
Gabby 50 health.
Yeah. First purge was actually on the Death Prophet. They killed Shadow Demon before he purged the PA. They just blinked on the Shadow Demon. Gabby, Armel made it his #1 duty to kill Shadow Demon.
Yeah,
and then the buyback came in.
And Shadow Demon is pretty far away once more from his Aeon Disc with that. And now the shard up on PA, that's gonna make him very squishy on the Dragon Knight.
Goes for the one-shot play.
Oh, he caught him!
Okay, with the shards block, you're gonna get the kill, and Death blinked into this one! Oh no! He's a madman! The Fan of Knives just shredding some of these Fnatic heroes with that percent-based damage. TNC finding kill after kill. It's the Gabby PA, this guy, the best PA in Southeast Asia. And he's putting on a show here. Every time I see him play this hero, he's always going this Axe build. He just loves what the item brings to the hero, and able just to constantly run at Fnatic and outplay them.
This Earth shot though is doing a lot of work.
Exorcism's back up though. TNC want to force his high ground. Next creep wave's a little bit of a ways away.
Yeah, and it's gonna disappear quickly.
Another left track. Yeah.
Another one. Another one.
They get bigger and bigger. You may just have to back off. Gabby's got the Aegis though. They will get the tower, so not a bad find, but TNC are going to have to reset, perhaps wait for another Exorcism and look to fight with this Aegis. Showing that this Shadow Demon Axe is not perhaps the counter that you and I hyped it up to be, Black.
Yeah, it's still a little bit difficult for him to survive. But with this gold scepter, it should be a little bit easier. And look at the Armel skill and talent build, and item build too. Like if you click on the Spirit Siphon, 7.3% of max health per second for 6 seconds. It's just absolutely massive against DK, Luna, and Leshrac, honestly. Last fight he got a Spirit Siphon on all 3 of them. He just didn't die for like 15 seconds.
And when he goes in and when he got purged last fight, because he's got this BKB, he doesn't necessarily die. The physical damage from Luna isn't there. It may come with this like Crystallis Daedalus, but Luna, it's spread damage. It's not single target physical damage as far as carries go. Like Luna does a lot of physical damage, but you're not bursting a hero like Death Prophet down during BKB.
Yeah, 100% agree. And this Armel DP is also starting to scale very strongly. If they go into late game with such a big lead, honestly, this TNC draft looks really scary.
Do you think Fnatic need to be prioritizing killing PA or Death Prophet more in these fights?
That's a very good question. I'd say probably whoever they get their hand on first, right? With the DK initiation.
It's either or, okay.
Yeah. The problem is though, DK is not... He's just not really a factor anymore. He's a stun, that's it.
May change with the Ags, or is that not the case?
I mean, at least, I guess you can slow them down a bit more, but this Fan of Knives makes Dragon Knight just like a paper plane. This plus 12 armor is just gone. 8 armor against DP, you're gonna be in the minus. He's just gonna die.
PA making great use of Orb of Destruction. Was toggling in the Paladin Sword when she got low last fight as well. As here comes TNC, smoking up with the wraparound. They get a jump, Aura's punch in, and that's the DK melting. Couldn't get his BKB off, and also, yeah, just the Fan of Knives. So good.
And it's a DP ult pop. They wanna go for the mid-rex.
And with the Axe Scepter, all those spells, like the Fan of Knives, they reset whenever Gabby gets a kill in these fights.
Yeah, it's really good to get up with a shard. And so mid-rex gone. Do they want to go for more? Looks like, yes.
Headed that way. They're pinging it. DK does a buyback. Now they're going to be forced to use this one. Fnatic maybe looking like they could go down 2-0 in this best of 5 grand finals unless they can find a way to defend their top lane of Rax here.
TNC assuming a more defensive posture now. They don't need to go for anything more. Like every time they kill this Dragon Knight, just look at the gold differential between him and the Darkseer. Like it's obvious who's gonna scale way better into the late game. And Luna alone won't be able to carry this game.
Raven will do what he can. Are we headed towards that, crazy point? Doesn't he consider a rapier at some point at all?
Potentially. I think the answer we'll have right after the smoke.
Yeah, we'll see how this fight goes. Death blinks in. Oh! They all get stunned! The Centaur! The hero! What was that Centaur doing? They get all the BKBs off the Fnatic side. They're looking to finish off this PA who has been purged up. They're looking to get the Blink Strike away. PA still alive for now, but the chase is on in Fnatic. That Centaur! That was a neutral, right? It wasn't dominated. It was just a neutral Centaur. And Armel has a cheese. I don't know if he wants to pop it here. He's going, back towards the wrong base. It's an ultra kill. It's a team by Fnatic. Centaur lol. Oh my god. It was a 4-man stun from a neutral creep in a grand final game. What the hell just happened, Black?
Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen that, but they sort of put themselves into the situation. They hit him, they made him mad, and they didn't finish him off.
Yeah,
we all know from action movies how this goes. John Wick, you gotta finish him off, or he's gonna destroy you.
Oh my god! They just got ravaged by a neutral creep.
Rapier needed.
I mean, they didn't know they were about to get smoked. Obviously, you have to be ready for something like that. But oh my god! And it's to the high ground we go. Fnatic. That is the most crazy thing I've seen in a game of Dota in a long, long time.
Yeah, and that's at least one side, maybe with Luna even two. The entire advances is gone. Oh man. That was a perfect fight also for Fnatic. They get the purge on the PA, he can't run anywhere.
Even without the Centaur, it may have been, it looked like it could be a good fight, but it's hard to know. Many things could happen if there wasn't a 4-man stun. Death's gonna get the BKB stun off. They blow up the Dragon Seer. grab the darks here before he can do a whole lot. Schwan now in the front lines with the Leshrac.
Armel,
BKB
SGs.
and TNC are just throwing away their lives to try and defend their base here. Armel, she's keeping alive a bit longer. Armel on the sides with a Spirit Siphon healing him back up. He's making this fight work. They take out the DK Abba. They're going to get the Leshrac as well. Armel with the cheese is holding. They kill 4. They're going to get a team wipe with Jebs. Can't find a way out of this one. And even with the Aeon, he's still going down. They get double racks, but they pay the heavy, heavy price of their entire team.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of buybacks expended, at least by the TNC side. The big crucial part of this teamfight was Abaddon got one-hit crit without being able to activate his ultimate.
Oh.
If he lives there,
Yeah.
maybe the fight goes the other way. But another team wipe, and now they're going for the top side.
You know, let's say, do they go for racks or do they wait? Roche just respawned as well, so that's another thing that, you know, TNC...
If they get Roche now, that would be massive. No one has buybacks. With that Roche on advantage, you could potentially just close out this game. But they want to force up more buybacks.
5 seconds, yeah.
They're not happy with this.
And I think if you're Fnatic, you may just let it go because there is a tier 2 tower bottom, so they can't take mega creeps.
But then if you're
They may
Fnatic,
just-
why do you buyback these
Yeah.
two heroes?
True. Maybe just a bit of a stall
Bit
play.
of
They
nerves.
throw just split earth. See what the call is going to be. It looks like they're giving up this racks. It's going to be 2 lanes of racks down on both sides. TNC can fall back and go for that Roshan and respawn fairly quickly.
Yeah, Luna's still there for 10. They can definitely do it in 10 seconds. If they know about it, which doesn't look like they do. And he's going straight into a nullifier on the PA just to get rid of that pesky Aeon disc on the Shadow Demon. They scan the Roche pit. They know they're
double
doing
damage. Gabby gets a DD. They're going to kill this Roche so fast. Can Fnatic get there in time? They need it.
Remember though,
Make their way
SD
over.
Purge will also purge that DD.
Gabby's going to be trying to fight out of this blur. They want to blow up the Shadow Demon. Aeon Disc is back up. He blinks
Not
and
again,
he's looking for the DJ
He
kill.
got
He gets it. Oh, silence with the break. There's nothing he can do about that. The Phantom Knife, yeah, the break. It's not just against heroes like the DK. Against an Abba with the break silence. That's huge.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that combo, but obviously TNC did. Make perfect use of it, and you can't fight without a Abaddon. No way. Aegis, Cheese, Axe. Who's the
I
Axe
believe.
going to? The DP.
Picks up, but he's passing it over, yeah.
I wouldn't have minded it on the task, to be honest. The kick is really valuable against these BKB targets. Well, DP closing in on her heart of Tarask. She might honestly be at almost unkillable territory at that point.
Yeah.
How much
Fnatic
health is she gonna
gonna
have?
be-
Like 5k?
Fnatic are probably kicking themselves a bit. They won the huge fight, took racks, but just pushed it. Should have maybe just gone for the 1 lane and backed off, because when Armel respawned with the Exorcism plus Cheese, committed so much to try and kill him, but the Cheese able to help turn things around.
Yeah, overstaying their welcome a little bit down there in the lane. MVP Centaur was not enough to make him win the game just yet. Let's see which neutral creep they bribe next time.
Yeah, maybe someone's like, all right, so how about we get a Helm of the Dominator here? Maybe that's what we're
Yeah.
missing.
Abaddon is like, maybe Solar Crest is not that good.
Let's get a few more Centaurs on our side.
Oh, that's honestly the next biggest play we'll see in Pro Dota. You Glimmer Cape, a Helm of Dominator Centaur, and he gets a 4-man stun.
For MB's watching and you're giving him ideas here.
I mean, they won the game yesterday. They still have a chance today, so if we see it,
NA
I'll take half the prize money.
Pretty hype. He's in the top 3 in the final day. SEA's delivering some amazing games, but every single region when it comes to the importance of TI, suddenly the level of Dota, is just that much better.
Yeah, and it has to be. Because if you're slacking just 1 day, you are gone.
So you think this Death Prophet now, Heart of Trask, unkillable? Is that you just have to kind of ignore her or
It
run away from
depends
her?
on which situation you get caught in. This Shadow Demon Soul Catcher is still a very big deal. Minus 35% right off the bat. She has a cheese on top of that though. Kaya Stange for the status resistance, a lot of armor. It just seems so difficult to kill her. And once she gets this overwhelming bling, it's even more health on top of that.
Feels like they're going to need like the Luna with the Skadi attack and then maybe try to get a chain stun with eclipse damage or something in.
Yeah. This game is not over yet, though. They still do have the hard counter of the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, PA does not want to maybe poke at these buildings. It's going to get Surge. Gabby's like, do I go in? Am I going to get... Yep, gets hit by a Split Earth. That's the Iron Shell on for a bit of extra health here. Of course, that can be purged off. Shadow Demon just sitting back invis. Has a Shadow Amulet to play around. Jab's trying to use this when they blink in with the Dragon Tail. They go in. On Gabby, the first purge come out. That's the first life. Can they kill her a second time? They have the wall, making some illusions here. Armel on the front line, very tanky. The second purge comes out. Jabs gets his Aeon Disc proc, has a Shadow Amulet. They need detection. What a pickup from Jabs. He's just hiding here invis. This is so smart from the Shadow Demon. He's got one more purge to play around. Does he go for Gabby here? He's just staying in the trees and in invis. Blink Dragon Tail, they get the kill on the Lion. Can they get more? Oh, what an amazing call from Jabs to get this Shadow Amulet.
Yeah, very well done by him. They do end up getting the tier 3 tower still, but TNC wanted to end the game right there. Good high ground defense. It's so hard to push into the Luna Shard, the Lash Shard, the Purges, Shadow Poison also flying through.
It's actually crazy. Like I was commenting earlier, like imagine Dota what it was 2 or 3 years ago, like late game Dota. It was like all these things just didn't exist. Nowadays, late game Dota, there's like every hero has like 2 extra spells and 2 extra crazy items, tier 5 items. It's just
and Aeon Discs and Nullifiers to counter those Aeon Discs. And
yeah,
it's definitely a very different time period. Like back then, we were just happy with like 1 item. Now we get
well, for supports, you didn't like before neutral items. It's like late game, you just didn't have many, like a neutral item basically like is an extra like 5k net worth item in late game.
Yeah, or when you could carry multiple neutral items. The supports would just never get one.
That's true. Different times now.
Yeah.
Or it's just having gold in the late game. I feel like, when you were playing at TI supports, at this point, 45 minutes in, they're still sitting at 4k net worth. They're buying sentries.
Yep. Maybe a Glimmer Cape.
Observers. Yeah. 1 item, 1 4
Was Glimmer Cape even there at that point? I don't even remember. I think it came after TI6, wasn't it?
Oh, even later? Okay.
I'm not sure, honestly. But it came pretty late. Such a good addition, too. Like, makes for such hype moments.
Nice.
But then you just get nullified and no hype.
So, here we go. We're in the late game Dota. Level 25's coming into play. Luna about to hit hers. Leshrac has his.
Wait, how about
TNC.
minute 60 items? PA gets a Stygian Desolator with her Desolator.
Okay. We're still in a bit of a ways to get there. We
Well, we can see it in there.
yeah, we can see it coming maybe. But right now, both teams going to play back. TNC may be thinking about another Roshan. At this point, they got to be a little bit worried about what they can do in a team fight.
They got DD again on the PA.
Yeah.
And a Nullifier this time around as well. If they can find this pesky
They've only got 1 sentry on this Tusk. That's the only detection I see on the Radiant side, by the way.
Are they out of sentries then? Probably, because they're not lacking gold.
Yeah, they must have realized that there was a Shadow Amulet. He's got Shadow Amulet and Ninja Gear on Shadow Demon.
Yeah, like, it's all about surviving for him.
Dream items, yeah. He's gonna get. Now he's going back for the Aetherlight. But it's usually the first item has become like his last item.
Yeah. Recognizing very well what his job is this game. Don't die, get Purges out on the PA. Potentially the DP. But
maybe, yeah, maybe one of them, but nothing more than that.
Yeah.
Fnatic just playing on their side of the map. Looks like Luna can almost have enough gold for this Butterfly plus buyback, but may also be considering something else. There's a lot of gold on Raven's Luna.
With Butterfly, you gotta be careful. You're making this Darkseer illusion very strong. Once he reaches level 25 with the parallel wall and refresher, it's gonna be very tough to teamfight into that.
Yeah.
There's so many walls all around. Have you seen that before? Just 4 walls. And you just vacant them from left to right. There's so many illusions. Darkseer is still a late game menace.
Here comes TNC, smoked up, going down the mid lane.
Double damage PA.
1, careful. There's going to be a cycling dagger with a blink impale. They blow up the ledge with the finger of death, and they find a second target with the Abba, who does get the borrowed time off, but may still get chased down if they're not careful. Gets stunned up by the Earth Spike, and that DK just walked into a cleaving crit, and lost half his health there. They both have buyback, but these buybacks in late game can be so important. TNC, they're not playing scared here in the late game. They're going for that killing blow. Gonna force those 2 buybacks and may have to back off with Exorcism wearing off here.
Yeah, extending the lead even further. And the next Roshan is just around the corner. 2 minutes.
Long one.
I lied. I thought it was the actual ring already.
The early, it could have been then, but here we go. Fnatic running down, looking to make a counterplay of their own. Cloak on the Leshek for some invis.
Yeah, so many invis tools. Might need a gem.
Yeah,
they have a gem.
Okay, yeah, they just got one. Yeah, he had one sentry, and I think he sold DJs. He's like, why buy one when you can get a free one?
Yeah. Robin Hood mentality.
Also, you know, incarcerated criminal mentality.
True.
You know, is the man he stole it from rich? This is DJ's gem. How much net worth does DJ have? He's the poor. He stole from the poor. Black.
Oh no!
That's not Robin Hood.
He did the reverse Robin Hood.
Yeah, this guy's like the rich noble taking the taxes from the poor peasants.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. I have more money than you, so give me that. Okay.
Well, the stand. It's funny because we know Roche is not back for a little bit, but obviously these teams do not. They do what they.
What's the Rex situation?
Roche out.
So bottom is always gonna push in for Fnatic, and top is always gonna push in for TNC. The sidelines are gonna be a problem at some point. But of course, the Illusionist Cape. Why not?
Yes. For Fnatic, yeah, the top lane they need to push out is closer to the pit, which is maybe nice for them.
Yeah. But the good thing is Darkseid could just double Iron Shell bottom whenever, and it would just push to the base.
Are scanning.
You say whenever, but he has to actually be in the bottom lane. He doesn't have anything like Boot to travel, so
true.
Ability may become a problem. Fnatic. Smoked up, they just hovering around this observer ward. Meanwhile, same thing. It's like both teams have a cliff they're playing around.
What's the
like,
buyback status?
Oh, good scouting with the sigil. They're going to find these wards and take it out.
They have 2 more buybacks.
Buybacks were used. Blink's done. They find the line in the pit, but he's maybe baiting with his Aeon Disc. Death is going to look to bring him down as Roche respawns in front of them. Raven in the front lines has the Eclipse. He's going to throw it out. He's standing on top of the Darkseid wall, though. He's got to be careful. He takes out his Illusion now. They look for the next target. Armel with his Exorcism. They'd love to bring him down. Back to the high ground goes Jabs. Jabs is in some trouble. He goes in busy. Has used up all his purges. He goes down. Now the DK as well. They've both got buyback on the high ground. It is the Lion just draining everybody, sucking out all their mana. Gabby getting low. He is going to die. The PA with buyback. Every single TNC hero using buyback. And now a blink. Earthspike. Boomy. Catches out too. DJ has the shields though there. Can he keep Luna alive? They do a buyback on this Luna if she goes down. Making some illusions now as well. Bring
and
down
Roche
that
does
sigil.
respond.
Oh, we're at, what, 2 buybacks now. Tusk and Luna, the only 2 heroes with buyback. Like 6 heroes used buyback in that fight and 2 were already on cooldown.
How many purges do we have though? Only 1. They have a long recharge time of 60 seconds.
Yeah. At the same time, no Exorcism and no buybacks means PA probably is a little bit scared here. Is this a raid
No
here?
wall too.
What Demon Execute up? What is this? No, it's in my MKB. I was like, okay, Gabby, are you crazy?
Yeah, he needs it for that butterfly.
I didn't feel
They're
confident
going
though.
to the pit.
No Exorcism. That's a huge amount of damage that's lacking. Gabby's on the north. Is he going to try and make a play here? Yep. They're in the pit. They're killing this fast. TNC get the Earthspike off at a good time. No one's going to go in for the steal though. Tron pops his BKB just to guarantee that they can pick up some of these items, and TNC did not want to make the jump, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, that's a little bit risky. Oh, it's... Darkseid needs level 25 ASAP. Like, if there's a double wall there, they're gonna win that fight. If I'm not wrong, you can actually have up to 4 Luna illusions if you drag her through all the walls with the refresher later on. Which...
I guess the one thing Luna can do is maybe try and kill them quickly with the Luna Blessing, but... Oh, it's not... Well, just with the right clicks and the Moonglaves?
Potentially, it's just 4 of them, they're probably gonna shred you before you can kill like even one of them. And I will feel even worse for your team.
But there's Illusionist Cape and Shadow Demon Illusions too, so it's going to be like an army of Lunas versus an army of Lunas.
Yeah. How much damage did the Wall Illusions deal? He took the talent, so it's 125%. Pretty significant.
Yeah. They're bouncing on your teammates. They're not going to be very happy.
Yeah, but he's still a whole level away from it. It's not easy to get experience at this point. He already took the tome. No other tome available for at least 6 minutes.
And I guess you have Leshrac, who's not bad at clearing illusions, so some potential to try and kill them quickly.
That's the downside of the Wall Illusions. It's not magic immune like Grimstroke.
And just stun them, hit them with the Split Earth.
Why are they even magic immune? Who knows?
That Grimstroke Ags. Thing of nightmares. And, you know, support players, they deserve some fun stuff too, okay? I'm got to give them something.
I'm not complaining until I am.
Here we go. Fnatic actually looking to go high ground. Neither team has been scared to go for these kind of game-winning plays when they feel like they have the advantage. And Fnatic not going for the Mega Creeps. They're just playing around this mid and bottom side, maybe looking more at the tier 4s. So, like, Mega Creeps is not going to be the way they win this game. Raven on the front lane just with that Solar Crest, but top lane Chuan says, okay, Raven, you distract them, and I'm going to go top with the Edict. If they don't defend this lane, we will happily take the Mega Creeps. And they do force a Glyph hit block. BKB gets the wall out, gets an illusion of this Luna, who's also Hex up. Luna getting low. Gonna lose it first up, gets disrupted. Still alive for now. Luna gonna go down. As soon as she comes down, they've lost the Abaddon, who doesn't have buyback.
They've bought back for this.
Bought back. Okay. It's the Leshrac with the Aegis. Yeah, this is a disaster for Fnatic. The Leshrac dies once, but made it die a second time. They couldn't keep the Luna alive. And now they're just all going to get team wiped. TNC with an ultra kill on Gabby. He just shredded them. It could be all over.
This game is over. They have no buybacks. When is the buybacks off cooldown? 1 minute 20? 4 minutes? I don't think you can hold this for over a minute, can you? Even then, you only Leshrac.
And it was just
you can hold on.
You know, they just jumped in. It was just the line looking in and hexing it.
Yeah, but you said these teams are not scared of going high ground. Maybe you should have been a little bit scared because you didn't have any buyback.
Yeah. Oh.
PA was crit for 2.5k damage. This DK got one hit. DK got one hit.
Both teams, when they've gone for these high ground plays, have, I think, soon regret. We've seen TNC a few times get punished when they go for that.
Are they going for Megas? Go Throne! You know they don't have buyback.
No, they got time for both. I think that's what they're saying.
Play safe and then even safer.
I'm not sure what the Luna's plan is here. It's sitting at the base here. If anything, it's just figuring out, do I want to type GG with lowercase GG or uppercase GG? Yeah, that seems like what
you can do.
Fnatic's
kick him away. Oh no.
And it's all over. They take out the Luna. It's GG.
This must be heartbreaking. After that Centaur Storm, they won a massive fight. They lost 5 in the base, and now they lost 5 in the base again. They must have nightmares about this high ground push.
2 times Fnatic convincingly team wipe TNC, and then, yeah, go for those high ground plays, go for the push, and get destroyed for it. That is got to be something they're feeling like, you know, what more can we do?
Yeah. Or perhaps did we do too much?
Yeah.
Because they could have potentially played for some pickoffs here and there. Like, we said their draft late game should, in theory, be better, but I don't think we took into consideration how strong this Darkseer actually is once it's 25 with the Refresher Orb against the Luna. So maybe it was a little bit more even than we gave them credit for, and they're clutching it out.
The Gabby PA pick works. Guys, we're going to head to a quick break and be back to discuss Game 2 as TNC take a 2-0 lead in this Grand Finals.
I've got to just straight up say it. When did Dota start allowing 6-person rosters into the game? Because that centaur was absolutely doing work for Fnatic in one of those team fights. That was insane. I don't even know where that came from.
Somebody needs to maybe the centaur had like a second name. Maybe it was actually PPD in disguise, I don't know what's going on there.
We might have to run that one back. But I do want to talk about Fnatic's struggle to really succeed in this high ground. I guess we didn't really see it too much in Game 1, but in Game 2, they didn't do so well once they entered TNC's base. So, Black, what do you think Fnatic need to take a step back and have a look at?
They just didn't respect the high ground of TNC at all. I think every fight they went high ground, Lion, Blink, hexes a guy, he dies, and it's just all over. Like, DJ, of course, you can purge that hex off, but they're not just going to let you do that. He got silenced, he got stunned, and then the Luna just died. And without the Luna, half the damage output is just gone.
What do you think? No, yeah, go, sorry.
I was going to say, they had double saves, but it never felt like that in these fights. Like, neither the Disruption nor the Abaddon, it felt like we're saving heroes.
Do you think that's because Jabs was very tunnel vision on just keeping himself alive? Because PA was looking for him all the time.
Yeah. I think he overly prioritized getting that purge on a PA and wasn't... Like that last fight at the end where they got team wiped at top racks, he disrupted Luna when she was already on 1% health.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, maybe a little bit of a wrong mindset coming into the late game. Well, of course, you are the hard counter to the PA, but you are also the guy that's supposed to save the heroes they jump on with his hex. It's tough to play.
Yeah, but what do you think on the side of TNC they did so well, though? Because, early game wasn't really looking too well for them. I thought Fnatic had really brought it to them for that laning phase. Why do you think TNC were able to bring it back?
They had really good teamfight execution. I'd say teamfight execution. And they just punished. Like this Gabby PA, he is a level 27 master tier PA. This guy knows exactly how to play the hero. He's played it so many times in pubs. He's probably played against this Ag Shadow Demon, countless times. He is, I said best PA in Southeast Asia, probably just the best PA player in the world. It's like his best hero, and this is with PA not being like a top meta pick right now, and he just won a game that's got them one game closer to TI.
Yep. Yeah, won the lane, and the lane shouldn't win. Itemized very well, and sure it was a team win, like the entire team played very well, but Gabby on his PA overperformed massively. Like if 100% is our benchmark, he was at like 150 at least.
I don't think anyone can argue with that. He absolutely played out of his mind with that PA. Do you also feel that the TNC roster is focusing a lot more around Rush compared to some of the last series that we've seen them in for this qualifier?
It looks like it for sure, right? Because that was the downfall of them against Fnatic. Where they got 2-0, it was because of Roche fights both games. And this time around, their Roche fights are much better, their buybacks are much more decisive and quicker, and this time around, they take the victory against Fnatic at the pit.
They're picking heroes that just kill Roche super fast. Game 1, it was, the Ursa. It was Ursa TA. And this game around, they have the PA plus Tusk, who do a 2-man Roshan sneak. Fnatic had that mid-game timing where they were going to be way stronger, but they had to wait like 8 or 9 minutes for Roche to spawn because of that steal. So I think TNC have done a great job of winning that battle to claim Roshan this series, which they didn't do last time. So yeah, definitely not.
They've absolutely taken their gameplay to a whole nother level. And you know what else can help you guys take your gameplay to a whole nother level? That's some HyperX gear. HyperX is sponsoring us, so I want to give them a big shout out. They're running a special promotion of their line of HyperX Alloy Origins keyboards during the TI10 qualifiers. All HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard models feature HyperX mechanical switches, fully customizable RGB lighting, and aircraft-grade aluminium body. Available in 10 keyless and 60% keyboards. You can either click on the HyperX banner below or head over to bts.gg/SEA HyperX if you want to know a lot more about it. But for now, we're going to jump to a break before we come back for game number 3. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about to head into game number 3 of this best of 5 grand final between TNC and Fnatic. Black, I want to ask you, you favored Fnatic for a draft in game number 2, and they still weren't able to close out the game, which makes me think it must be a little bit more down to the execution. So what do you think is the conversation that's happening down there for the team right now?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm a little bit worried. They had a very one-sided game in the first one. Second one, they had a pretty strong draft against what TNC drafted, but they still didn't manage to close it out despite being given a lot of chances by like a lot of circumstances, right? Like Gabby, the first feed mid lane with that Aegis was pretty bad by them, and then the Centaur, then another team wipe, but they just still lost the game ultimately, and that must feel really bad because you don't really have much time to talk about it. Now you're down 2-0.
Yeah. Guys, if you were in their position, what do you think you would be saying to the team or thinking about to make sure that, you're not getting, I guess, too tilted in this series?
Yeah, I imagine there is at least some level of tilt and also definitely nerves. Death on the offlane has not looked as good as he did early in the tournament. He was like having amazing games, and this best of 5 so far, it feels like he's been shut down. I think what you got to say is, you got to probably hype everyone up in a way where you don't play too scared because you're down 2-0. At this point, it's like, we're down 2-0. The only way you're going to win 3 games in a row is if you start playing with confidence and start taking the game to TNC. Like, they can still pick late games and play their carries and play their Fnatic style, but they can't, like, second-guess themselves and play, play in a way where they just give TNC whatever they want.
Yeah. Time to enter question mark mode.
I am hoping, something a little bit different does come out from them, maybe something unexpected. But one thing that's not unexpected is that Broodmother and the TA ban from them. They're definitely not going to let that one through. And instead, they're going to do the equivalent of what TNC did in the first game. And they're going to second pick that Terrorblade. They really want to pick it up in conjunction with the Lion. And then the TNC going for a really standard but strong-looking Leshrac and Abaddon duo over there.
Yep, the evolution of the draft. Game 1 was Game 2 it was more Fnatic, but now they're going with what they love the most, the strongest suit. It's Terrorblade, Raven, probably his best hero. Not entirely sure, but one of the best for sure. And they're gonna go all in into the Terrorblade basket.
What are you expecting to come? We talked about Death, so what are you expecting to come from him for the offlane that could pair quite well for this Terrorblade to give him space?
The Legion would always, he played it first game. Legion TB is just insanely good. The Pressy attack with the Aghanim shard is just so good at enabling this hero. Gives you a save as well, and that's something which Lion does not bring to the table. Lion does a lot of things, but doesn't have any real defensive capabilities. That's a hero that stands out to me. But otherwise, I think you're going to maybe wait and see. Maybe they'll wait to see what TNC picks up for their carry, or at least their mid, to make sure that he does get a good matchup. Yeah,
if you pick your carry early like this, you are expecting it to get countered, but it also leaves your own offlaner / mid laner to counter the enemy's draft.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Legion Commander come out because Death didn't have that game that he wanted in game 1, and we know that he can play it Legion Commander absolutely to a T. So it would be nice, again, stay on that comfort, but just have a better supporting draft to enable him to do some things.
Yeah, I feel like as though they need to come out of the early game strong here. Like, they need some sort of confidence boost, because after these 2 losses, there must be, some sort of uneasiness in the room, and a good early game would definitely help alleviate that.
Do you not think they had a pretty good early game in game 2? I feel like they did for the laning phase, and then they just really struggled when they came out of it.
And then they still lost, though. So now probably the spirits aren't as high. They're also, I believe, not in the boot camp, right? I think DJ was at home. When we interviewed him yesterday.
No idea. It looks like it, but...
Yeah.
Do you think that has more of an impact on this than maybe we are considering?
It's hard to rally the troops, right? When everyone is at their own home. Like, just nothing feels the same. Like, imagine you're all sitting in a circle and we're talking, or we're talking over the mic. David, if I was right next to you, you would be much more inspired by what I'm saying, right?
It's true. Now I'm just like, you're over there, in Romania. I'm just like, Black's not saying anything smart.
Exactly. Who is that dork? Look at him.
Yeah.
Big words being said over the mics here.
I know. I can't even be like, Black, you called me out. Let's go. Let's take this out back. No.
Yeah. I'm safe behind my screen. I'm keyboard warrior. What do you want to do, bro?
Absolutely love it.
Well,
But I thought potentially there was going to be a tide for Fnatic, but they banned it themselves.
Brewmaster. All right. That is the China response to a Terrorblade generally, because you can dispel all the illusions. You can just cyclone him up, and as we said, this timing of Aghanim's refresher on Brewmaster is really deadly for a Terrorblade.
I was wondering if it would go the Darkseer again, because Dax is a hero that actually matches up pretty well against TB, but it's a similar idea. It's another hero. You're going to probably see another Aghanim's rush. They played it against Boom and had great success with this fast tempo play. TNC is basically saying, yeah, we don't want to go necessarily 50, 60 minutes against Fnatic. Yeah, last game did, but that was not necessarily their plan going in. They're looking for these more tempo kind of drafts.
Yep, you said it, and then they're going to last pick Arc Warden, and we're going to be like...
Yeah, that's true. That was what Fnatic did against the TB, was the Arc Warden.
Yeah.
Gabby, not as well known for his Arc Warden, perhaps, but
what
play it.
Of his heroes are really good against a Terrorblade Dota? PA is terrible. Drow Ranger could work. I pick up the Phoenix, okay. Extra health for the Terrorblade. Good team fight. They don't really have a good egg hitter at all.
Yeah.
Because after Brewmaster splits, of course, he can't hit the egg at all. Like, it's just not possible.
They could just pick the Mirana if they're worried about that. They do need a 4 position, but they also don't have that many stuns. I'm actually preferring Fnatic's draft a lot right now. Yeah, this Brewmaster pick looks nice, but I just feel like they've ticked more boxes. They have the line for the disables, Phoenix Supernova for the team fight, and TNC.
There we go, baby.
No
we talked
hero.
about it so much. And they're gonna bring
Gonna stunt, you need the boy.
Yep, there you go. You talked about the fact that they might not have that catch-alert lockdown, and they're like, they're 100% surely gonna go for the old 10-second shackle on Shaman.
Lion is the better Shaman, that's why he gets picked first, but Shaman is like, I got this too, what do you want?
TNC
And it fits pretty well into this push draft.
Yeah, TNC want to prove that they don't need the Phoenix, and that maybe Shaman is on the same level as Lion.
Yeah, but Egg Killer, question mark? None of these can do it. Their last pick will have to be some sort of Egg Killer, because otherwise you just can't really play team fights ever. If you have to run every time there's an egg, it's not a good sign.
So Arc Warden, then, is what I'm hearing.
Arc Warden is okay. You know me, Naga Siren.
You're such a big fan of that, Naga. You really want to see it.
Dude, every time China plays it, they do so well with it.
Yeah.
And it has been an SEA hero historically, but not anymore. Damn.
Well, what other sort of... I guess they would want to be going for someone ranged, right? On the TNC side to try and get these eggs, because...
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Drow Ranger right now. I think that makes the most sense, but Fnatic has 2 bans. See what they think is best for TNC. This DP Phoenix Terrorblade draft is very scary. We have said it many times in the past. Death Prophet Terrorblade combo is almost unbeatable in team fights. Like, you can't fight into Exorcism and Metamorphosis in mid game. It's just too much damage. It's not possible to fight into. If Phoenix Egg on top of that, no chance.
Fnatic don't want that Arc Warden to come out. They don't want to go to that extreme late game. But I'm curious for the Drow Ranger into Death Prophet matchup for late game, like around team fighting. How did they sort of go against each other?
It's pretty decent. It's not the best, because now Death Prophet can build into like Blink, even overwhelming Blink, you can get on top of him. But in this mid game, it's very hard for DP to play against Raw Ranger.
As for TNC, I feel like they are going to be forced into a carry that's just not like it's similar. It kind of reminds me of Game 2, where it feels like, draft wise, Fnatic seem to have a slight edge, but TNC just find ways to play their draft so well. I feel like they may just have to say, we can't get an egg hitter. Let's just, if they use Supernova, we just disengage. These 3 ultimates: Exorcism, Supernova, Metamorphosis. Run the hell away and then fight them when they're down. That to me is TNC's best option.
This series as well, they've been showing a lot more of that restraint to be able to make the calls of when they don't want to engage, when they don't want to keep pushing, when they think they might be overextending. they've shown it in these 2 games. So I think that is going to be the way that they end up going. It's something that's been working for them. It's won them the first 2 games. They know they have that communication in the team. But you're not going to see the Draw Ranger get picked.
Yeah, unfortunately, all the heroes I like are getting banned out. What a shame. I just hope we don't see a Wraith King. I feel like if they pick Wraith King, this game is just almost auto loss on draft.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people have been falling back to.
They want to play something fast-paced that can punish these long cooldowns, I feel. Also, like as we saw last game, something that ideally takes Roche. Like, I wouldn't mind just like an Ursa again.
Look, GoDz. You say disengage, I say Naga Siren. We're on the same page here.
Yeah. It's not like a go-to for Gabby, but it's doable.
Yeah, potentially. Okay, what other heroes does he really like, though? I think the Drow's out. Juggernaut potentially matches up terribly against DP and TB, though. What else is there? Morphling?
5 seconds remaining.
Could work, but against the Lion Phoenix?
How much of TNC's draft right now is really Roche orientated, right? Because maybe that's just not what they're going to go for this
Like
game.
0?
Yeah, but maybe they are going to be focusing
no Roche at all.
on that team fight, the disengage aspect a lot more.
So, Black, by the way, the last time Gabby played Naga Siren was 12 months ago.
Okay. Probably not going to be seeing it then, especially not against the Pangolier.
Yeah.
Ui. This looks like a very solid draft. What do you got, TNC? I feel like you gotta go something like a Morphling. There's something that can snowball really hard and carry you.
I like more for Ursa. I think those are the 2 that stand out to me most. But it's just a tough
pretty
draft.
Scary against these heroes.
We've seen Morphling before.
Yeah, many times actually. Hasn't been popular in this qualifier, but historically a very good qualifier hero. What about Medusa? No. Nah. Too slow. Could work though. Would give a lot of team fight.
Yep.
And you have Shaman to push towers. Maybe.
TNC are definitely pushing the timer for this choice. They are going to go that
Good
far.
call, Black. Good call. They just had nothing better. It's not a hero that has been a go-to, but at the same time, Gabby did make PA work, so he's going to try to do the same for the Morphling here. Yep. And lane-wise, I do like this a lot against the Pengo.
It's good, for sure. But both games, we've seen this last pick not be like the best optimal hero they could have had. It's already countered by the Lion, and the matchup generally is not easy. But they made it work last game, and Gabby is obviously a very confident player. You can see it in his playstyle. And Morphling is a hero that, if he gets off to a good start, he can just snowball these games completely out of control.
Which team do you favor than Black? And that's not just draft based, but I guess having that knowledge of how they've been playing in this series so far too.
I gotta go with Fnatic again this game. I think their draft is just a little bit too solid. It's all on Gabby, really. Which can he do it a second time in a row? That's my question.
Well, what do you think, guys? Do you think it's possible for him to pull it through a second time in a row?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think what we've seen from Fnatic is they're just not playing their A game here. The pressure of maybe getting a TI seems to be affecting them. Similar to Black, favor Fnatic's draft, but unlike him, I think TNC, it feels like there's this magic about them where they're just making these drafts work, and Fnatic just is not playing with the same amount of confidence as they have in the past.
Yeah, they seem to have almost more pocket picks, things that Fnatic aren't expecting, things that they think they should be able to beat them on. They have the confidence in the early game of having that knowledge. Then when they transition to this middle game, I don't know, it just feels like TNC almost have more direction. They know how to play what they've picked. I think I am going to side with Fnatic here, though. It does look kind of difficult to come up against. So that's where I'm going to be putting my prediction. But I'm very excited to jump in to game number 3 of the grand final. Take it away, guys.
Game 3, back against the wall. Fnatic, can they do it? These are players, a few of whom have had a long, storied, historied career. The likes of DJ as well as Jabs, Raven as well. These guys have played at numerous TIs, had quite a bit of success at TI as well, but they are facing elimination here, Black.
Yep, on the verge. Not where I thought they would be after yesterday, where they gave TNC a lot of problems. But today TNC just seems to be you know, on a different sort of level. Like they had a better breakfast maybe or lunch, not sure. The series against Boom was more than a good warm-up. It was a very close series, so maybe that's helping them a little bit because they came in already warmed up.
เป็น
But
เกมที่ดี
yeah, they're making it work. A little bit scared for them this time around with the draft, but I was the same as the last game, so see if they make it work
30
again.
seconds to battle.
I am enjoying the two teams having a little banter back and forth about the tipping
Yeah.
and not bullying each other. Obviously, good friends and also rivals as soon as they're in game, but friends outside of the game. So
Yeah, I mean, even last game we saw some all chatting when the Centaur stormed, right? They were in happy spirits, all of them. I'm sure TNC was a little bit mad about it, but they could still joke about it.
exactly. And still the tips going out. Raven getting a few himself. Jabs was the one asking them to, you know, stop tipping him. But nothing too crazy coming out to start this game off. It will be Lion in the 4th position role, Phoenix in the 5. That's something, you know, I guess there is sometimes some switch arounds with the Lion and even the Phoenix, but
Yep.
here we go.
It's gonna be a very different game than we've seen before. Like the playmaking is not very obvious for TNC. That they gotta preemptively split and then run him with like a Brewmaster, try to cyclone someone, get a stun off until this Shadow Shaman gets a blink, which should be at like 15 minutes or so. It's gonna be difficult to play the map for TNC until then.
And Shaman, we haven't seen this here at all. Coming kind of out of nowhere. What can we expect from Shaman?
I mean, they just picked it as a Lion replacement, right? I'm sure if there was Lion, I would have picked that instead. But they just had a severe lack of Disable. And that's pretty much the best option you can go to. Like, if you look at the POS4 hero pool, there's really nothing better than Lion and Shaman when it comes to just disabling heroes and enabling your own heroes to deal damage to them.
The hero that used to be the go-to, maybe like more the Earth Spirit, has kind of fallen to the wayside. Not the go-to for anymore. Otherwise, you know, Tim's an Earth Spirit specialist. He'd be loving that hero, but you need these ranged supports.
Yeah, mid lane this time around. No, not reverse roles. Armel was last game too, right? No, Armel was the DP. What am I
They swapped mid heroes. So last time this mid matchup was pretty even overall. So far, Armel having a bit of a sizable edge.
Yeah,
At least
only
for the
missed
first
2
couple
CS
of
so
minutes.
far.
Yeah, and good 4 denies up to his hands as well. So good start for the Leshrac. Armel, you know, perhaps punishing the newly returned mid laner. Chuan obviously initially a mid laner when it was on Esther, coming back from the off lane, a little bit maybe inexperienced when it comes to the mid lane as of late. And bottom lane, a lot of harass coming down. Fnatic were the ones playing aggressive, but they just they get zapped back.
Yeah, the Cinder Brew plus Clap plus the Shaman Shock is a lot of single target damage, which Terrorblade is very afraid of in the laning phase. He's sitting at 300 health right now, has to be careful. They're out of regen down here. But both couriers are coming with more regen. They should be fine.
Cinder Brew slow. Gets the ignite on him as well. Tims gets stove on. DJ's going for the kill. The Fire Spirits come back up now. Just as he dives in. So DJ timed this one for this aggression. Has he got the damage to follow this up? 1 or 2 more right clicks. Doesn't get it though. He threw the Fire Spirits at Bok as well, which meant he didn't have a third one to throw.
Yeah, my level 1 Fire Spirits really just don't deal any damage. They slow your attack speed by a ton. But yeah, the damage just comes in from like level 3 onwards. What is Morphling doing? Decently, but so is Death. Like this Pangolier is really the big question mark here. It's always, this hero is very hit or miss, right? Like either you're owning a game or you're not having very much impact at all. And it doesn't really strike me as a Death hero. Like I haven't seen him play it a whole lot.
Yeah, not. I mean, speaking of Polno, obviously knows him well. His fellow Singaporean. Did not really mention his Pango too much. Yeah, yeah. Let me get you all the info. No.
Hey, Pongo! Death, Pangolier, how?
Something smart to say that I can steal. I was messaging him before the series. I was like, all right, I need to sound smart when I'm casting. What have you got?
His middle tower is under attack.
But all he got. What he did tell me was last time Death played TI qualifiers with him, they got last place. That's what I got.
Oh, that is a great information.
Yep. He was like, yeah, we played TI quals from Resurgence, got last place. Hopefully he does better here. Well, I mean, he already has done better here.
I saw that qualifier was a rough ride for them. Yeah. It was a Singapore-only team, which is can't work. Don't have enough players over there.
I know that feeling as an Australian. It's like we got a couple good players, but we definitely don't have 5.
Yeah. But the ones you do have, they're very successful.
Yeah. This will be one of the first years in a while without an Australian at TI, unfortunately, with Anna's retirement and KP not making it. So, sad days for Aussie Dota.
Okay, there's always the next year. That's what I keep telling myself.
As you cast Dota. Here we go. Bottom lane, Tim's in trouble. The Fire Spirits this time around, level 2. They're going to go down, and yeah, mid lane, a very deep bit of pressure coming out from Chuan on the Death Prophet playing behind the tower. Armel, so he gets that level 6, has to maybe be a bit careful here.
Yeah, and we can also see why Shaman is not really picked a whole lot.
Oh, it's for the bottle refill?
He didn't get it, I think. No, he didn't get it. Armel put it too late.
Oh. And he took a lot of damage from another Crypt Storm as well. And he's got a Bounty Rune on the Death Prophet to fall back to, so yeah, he's going to go back to base. Death Prophet doesn't have to go for the rune yet, it's just going to pop a Clarity.
This is really bad news. Like, Terrorblade is generally a hero you want to hold lane.
Going in on Morph.
Gabby. How did he die? They got Hex?
Earthspike into Swashbuckle. And yeah, the Hex. They just chain stunned him from the trees, and Death just jumped in with the Swashbuckle. The over-corrosion timing, maybe catching him by surprise, I don't know.
Potentially, but look at the GoDz, it's already 2k. They're winning all 3 lanes right now. Like, Terrorblade is a hero, you want to beat a lane, he has to go jungle, right? But if he wins lane, it's just a snowball hero that farms faster than almost anybody in the game. And he's having a good old time. All 3 of them are.
Is this supposed to happen? Is this why no one picked Shaman because his hero's kind of weak? Or it's not like they're playing
terrible laner. I mean, he has a good base damage, it's just his mobility is so limited. And after the Ether Shock, what does he have? Like, Phoenix just out-trades him. He can't move. And it's just
Phoenix has mobility, so Phoenix can get on top of you with the dive. And we saw even from the start, TB was spamming level 1 Reflection for Harass, so just doing everything they can to bully him.
TB is not the same old weak laner anymore with this Reflection buff he received. It's actually a decent spell. It deals 100 damage every time you use it. Good movement slow for your support to hit him even more. It's a strong hero now. That's why it's picked so much.
Yeah. Alright, well, this is the start Fnatic were hoping for. They had it at least somewhat in game 2. I feel like this is an even bigger laning victory for them, so we'll see if there's going to be any kind of a response. As bottom lane, they're going to force the Phoenix to dive away. The chase is on Tim's, trying to bring him down. It's going to be Boomy elsewhere dying as Tim's gets back to the trees. That was another kill top for Fnatic.
Yeah, and Morphling already relegated to the jungle.
And
not a good feeling. That's why you want to have Terrorblade, not Morphling.
Yeah. Every time Morph is bigger, you also have, I feel like, have to look a bit at the ulti combos. Like, is there somebody he can kind of turn into that's going to have a big impact? There is, the Metamorphosis is the big one this game. Is there anything else that stands out for you?
Potentially the Lion. Like, if you get a good Impale Hex on like a DP or something, it'd be pretty impactful. But you also have to be careful, of course, if you turn into the Lion, he's right next to you, then you don't get Hexed and Impaled. Good rotation from Armel. They needed something. Gotta open the map up. Farming the stack as well. It's a big stack.
Yeah, I imagine that's why the call was like, come for this kill. Even if he dives and gets away, you can take a stack and push this tower. So, a good move regardless. Fnatic make a similar one up top. They rotate with the Exorcism. Will take a tier 1 tower of their own. And Exorcism is still running. They're going to TP mid and pressure this mid tier 1. They probably don't get this tower, but they can get some good damage in.
They have meta as well.
Maybe they do get this tower. We'll see. TNC are going to have to come and defend this. They popped the glyph already. Can they get in here in time? Fine, get the double damage rune. Yeah, they want to fight this one, it looks like. Fine does not want to overstay. Oh, ooh, very close for a Hex there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's struggling quite a bit on Tim's, who we said is going to be the only source of initiation.
That Swashbuckle is just half of Morph's health when he's on low.
He has a Javelin, right? Yeah.
Yeah. He got it out just now in his courier. Yeah. Did lose his courier, not a big deal though. As Fnatic will see the gold lead reduce. The Leshrac farming that stack and getting the bottom tower does put Armel actually on top again. So TNC doing a good job.
DJ here could be a big one as well, but they have a ward, he's sitting right on top of it. Not happening. Unless Armel can hit a split earth? No.
DJ just min-maxing, getting as much farm and XP as he can, even with the knowledge that those heroes are there. It's like Tim's just going to Sentry. I think Tim's realizes, like, yeah, he's kind of playing like he doesn't see us, but he's also playing like he does see us, so.
Yeah. An experienced support player will see that in a matter of seconds. Yeah, Armel still keeping the top of the network for now. It's a little bit scary to fight into these heroes, though. We said many times how strong DP and TB are against Leshrac, because you gotta run in close and personal. That's where they want you to be in order to beat you up.
It's higher Radiant teamfight. It's like 4 big kind of wombo combo ultimates. Well, maybe less so the Metamorphosis, and then even Lion offering a lot of disables, but yeah. Respect the teamfight.
Yeah, and Def just making the top lane his new home. Well, still home, I guess. Not really new home. He almost has a Maelstrom. He's very farmed on the Pangolier.
I like how he played this game.
Terrorblade.
Yeah, just taking this top lane. If the TB needed this top lane, he should give it up. If, like, I imagine he would have left if Raven was having a bad game, but Raven's just been free farming down bottom as well as at the Ancient Triangle, so he'll give up the lane now to TB, but getting all this farm is going to allow him to have a really nice game.
Yeah, and we have yet to see a brew split. He's headed for a good 3 minutes, but no chance to use it just yet.
Maybe the top gets waveformed on, but there's no real follow-up.
Yep, and Exorcism popped in the mid lane. What's the defense they can mount?
Primal Split is the big one that probably has to be committed if they want to defend this one. Chuan just throws out a casual silence to kind of deter them. TNC.
Finger?
Find their Brewmaster in trouble. The Finger blows him up before it can ultimate, and they've got the Rolling Thunder follow-up. They're going to catch Tim's now as well on the Shaman. He Death kind of traps himself a little bit, unfortunately. Doesn't get the stun he was hoping for, and that puts Chuan in a bit of trouble on the Death Prop, and he needs to start healing up.
Lashrock damage though.
Exorcism heal coming in, but it's going to be too late.
He hasted Lashrock, doing so much work.
Oh,
he has Phoenix Egg.
And he gets down to the low ground. He gets out of there, dodges the Split Earth. Unfortunately for Death, he just didn't get the bounces he was hoping for. Shaman kind of positioned near the wall meant that he could avoid the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Raven getting very low at the Ancients. Be careful. But you're a Terrorblade, so who cares?
He's got Possessed Mask. Oh,
just Sunder me, alright. DJ team player?
Nope. Raven's a
How is
camper.
Gabby looking? He's actually ahead of Terrorblade in farm after this pretty bad laning phase. And yeah, gold lead back to pretty much 0.
Wondering how that fight started. I'm surprised TNC won it.
Yeah, Hasted Lashrock is really strong though. Like, it's probably the best rune he can have.
They just take a mid-tier 1 tower. This level 4 Edict with the Abaddon backing up Armel. He's able just to run in. Yep. Death is the target. He's got a Rolling Thunder, but I don't imagine he wants to commit. He's just going to swashbuckle away. Sure about this split here. TNC perhaps crossing wires a bit.
And it's fine. They get the tower, they disengage, but that should also mean that the Radiant can get the mid-tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, they're probably hoping not to have to commit the Exorcism. It's already low. Midas up on the Brewmaster, so going for the Midas before the Ags is... We'll see what Fnatic's play is going to be with the Brew split down.
Yeah. Now a 1k lead of Fnatic. They basically made up 3k gold in 4 minutes. Very efficient map movement. And Lion is farming his blink.
On the high ground, Lion going to run into him. A backup in the Death Prophet nearby, but the Lion is going to get split. There's the Silent, or the Hexor only coming out into 1. The Revenge kill should be there. Support for support. Lion for Lion in a sense.
Did force some rotations though to a lane where you don't really want to be at this point.
But this mid tower is still standing.
Yeah, I'm surprised. They're gonna split. Like, now should be the time to strike. And Raven says, yep, it is.
Alright.
Should be pretty easy with this Metamorphosis. They do have Glyph though.
I mean, they can hold on to the Exorcism for now, it seems. And they're not even rotating in the Death Prophet. They will glyph it to delay things and look for a deny, it seems. Can Boomy time this? He's pump faking, and they get it with the brew. Okay. Raven tried to time it, but too many TNC heroes going for the deny.
Yeah.
And Morph is out farming the TP now, by the way. Morph is,
yeah, he is
having a great game.
I mean, look at Lash though, 2k ahead of the enemy's Death Prophet. He's getting everything he wants.
Yeah, what
He might be setting up for DP down there with his Jewel Scepter.
The Prophet winning one more last creep. We'll get out of there, it looks like, safely. Unless you'll just come in to farm the wave. So, neither team looking to make a play right now.
Yep.
Does feel like Fnatic, who had that 2k gold lead coming out of the lanes, have not exactly found a way to capitalize on it. And if anything, it's the opposite. DJ could be in some trouble in the Phoenix. Runs into a Hex and actually gets the dive away. He's still alive for now. And
Tim's need other. He needs other heroes to play with him. It's like not the Abaddon Shaman that you're scared of, right? Like it's not really a killer combo. Like he needs to Lash with him or Morph, maybe even the Brewmaster. But yeah, very close there for DJ. And he's just gonna stay there with his Tranquil Boots.
I think the low levels in Hex as well as Shackles means the disables aren't really kicking in yet for the Shaman. He's going to need more levels first.
It's a very different skill build than we usually see from when China picked it up a lot. They went like 1-2 levels max in the Shock and just maxed Hex and Shackle.
Wow, they commit the Exorcism and they actually managed to bring him down. They throw everything. Finger of Death, all the disables, and an Exorcism. They kill the
There was a line without Blink, and he did not morph up. That means he must have gotten surprised by a silence or so. Because I imagine if he morphs up there, there's a decent chance he might live.
Not a bad place to commit an Exorcism as well, because the tier 1 tower is there for them if they want to go for that. It looks like they might trade.
Exo is gone already, though.
Yeah. And they
Lesh is so much
Fnatic
faster
wants
than
to
DP.
defend. Yeah. I don't know if Lesh is expecting this one. Tim's is in the trees. He gets the Hex out first on the line. They both get the Hex out. And Xuan comes running in. The Aphotic Shield helping keep Armel alive. He's going to have to run away from... Yeah, Meta TB. You got to maybe run away from him. But Xuan's got nothing on the Death Prophet. He's going to find the Brewmaster split running at him. And Xuan in trouble. The Yule Scepter being used to dodge the Boulder Toss. That may just save Xuan's life. And now with the Rolling Thunder coming to play, Death is zoning these heroes away. But he's only got the Shadow Shaman. He needs to maybe address Armel. He gets the kill on the Shaman. Can they stop Armel from getting these kills? Xuan has just juked him in the trees. This Death Prophet coming up big.
Raven is dealing way too much damage. They need to disengage.
Yeah, Adden gets
he juked
well
him while Raven was just putting in the pain.
Oh. Yeah, Lesh was hunting so hard for this Death Prophet. Xuan, without an Exorcism, without any mana, just baited them in.
Yep, stayed alive forever. I mean, he's still alive even. Did not even fall, and they did not get the tower. And it's a Brew Spirit committed. Sure, Meta is also down, but TNC was definitely looking for more there. Still holding the gold lead though. Like, you don't expect Terrorblade to ever be ahead in net worth against the Morphling. I mean, vice versa. Morphling to be ahead against Terrorblade. He should be farming much faster.
Yeah, Fnatic going for maybe some of these kind of team plays where they try and force these towers and they haven't been able to win the fights as successfully as TNC have until that one up top. That pulled them ahead a little, well, didn't pull them ahead in terms of goal, but at least in terms of the kills. And Raven now going to go back to focus on his own farm with some Ancient stacks, but feels like whenever we've been looking, it's, yeah, TNC, they're the ones farming stacks, and now they're the ones in the Roshan pit. DJ scouted by this Observer Ward. Boomy planted it while smoked, so they're not going to know maybe what's going on. A TB Illusion could go in and scout this one, but I don't think they realize. They're just sneaking this.
Yeah, they don't have the best Roche lineup either. But now the Illusions are kind of running their way. No?
They're killing it slowly, but it's not being scouted. DJ could use the Fire Spirits here.
They're not... Nah, they're just not aware at all. Leshrac played it very smart too. He looked like he was just taking the rune and disengaging.
They're showing the Brewmaster top, they're showing Leshrac mid. It's same as last game. TNC, I mean, we mentioned how some of these SEA teams at times have been playing a little bit maybe cautiously and scared. TNC, 2 games in a row, sneak a Roshan. That's not playing cautiously or scared. That's making bold decisions that you think can win you the game, and it did last game, and it put TNC in a great position this game.
Yeah, this Morphing with Aegis could be the decider in the next team fight. What are we looking at for item progression? Terrorblade just finishes Manta.
Fnatic is smoked up into the enemy side of the map. It's an Abaddon tanking it though. He's got the borrowed time, so if anything, TNC's like, alright, let's fight them.
Another haste rune. Barely missed out.
That's away, still has the Yule Scepter. Who's he going to look to go on? They initiate in with the Phoenix. Rolling Thunder to follow up from Death, but there is going to be They're using the abandon. They'll cut their losses on TNC to stop the borrowed time. Just a support kill and several ultimates committed.
Yeah, not a fight they were looking for at all. Good reveal from the smoke though, by Abaddon there. Yeah, not too many strong items coming out. DP prioritizing his own game a little more, going into the travels rather than a fast BKB or Kaya Sanj. Leshrac is very strong. Oh, you said that?
Oh, Tron got his off first. Leshrac didn't get the Yules into the stun. Now they're going to follow up with an Earth Spike. Jabs went blinking in for this one. Has the Finger of Death. Is the damage going to be there? They got the Supernova on top of Armel. Armel trying to take his way through this, but even with the hood, it's not enough. Jabs will pay the price. The Brewmaster split being used to make sure they get the Lion, but the chase is on. They want Bok. His Earth Panda is on the run. I believe he has no Blink Dagger, so yeah, he's got no way out without a Blink Dagger. He's going to go for the TP, but wishful thinking.
Yeah. No chance he makes it out of there. How close is his... Oh, he's only 50 gold away to his Aghanim Scepter. On the Brewmaster, that means next teamfight there's going to be 2 splits. Which is going to be very, very troublesome.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, you can't really make these plays without Abaddon. Like, he needs to be behind the Leshrac. If he's there, he's going to survive a whole lot longer.
Even the Aegis Morph was off farming. Like, they're trying to get this more V-Blade up, so... Well, Gabby's fault he necessarily wasn't there. It's just the team who were not all on the same page.
Yeah. E-Blade is done in 1,000. And we still got about 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. So he'll have like a decent timing. Not the longest, but a timing nonetheless.
Tim's down bottom. They're looking for him. They get the sound. Jabs guesses wrong. He's like, he's in the trees, but he just guessed the wrong tree cluster. And now they're looking to turn this one around. Fnatic, oh, he missed the Split Earth. Khan again just juking these TNC spells. Jabs will get the blink out as well. Oh, they're breaking ankles out here, Black.
Yeah. I'm not sure why Armel went for the stun before Yules. There was no reason to, really. Probably thought he would get him, but... Yeah, gotta play it a little bit more safe, because like you didn't need the Yules defensively there at all, since there weren't any enemy heroes around. But they will still get the tier 2 tower bottom. Are they trading for top though? Shaman cancels TP.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, I thought they were gonna go for the defense. Instead, they're gonna just back off, take the outpost. Fnatic were a little scared that TNC were gonna come and defend this one, but now maybe realizing that's not the case. They'll clear out the creeps and hope that maybe the Radiant Creep Wave can finish off the tier 2 tower. Looks like
gonna be enough.
They'll get it down to 9 range at least. Maybe, yeah, if a TB illusion or something was up there, they would have had it, but they can clear another Creep Wave and slowly get it.
Yeah. It's not like super important. The outposts don't give that much experience anymore as they used to.
Maybe for Roshan, having the outpost TP2 can matter, but
yeah. No Roshan yet.
Something you have to worry about.
50 seconds left on the Aegis. E-Blade is up. They don't want to force anything with this.
I think we may see Fnatic go for... Well, I guess they're waiting on this Skadi, because often you see these teams smoke up when Aegis is expiring. But they are constantly being scouted out. This dire ward, they just smoked under it. TNC, they know this is coming. The question is, do they try and bait this and take a fight? Looks like they're at least considering that. Boomy on the high ground. The selfless support trying to tank this smoke gang.
Gabby is TPing there too. They definitely want to fight this.
Meanwhile,
Shaman has the best initiation.
Shaman may just drop wards down bottom.
Yeah, one more creep until level 12.
Ether shocks, and there's a TP. Oh, he may get caught. He doesn't have a blink dagger himself. He's in the trees. Jabs has a hex. He just... Oh, he got him! Oh, the last 0.1 second. He'll get the finger stack as well.
TP would have lived.
It's level 4 hex.
Maybe they can get...
Here comes...
Oh, Lion is out of position. He has
better
no
Lion than Death Prophet. Jab's trying to get his mana back. Will... uses the Shadow Amulet. That may save his life if they got detection. Split Earth with the Leshrac AoE damage should be enough. They could have thrown the Brewmaster split as well, but the Rolling Thunder comes through, pummeling this Leshrac, getting the backlines as well. The Abaddon going to get hit by this one as well. The shotgun takes out the Death Prophet. The fall damage from Raven's there, but the defensive Yules from the Lesh going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but the Sunray will finish him off. What a Rolling Thunder from Death! Absolutely wrecking the backlines. Will take out the Abaddon, but they still maybe don't have the best answer for Gabby, who's going to be forced back because of the TB. Instead, it's DJ on the Phoenix being chased down. This Brewmaster split with the Axe timing, causing a lot of problems here as TB tries to finish off the split. Won't be successful. Nothing to cancel the TP out. Whew. A bloodbath in this middle lane. It was kind of a 3-for-3 in the end, since Shaman, I guess, died before the fight, but both teams using all their big ultis.
Yeah, and Roshan responds in potentially 1.5 minutes. You just see this Terrorblade. He's untouched every fight. Like, they're just trying to ignore him, but he's outputting so much damage. And his Pangolier, they don't have an answer for him either. Like, they can't really stop the roll at all.
And it's great because he's stunning everyone. So he stuns up the Leshrac and then he also hits the Abaddon. So those shields and miscores are not saving people like you'd perhaps want them to be.
Yeah, they definitely need BKBs to answer this Pangolier here. Are they building into them? Yeah, Morph is, Lesh is, and Brewmaster is going straight A on this. I like that quite a bit. You just need to get off your splits.
You mentioned the TB kind of being ignored and putting out all the damage. What did you see from Morphling that fight? Like, as far as we haven't seen much Morphling this tournament, is this looking like a game where Gabby's going to be able to carry things?
I mean, the way he played it was really good. He turned into the Lion, killed the Lion, of course, and then he hexed the DP so he can't dual dodge his shotgun combo, killed the DP. He did all the right things there. Just didn't end up being enough to win the team fight, but I mean, he definitely knows what he's doing. Is he level 30 on Morphling? That's a pretty sick symbol.
I
think it's level 30.
That's the level 30.
Are scanning.
Yeah, I think that's level 30.
I mean, you could definitely tell. Like, the way he's using his spells. Yeah, he instantly morphed back before he got stunned. Then morphed up strength. He knows pretty much everything about this hero. In and out.
Yeah. That's a lot of games played.
Yeah.
Gabby.
I wonder how many games it is, actually.
With a 2-0 lead, that's them saying, you know, you mentioned they didn't seem to be a better option than Morphling when we got to that last pick. And Gabby saw the same thing, so going for a comfort pick, even if it's an out-of-meta comfort pick.
Yeah.
And with the 2-0 lead, that's a good time to go for a pick like that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of players would just be like, nah, I don't want to play Morphling unless it's like a free Morphling game, you know? But Gabby is... Yeah, he doesn't seem to be caring too much. Even in game 2. It wasn't the perfect PA game, but he still made it work, no problem.
Alright. Gabby has definitely shown up these qualifiers.
Yeah, and he had to. A lot of strong competition.
Yeah.
Leshrac feeling close to his BKB.
Yeah. Is that... I mean, you mentioned the Rolling Thunder. Is that something that TNC is ready to go with? I mean, if they may have to be ready to go because Roche has respawned, so we'll see if either of these teams goes for it. Raven's in there. They may just commit an Exorcism.
Yeah.
And TNC's nowhere to be seen. Yeah, this Roche is just dead.
Yeah, no way they're fighting this. I mean, they sort of know, but it's too late already. I think Morph just wants to prioritize his own BKB. Because fighting into Rolling Thunder without BKB is so hard. Especially with this Talon on Pango. It lasts for 13 seconds. It's ridiculous.
Okay, they just give it up. Looked like they were TPing mid as if they might want to try and contest it, but that's not the case.
That's a shot on DP. I liked it quite a bit. When you get Spirit Siphon for 4 seconds, you get Feared. Can be pretty impactful against some of these heroes.
Yep. Like a more.
Also gives you one additional charge, right? Yeah, 5 charges.
So, Fnatic, not going to see them immediately look to utilize this Aegis cheese. They have to wait for the Exorcism cooldown as well as the meta. Oh, sorry, not meta. They didn't actually commit. It was just the Exorcism.
Yeah, just Exorcism. TB is ready to fight. 200 away from his BKB. And we didn't really talk much about it, but TNC was leading by like 2k before that fight. And ever since then, they made up 7k gold, basically.
Similar to last game with it going back and forth. Because this game it was Fnatic who had the lead, like 2-3k gold out of the lanes, and then TNC swung it their way, and now it's back Fnatic's way. But it doesn't feel like either team is making the same kind of maybe overly aggressive throws as we saw a bit in game number 2.
Yeah. And this game is really going to come down to who gets the better initiation. They both have instant blink hexes, Shaman and Lion. This game is just going to be purely decided on who goes first and on what target.
I hear that, and I'm hearing we're going to see some A on this. Then I already see a few queued up.
Yep.
On cores
every game.
as well. You're playing against Hex as a core, you want Aeon Disc. Pango has one, Death Prophet has one queued up. Oh. And also,
Brewmaster already has his as well.
Yeah, Brewmaster has it. So, yep, all these cores with Aeon Disc.
DJ, queued up Aeon Disc. There's definitely something that will be done to this item. I'm not quite sure what, but a little too good. And by a little, I mean a lot.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I like the concept of the item. It just seems too cheap. Like, I imagine, even make the build-up different so it costs like an extra like 1,000, 1,500 gold and gives like some different stats maybe. Like that.
I just don't like the concept of it reducing or basically removing all the damage. Like, if it reduced it by like half, I would be on board with it. But it's basically a free blink out, a free everything. It's like a mini Oracle ulti, right? Tim's. Raven has Aegis. Can they kill this guy? Well, not anymore. Morphling TP'd out already. Finished his BKB. I think he's happy to fight now. Just a question, do you want to fight into a Terrorblade Aegis? It's not an easy fight.
I mean, you mentioned these fights coming down to execution. Is there key target for either side, or like what is the execution that both teams are looking for to win these fights?
I think the best targets to kill for TNC are definitely DP and Phoenix. I think it's going to be very hard to kill Def with his Aeon Disc, so...
He's fishing, he's right next to Tims.
Ooh.
He blinked.
They're breathing each other's air.
6 feet,
like,
guys,
where's
6
that
feet.
smell coming from?
That's not socially distant. We don't like that here.
Yeah.
And Jabs walks off. That's a bit better, Jabs.
Yep, thank you for
Is under attack.
abiding the law. DP is a little bit alone up there, but Shaman is nowhere near. And he's better like this out.
Yeah.
They need Shaman to set up for these kills. Otherwise, no chance. He was trying to bottom, but Fnatic was just like, alright, we're pushing the whole lane with everybody.
They found Shaman's courier, which kind of reveals the fact of what he's doing, but they're going high ground. They say we're ready. Exorcism plus TB with an Aegis. It's time to go. They still have a couple minutes left on this Aegis, so they want this tower.
How hard did they want to commit? No meta has been committed so far.
Yeah, I'm surprised no glyph. It was used some time ago, so TNC have to find a way to defend this one. Gabby in the trees trying to find an E-Blade target. There is an Aeon Disc on Pangolier though, so Death can't really be blown up there. It looks like Fnatic just going to disengage. And with 6, it's an Arcane Rune Death Prophet. That's why they threw this Exorcism. There will still be a window. They'll still have like a minute left on this Aegis when Exorcism is back up. Maybe more like 45, 50 seconds. They want to fight while it's down. I imagine they would have seen this Arcane Rune.
Yeah,
they know this
I'm
window
sure
is
aware
small.
of it.
Well, this courier flying over, that's going to kind of reveal where TNC are. Question is, do they want to go onto from low ground to high ground? That seems incredibly risky. Bok is leading the charge.
Bok is going.
Brewmaster going to pop out of the smoke here, has the primal split. Fnatic, Death immediately throws out the Rolling Thunder. The Silence Fault is there, but Armo gets the BKB up. Death turns the Aeon Disc. Can they blow up Bok? Nope, he gets off the primal split. Armel, he's dying to the meta TB. Does TB have the damage with the Scotty? So he should be fine. The BKB going to wear off soon. He might get thrown up in the air. The Spider Legs. Armel, he gets out of there. TB can't finish him off. Raven needs a Sun to target too. He's getting a bit low here. Has got the Phoenix if he needs it. Will take out Boomy, and the Lesh did end up getting chased down. They got 3. They're looking to fall. Is Gabby in trouble on the Morph? Anything to stop his TP? No. He gets out, but they may get Bok now instead. He threw the second ultimate. Even if they don't get him, he's got no primal splits left. Looks like he will get his way out of there.
Ooh, yeah. It's just... We spoke about it during the draft. Like, fighting into these heroes is so incredibly difficult. You can't fight into Supernova and Metamorphosis. There wasn't even Exorcism.
They just glyphed, and now they have Exorcism. There's no glyph for this one. This is going to be a lane of racks, it feels like. Yeah. 35 actually, seconds without the ledge rack.
TB Ilo is pushing the mid tower, and they're just going to go middle right after this, I feel like.
Keep in from Abaddon, but there we go. They'll get the full bottom lane. What's the call? Do they want to push their luck? I feel like they're having some slight flashbacks from last game, like, what happened last game when we went for a second lane? But no, it's fine. Oh, wait, no, it's not. They're thinking twice about this one. And they'll play it safe. I don't mind this Black. Like, I think they, like you say, they probably could have, but Aegis was expiring, no Metamorphosis, and last game things went pretty south for them when they went for that second lane.
Yeah, just wait for your cooldowns. You are super far ahead. There's no reason to risk anything. If anything, TNC has to be the one making a risky play. But just prepare for that. Exorcism 90 seconds. Meta is going to be up by that time as well. Like the overwhelming amount of team fight on the Radiant side is just too much to deal with for the Dire. There's just nothing they can do, really.
And that's what we kind of, highlighted in the draft when we saw some of these heroes. We're just like, there's definitely some question marks about how TNC win a team fight. We haven't even really seen Supernova come into play because these team fights just end so quick. Ooh, that's how you win a team fight. You blow her up with an E-Blade. DP goes down, dead for 75. Gabby's stuck in the woods, but we'll have a wave for him, so he's fine.
Gabby's like, I don't want to leave.
Like Shaman should be able to deny the wards from full health.
Yeah, or make one go into the ground so you can walk through and then back up again.
There you go. Shaman definitely needs something. I feel like this hero has not been changed ever, really.
Yeah.
The last change I remember this hero had was when Aethershock used to be single target, right? Like way back when? Like Dota 1 days, maybe?
Yeah. And the constant buff to his base damage.
That's not a change to the hero. I mean, like, I'm talking like,
Nah.
you know,
Oh, you mean like a fundamental change?
Yeah. Like a new spell.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
even his act is one of the, to me, like just most boring acts in the game. Here we go, Blink in bottom. They have the Finger of Death. They want to blow up this Slash Strike, stop him getting the BKB off. But he does get it out of the Yules with the right-click damages there. Raven blows him up. They're doing this without the Death Prophet. They're just catching TNC by surprise. The Abaddon's trying to come in to save the day, but it's too late with the Lesh already dead. Raven BKB TP's out. And they just killed Lesh without Death Prophet. That was ballsy from Fnatic.
In the enemy base as well. Yeah, it's not something you see every day, but they get out without losing anybody also.
Yeah.
So both mid laners going down in the end. And now DP. Arcane run again.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. For Fnatic at least.
Beautiful. Go my...
I don't think it's beautiful. The Death Prophet does. I'm not trying to be unbiased here.
Yeah, of course, of course. We all know.
But there's a DD outside the Roche pit. It's like, oh yeah. So that person's happy, but...
Beautiful.
Not me. Not me personally.
Of course. You would never be happy. You're very unbiased.
At least
you don't want TNC to win
without
because
Aussies
of the compendium.
Actually, I'm biased, Black. I predicted TNC. I got to be able to brag that I predicted the right team.
Yeah.
No. That's
the bragging rights are always there.
What do we got? DJ has a ward. He's going to throw the sentry out first. Check that there's nothing on the high ground.
Interesting that he did that. Because he has a gem.
They could have just, I guess, dropped the gem on the ground for that flying vision, right?
Yeah. But of course, he's getting a bit older, so...
Fingers aren't what they used to be.
Yeah.
He's the guy that's been on this Fnatic team the longest. Since maybe like what, 2016, 2007, maybe 2007, longer I want to say, like 3 or 4 years, right? Or not?
Did he ever leave since he joined first?
Oh, maybe he took a break or something. That's a good question. Not up to date on my DJ history. Yep. He gets the more strength off, and it feels like Death is just poking and prodding, fading out some spells.
Yeah, I mean, Rolling Thunder is such low cooldown. It doesn't really matter.
It's going to look like a kind of nothing ultimate, but the one thing is Roche could have been coming up, but he's got a minute before they have to worry about Roche. And of course, Rolling Thunder for a potential Roche fight is always going to be huge.
Yeah, one of the scariest abilities in the entire game. I'm just trying to see what like the game-breaking power spike could be for Morphling. He's got a Skadi now. It just doesn't feel like he can combat the Terrorblade at all during this like supernova exorcism flying around. There's just too much stuff going on that Morphling can't really focus anyone.
The Daedalus TB, his damage output is getting out of control. Doesn't have the Satanic here. That's kind of more the defensive item, and he doesn't feel like he's ever needed this defensive item. He's yet to die and never really feels like he's in any danger of dying.
1.1 second Crypt Swarm cooldown.
Watching that, I'm like, what's going on here? Does he have a refresher? Like, I was like, this is nuts. Both teams,
the talent is pretty insane.
Yeah. Both teams hovering around this Roshan pit. The TB Illusion gets to scout it, whereas TNC have a bit of a trickier time scouting Roche.
They could be doing Roche soon because somebody has to go bottom and defend that lane. Courtesy of the Rex push, of course.
And Fnatic see that, which is perhaps why they smoke now. They're looking for that jump. If they see this Leshrac bottom, There is an outpost for Lesh to TP to, but they're just going to look to probably take this with Exorcism. Maybe they want to hold on to these ultimates. They're probably saving it for a fight. Bok throws out the Cinder Brew. This
He has
Roche
to be
is
fast,
flying
though. He's
fast.
to be decisive.
Yep. Going in, he gets silenced though. He has got Neon Disc. They may just going to ignore him while they finish off the Roche. Nope, they want Bok, but he does get up the split. Neon Disc saving the day for now. The Morphling gets blown up and that buyback. Oh no! TB gets hexed up, but this TB is a tanky fella. You're not bringing him down, and he's just going to focus the Roche. Needs to maybe deal with these Serpent Wards. You don't want to see Roshan get denied or stolen or an Aegis denied or whatever it may be. So yeah, clear the Serpent Wards, then finish the Roche. And TNC, they're just getting the hell out of there. We're starting to see why Morphling is perhaps not picked so much, it feels like, Black. This was a free farm Morphling, but it's not doing much against the 5-man teamfight lineup.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about. Picking Morph into line can easily end up like this, because Morph always wants to wave in and shotgun someone, which means you're in prime position to get hexed by the line. That's what happened. Couldn't get off his BKB. And yeah, this game seems all but over. 30 seconds. No Exorcism, though. So I guess there's some hope to defend the last lane, at least.
Yeah, Fnatic feeling like it's in a pretty good place. They're tipping their buddy Raven. He's the guy that TNC were tipping. The former TNC carry player, played with them through numerous TIs, is looking to get one back on his former teammates here. They are down 2-0, so this is just the first step of several for Fnatic if they want to make their way to the International, but first have to get this one game.
Yeah, but it's about time, though. Like, after these 2 defeats, they really need this win to boost morale as well.
Yeah. I don't feel like it's going to demoralize TNC. I think draft-wise, TNC probably going to look at this and be like, yeah, we made some mistakes. Play-wise, you know, it wasn't our best game, wasn't our worst, but like you say, morale-wise, this will definitely boost Fnatic up.
Yeah, but if you just look at the chess game of draft, last game, TNC also lost that. They outplayed, but they can't be happy with the draft they've had.
TNC trying to perhaps make something happen. They get the Hex out onto the Terrorblade. Maybe not the best target if they can't burst him down. Doesn't look like they've got the damage. The Rolling Thunder coming through, which is going to stun up Tim's on the Shadow Shaman. He's the one that was trying to lock down the TB, but they just had no damage at all. Shaman dead. Gabby getting stunned up. Death with the Rolling Thunder. This Tango is just wreaking havoc here. Gabby going to go for a roll-up play of his own, using the Morph as he turns around with an E-Blade, but that does no damage at all to Jabs. He's got the Aeon Disc to keep himself alive. Death was an Aeon Disc of his own. The Pengo still surviving his way through this one. Armel Slash doing some good pulse damage. Kill off the Phoenix. Chuan's Death Prophet has an Exorcism now, and this could spell trouble for TNC, who's now lost their Morph, and they have to fight into an Exorcism. They need to get Armel out of here. Not sure they can. They've lost the line. It looks like Armel will just barely get back to safety, so Fnatic don't perhaps get the team fight they were hoping for with the Exorcism. Don goes down, as that'll kind of even things up at 2 kills apiece, but that Exorcism was a very short-lived one.
Yeah, the fight, I think you can't really ask for anything better if you're TNC with this goal disadvantage. And any trade that you take at this point is probably good for you. But yeah, this Terrorblade is just unstoppable. And that was without Exorcism, as we said. Absolutely brutal. Terrorblade is 13k gold ahead of the Morphling.
Ooh.
Ay-ya-ya-ya-ya. Morph is itemizing into an E-Blade. A Swift Blink. The thing is, Morph is also a hero that can't build into Nullifier at all. While his entire kit is about bursting down heroes. You can't do that against Aeon. It's just not possible. We have seen there, he shotgunned the line, he was like, oh, alright, I got Aeon this. I don't care.
Things will slow down a bit now on the TNC side, but Fnatic may just be looking to go high ground again. They've got Duke to travel on Death Prophet. They're playing around this top lane here. What can they find?
It's a TB25 as well, so it's the meta attack range.
Ooh, with a Flicker on Abaddon. It's a great item. I'm surprised to see that it's on the Abaddon. It's maybe not feeling they've got a better target, and with the TB meta range, they're just going to be hitting this high ground from the low ground. Death Prophet TP's into the creeps. They force an Aeon Disc on the Brew. Now he's going to be careful when he initiates. May just have to use that Primal Split from afar. I'm not trying to clear out some illusions with the Pulse Nova Shiva's Guard. They've got the Sunray heal. Buying them some time. In the trees is the Morphling looking for a target. Raven just going to BKB. He gets the Fear out onto the Leshrac as well. And with that, Leshrac, Armel, he can't be kept alive. He just melts. TB will lose his first
Even
life
died,
though.
No meta.
Yeah, he's got
No
Nate.
BKB
He's going to be
also.
coming back without meta. There's going to be a fear. Gabby with the stolen fear, looking to take out Raven. It looks like Raven will get forced off back to safety. Yeah, Smallfling doing some work here. Armo running in as well. This Ledger doing so much damage. Raven uses the Sunder, turns this one around on the Morphling. Morphling is dead, but now there's no more Sunder, and Armel on this Lesh has to get out of there with the spider legs. He's on his own. He's got a shield to try and bail him out here, but they've lost the Shaman as well, so no more control to play around as Armel still on the run. Will finally get caught and chased down. That's 4 dead, and TNC are going to call GG. We're going to a game 4. Not so easy, say Fnatic.
Yeah, finally a sign of life. Whew. Draft again, very good. Execution this time around was also very good. There was a time in the mid game where you thought maybe TNC can do it, but the team fight is just overwhelming. Ever since TB got Skadi BKB, I think the game was just pretty much over. They could never find a good team fight. And yeah, well done Fnatic, extending it to a 4-game series at minimum.
And that's, you know, that's the free farming Gabby Morph, who's like the master tier level 30 Morph. And he's stealing every spell he can, trying to make all the plays and unable to carry that game. So probably won't see the Morphling again, I would expect. But a fantastic game 3 goes Fnatic's ways, which means this series is not over. So we're going to have to bring back a Nat as we get ourselves ready for game 4. Guys, stick with us. It's going to be fantastic.
That is exactly what we want to see from Fnatic. They came, running out of the gates there. They looked really good in the early game, and I would say didn't really falter too much in terms of closing that one out. The draft looked really good, and they executed it pretty amazingly, I have to say, which brings this series to a 2-1 to TNC. Which means that we're not over yet. We're definitely going to be going to a game number 4. That excites me so much. So, Black, do you think Fnatic played that early game as strong as you expected? Like, did it go the way that you thought it would?
Even stronger than I expected, to be honest. They won all 3 lanes pretty convincingly. Little bit of a misstep in the mid game where they lost all their lead, but the draft advantage held together and they just itemized in a way where they would win those team fights. TNC never really had a chance to pick them off. The map movement of Fnatic was superb this time around. And they finally managed to close out a game where you might think could have been a 2-1 for them at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I want to bring back the spotlight to how you said the map movement. They played a lot more, it felt, towards rush. They got a lot better rush engagement and fights. Do you think that was a key to the win there, GoDz?
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah. You GoDz, Black? Come on.
Oh, he said GoDz? I'm sorry. I'm GoDz now.
That's all right. You can, you know what? You can just
No, I am
over,
actually...
You can be all three of us.
I'm done talking. No? Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, go.
No, I was saying definitely, absolutely. I think Roshan is just so key in these close, tight matches. The further we get in the tournament, I think the other key for me was the two carry players. The heroes they're playing. I mean, Gabby doesn't play poorly or anything, but his Morphling does about half the hero damage of Raven's TB. It's just kind of the nature of the drafts and what TB can do when set up for success, and this Morphling didn't have an easy game. I feel like if you're going to pick... The only time I feel like I've seen Morph work on this patch lately is when there's like some kind of cheesy like Morph Dark Willow or something where you can turn into some hero with a really overpowered Ag Scepter.
Tell me then, GoDz.
Yeah.
How do you not answer a first 2 Terrorblade? It happens every time. Happened yesterday. Happened today again.
What should they pick though? What do you think?
Well, that's a good question. Because they actually secured it quite well with the bans afterwards. Yeah. And then the last 2 bans were also... maybe you just need to... I mean, can you ban out Terrorblade first too? Might be a consideration. Maybe pick it up yourself. It seems like a very, very strong hero right now, which no team really found answers to yet. Maybe a Tinker or Zeus or something like that?
We saw Zeus work one game. I think if they pick it themselves, then you're playing TB into PL maybe, which maybe you just have to be okay with, because usually it's you pick TB and then insta-ban PL. So if they pick it when they have the second pick of the draft, they're going to get counter-picked right away.
There probably isn't too much chance that we will see the Terrorblade again, but do you think there is a chance that we're going to see the Shaman again? I would say probably not. It looked really rough for them in that one. What alternative could they have gone in that game instead of the Shaman that you think could have worked a bit better?
Hard to
I
say.
think you just roll the dice and hope a Mirana worked there. They could have just picked a 4-position Mirana. Like it's a hero that's actually relevant, I think, and can do stuff. They lost their lane. You're against a Phoenix. It's good. Like I don't know. They picked Shaman and Morphling in this match. I like the confidence from TNC, but at the same time, next game just pull it back a bit.
Yeah, this is the problem. Fnatic ran into in game 1. They picked AA here, no stuns, so they ended up with a really weird draft. In game 2, TNC ended up winning, but they also picked... in game 3, they picked Abaddon, who has no stun. So they were like, we have no stuns at all. Shaman is the best option we have to get some stuns on the board, but it's a pretty bad hero, and this game showed perfectly why. He's just so weak early on.
I feel like the crazy ban that may come out this next game is actually Lion, because I feel like Lion is just the hero that's going to get first overall picked. It's just so good.
Yeah, I mean, the only downside to potentially banning the Lion is letting the Nyx through. But before we get into the draft and have those questions answered, we're going to head to a short break. Well, here we are at Game 4. Who would have thought after 2 really good decisive victories from TNC, Fnatic claw it back in game number 3, and we are going to be heading into draft for game number 4 really soon. But Black, what do you think the atmosphere down in Fnatic is at the moment? Because I know if I was them, I'd be absolutely ecstatic knowing that it's not over yet.
They got their hands on Terrible. They're probably like, they're there, game 5, let's go. This time around, I hope TNC knows what they're doing against it, because last game they had 0 answers. He free farmed on lane. Did he ever die in this entire game? I don't think so, right?
I don't have the answer to that one off the top of my head.
Maybe 0 deaths,
He
maybe
died
not.
with Aegis.
But he carried his team. That's all that matters. And they're giving it to him again. And Lion.
I was about to say that. They're gonna let them have the exact same 2 first picks, the Lion, the Terrorblade. I guess TNC are like, it's alright, it was only one
And now we
game.
throw to GoDz to explain their thought process.
Why
I'm
do you
not
give him the
sure.
Terrorblade?
I mean, I think this is just a better omen for Fnatic. So, I mean, the thought process for Fnatic, I can explain. It's like, we get first pick. I think TNC should have just banned Lion, because this Lion hero allows you to pick TB, and Lion is just like a very, like, it's like soft counter to TB. But the reason TNC don't first to the TB themselves is because then they're playing into Lion plus a potential counter like PL. So, I think TNC think this Phoenix plus teamfight is going to be the answer. My guess is they're going to go very heavy teamfight, unlike last game where it felt like Fnatic had both TB and better teamfight. This time around, TNC's like, we'll give them TB, but we'll make sure we have the better teamfight.
Yeah. And the lane is pretty good. Like, if it is Dragon Knight Phoenix against the Terrorblade, he should be having a lot more problems than last game.
And also, DK gives them stuns, so they've got those disables that they need to play around, which they didn't they did last game, but they had to pick a shaman. So
no need for shaman anymore. They're happy.
Yeah.
They had Shaman on the list. They crossed him out. They're like, all right, don't trial that one again.
Mushi was like, no.
Taking it off the list, never to be played again for poor TNC. But yeah, the Dragon Knight's also really good because, like you guys have said many times, it's really flexible, right? It can go in that lane with the Phoenix, but they can also put it in a few other places as well, depending on what Fnatic pick. And I think that's where TNC thrives, is not being backed into that corner that they were for last game. They have a lot more options open for them. And on top of that Lion topic that we were talking about, I personally would rather let the Lion through and have that Terrorblade paired with it than to let a Nyx Assassin through.
I mean, you know me, I'm a Nyx hater. I agree with that. I'm a little bit concerned for TNC though. The last 2 drafts were pretty Fnatic favored. Hopefully they can figure out what they want this time around, because Fnatic looks like they know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, I wonder if I was going to have a bold prediction. Last time they actually played DK carry TNC one game. I wonder if that's going to be something they consider. They did it when they have a mid. I think they had a mid TA. So usually that's when they have like a mid that can also dealt damage, which I don't think there's any good options. I say that because Lesh is actually still in the pool. That's usually been a first 2 pick, but Lesh is there for both teams. The problem with TNC picking Lesh is it kind of reveals that, you know, DK offlane, Lesh mid, and I don't think TNC want to reveal their mid and offlaner this early on when they have the last pick. So they're actually going to ban the Lesh, which is smart.
Yeah, Mirana back on the menu. A DK Mirana lane. Very good against a hero like Terrorblade, who has very low health.
Yeah.
I like
good at all stages in the game. Like late game, you have a way to kill TB. I feel like this forces Fnatic to pick up some kind of save, like a Tusk or something, to basically answer that Dragon Tail arrow combo. They need
potentially
a way
Abaddon
to keep TB alive. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, Abaddon, Tusk, whatever it may be.
TB Abaddon is also a pretty decent lane. But yeah, TNC looks already a lot better than before. With their 3 heroes.
I would agree with you. Fnatic has picked up that Abaddon.
Well, and she went through this time. I didn't notice.
Yeah, neither did I.
Armel Puck, let's go. Yeah. That is a good answer to Terrorblade.
They were not going to let it go through any longer. They're like, we have to pick it now, because if it's not picked now, it's definitely going to get banned in one of the next phases. Sure.
But again, they do have a Lion against it. It's not a free puck game, but Armel has played against a lot of pucks in this qualifier already and seemed very comfortable with it.
We've seen a similar lineup come out from TNC as well, except they had the Terrorblade on the side joined with the puck and the Phoenix and the
which
Dragon
is way
Knight.
better.
Yeah.
And their carry options when we get to the end of this draft, I feel like they're going to be, again, digging out from the bottom of the barrel. They've already lost, the obvious TP counters. There's going to be 2 more bans, so it does feel like the Gabby hero options are going to be limited this game.
Yeah, once more. 3rd game in a row. I mean, I'm just going to keep going back to it. I won.
Last pick is not working.
Naga Siren, let's go.
Ooh, out of the heroes
remaining.
for TNC right now, can Gabby be put on any of these comfortably?
I mean, he can play
Just
Dragon
the
Knight,
DK.
but it is already pretty much confirmed that it is a DK Mirana dual offlane. They could put Dragon Knight as carry, but you're on such a big timer against this Terrorblade. Like, you don't want to do that to yourself. I'd much rather see them just pick something. I mean, Drow is just gonna get banned again, and Aqua. This time around, they banned Faces Void actually.
Oh,
okay. I mean, it's a strong combo with the egg. It means
so
the Drow might survive for the Aqua.
Yeah.
Are you willing to have another Aqua in game?
I'm fine with it. Today's early. I woke up early, drank lots of water. I'm ready for a 10-hour game if need be.
I don't think I'm ready for a 10-hour game.
Yeah, don't make it happen, please. I was just kidding. My philosophy: 1 hour and I'm out.
Yeah, and I was so proud of you yesterday. You lasted till the 70-minute game. You hadn't tapped out yet.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave GoDz alone. I know how much he likes me, so I want to keep him company.
Glad you went the distance for me. I know you struggled to last long enough, Black. So thank you.
Yeah, it's one of my weaknesses. Can't be good at everything.
Can't be good at everything. But this Ember Spirit, what is it good for on the Fnatic lineup? Tell me that one, Black.
They honestly have pretty good answers to it. They have an arrow. After a Dragon Tail, they have a Puck Coil. It's not an easy Ember game, but in combination with a Baron, it's a lot harder to lock him down. So he's just going to be looking for an early BKB and jump into the back lines of the team fight. Just make sure life is hard for the Phoenix, Mirana, and Puck. And it lanes very well against Puck too. Just max Sleight of Fist. There's a ton of damage to him in the laning phase. So Drow Ranger is in.
I don't know. I think the reason they leave it in is because it's pretty hard to play Drow into heroes like Ember. I feel like that they just get on top of you. That's another hero that Ember makes their life difficult.
Very
true. Do you like the Drow? Is there a potential for the Medusa, or does that make TNC's lineup a little too greedy?
Medusa can work.
Yeah.
It's just
see that working.
A little bit low on the damage front early on, perhaps. Like you have a Dragon Knight, Mirana, who doesn't really deal a lot of damage until higher levels. Same with Puck.
It doesn't fit what we've been seeing from TNC, right? Which is that really big explosive early game. So it could work, just not really the style that they've been going for right now.
And I don't really know how much Gabby actually likes heroes like Medusa. He's more of this jumpy kind of core player, which Drow Ranger also doesn't really fit. Or maybe he's gonna pull out another hero out of the magic box.
5 seconds remaining.
One of the unplayed heroes potentially that we've been haven't been seeing.
Unfortunately, I think that's not gonna happen. Terrorblade is so good against most of them.
It's probably why so many of them are still unpicked. Terrorblade's just so consistent.
It's a godlike hero right now. Got nerfed a little bit. -2 base armor. Oh no.
Fnatic side, though, they are coming up to their last pick.
Time for Legion Commander again.
You've really wanted it since game 1.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 it didn't work because it was a bad Legion pick, but now it's actually a really good Legion pick against this Puck Coil, Dragon Knight Mirana. You have a Baron who can save, you have Legion who can save, Lion, Legion is a strong lane, but maybe Def is like, nah, don't do that to me.
He knows. I feel like he knows if he picks Legion, they're gonna Ursa again. Which it's not like completely game over for you, but last time around it was a tough time for him.
Bloodseeker.
Oh,
all right. Now I think I like Dusa a little bit more.
I feel like we've seen Fnatic play the Bloodseeker as well before. If I do believe so, unless someone corrects me.
One game with Death had.
Yeah, they had
the exact one.
Yeah, They had Io, Lion, Bloodseeker, Jaro, and Templar Assassin.
Yeah. Yes, is a very strong pressure hero. Not a lot of carry heroes can lane against him comfortably. So the question is, are we going to see Drow or something more out of the box, like a Medusa. Draw Warlord, let's go. Draw makes the most sense, I think.
We'll see as the time.
Gabby, what do you have for us, man? We're all looking at you.
Yeah, this is, to me, again, a bad side that the way TNC uses last pick, they will go for the safe option, yeah. Medusa.
Yeah, I think Medusa makes a lot more sense now that they picked Bloodseeker, because you are a tower to begin with, you do not care about getting ruptured at all, you just want to stand there and hit people. Makes perfect sense, lanes well into Bloodseeker too, and it doesn't really put a timer on Fnatic, I'd say, but you can definitely match a Terrorblade.
They also don't struggle, like, if Ember Spirit were to jump on top of the Medusa, it's not going to struggle anywhere near as much as that Dro. But normal question that I always am going to ask, starting with you, Black, which draft do you like? Which side do you favor?
I think I'm going to go with TNC this time around. Their
Okay.
gameplay seems a little bit more easy, whereas Fnatic, they really rely on DJ playing out of his mind and with his positioning, shielding off important spells. It seems like a pretty tough Abaddon game. I like what TNC has here.
And God, for you, which one do you like?
I'm going to lean Fnatic. They've got Lion TB, which is just like a proven recipe for success. I feel like that's and also I want a game 5. So those two things. Give me Fnatic. Give me game 5.
That is very true. I would absolutely love a game 5, but I do slightly favor TNC's draft a little bit more, on top of the fact that they've been able to execute a little bit better than Fnatic in the games we have seen. Yeah, I think it's just a recipe for success on the side of TNC. But we're going to jump into game number 4 for this grand finals. Take it away.
Alrighty, it's game 4, and it's do or die time, Black. Abby, you've been calling for the Naga Siren. Not a hero he plays, but the Medusa he does play the Medusa a little bit. He's played it the last 2 times he's played it in the last 3 months. He won both of those games. One of those was in the DPC against Boom. He also won a game against Galaxy Racer 3 months ago with the hero, so he can play the Medusa even if it's not his go-to.
Sure. It's just not really this mobility kind of carry here that he loves to play so much, but it makes perfect sense in this draft. And I might have to go for Fnatic as well. I really hate this DK persona. It just doesn't look like Dota.
You've swapped over. You've hopped on the Fnatic bandwagon, and
I mean, look at this DK persona. Doesn't belong in Dota. It looks like a comic character. I don't know.
I think it's fine.
It looks so silly. Look at it.
I think one of the comments I remember reading about like the new heroes and stuff is we need more monster heroes. Like it feels like every kind of new hero is kind of human-like, or
fair enough.
We need just some like the broods, the monsters, the Nyxes, the bugs. Like that's what we need, some new heroes with some
SF.
fear to them. Yeah.
Okay, I mean I like that. I think monster heroes are really cool, and some of the monster heroes have the best voices in Dota here. Terrorblade, Outworld Devourer, Shadow Fiend, their voices are amazing, their models are really cool, and then we get a squirrel. Like, really? Why?
Human-like squirrel, kind of.
With 500 times more pixels than water, man.
Oh, hell yes.
Well, here we go, Black. We'll save that conversation for another day, I'm sure. We'll get Ice Frog on the phone.
Yeah, right after the series.
Speed dial, I hear. Yep. And we'll get the next patch rolling. Well, actually, no, we have to wait probably till the next qualifier region set before that patch happens. But here we go. Anything? Puck versus Ember mid. Top lane, we've got Mirana DK versus Abba TB. Any lanes you feel like are going to be more action-packed than others?
Not really, honestly. I don't really see a kill happen anywhere. Maybe bottom? Like, Impale into Blood Riot on the Phoenix? Or Medusa, even. Oh, he's getting very low there. But all the lanes are really just farm-focused. Terrorblade will just farm against the Dragon Knight, because he has the Abaddon shield. He should never die, unless Abaddon pulls and he gets like caught out of position. Same with mid lane. You just farm there. And bot lane should pretty much be the same thing.
Gabby just with some
Boomy's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Boomy getting caught by the blood right, but yeah, Gabby getting some last hits while both enemies were trying to get those denied, so great start for him. And it's back at top, Tim's Mirana. It feels like he is one of these players, he's got the DK setup, but we've seen him land these arrows even without the setups. He's in trouble though, doesn't have the leap, and with the Orb of Venom plus the Metamorphosis, they're going to get first blood. The Caster Curse strikes, I shouldn't have been hyping him up because he gives away an early kill.
That is not what should have happened.
Wanted to contest the pull, and DJ saw the opening. This Orb of Venom as a starting item is causing a lot of problems. Ooh,
yeah.
Arrow top. Doesn't find DJ, finds the creep.
I think it's also the first time that he started with this on his Abaddon. Recognizing that Mirana level 1 is just very weak, and that's the only weak time they can abuse to kill this, and that's the time they found.
Even the DK, not a hero that's going to force you to buy a lot of regen and harass you.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of a lane that takes a few levels and a little bit to come online. But now Leap is in play. DJ continues to go for the right clicks. No points in the Curse of Avernus, which I'm totally okay with. He's just going for this more kind of, utility build.
Yeah. And of course DK is... He's not a weak laner, per se, but he's just not a hero that can pressure you at all, right? And then once you're level 6, you just start a tower pressure. Tim's getting a little bit low, but of course has leaps to work with. Oh, DJ managed to snatch the bounty.
Oh, that's still fine.
Yeah. That
Well,
means
Tim's
Armel.
away from this lane as well.
Mm-hmm. And that's the power of Terrabit also. Like, heroes like DK are so good because they can just right-click you, make it last hitting really hard, but because of all these illusions and the damage they deal, it's very easy for them to last hit.
Mid lane, Ember doing well against the puck, just able to tank through the spells with Flame Guard, spamming Sleight of Fist whenever it's up with the Blightstone, and an arrow. Used on the
it's your kind of arrow.
You know me too well.
Yeah,
he refilled the bottle, Black, okay? He did his job, and he was just, he had a free arrow to try and get a kill.
Yeah,
Just
it
so
was
happened to
very
hit a range
close.
creep.
The Ember literally just walked behind the creep, was like, yeah.
It's a happy Mirana. You got a range creep out of it,
Yeah,
that
probably
that
the
creep could
7th
have
of
been
the game.
denied, If he's just looking out for his puck, making sure it doesn't get denied.
I know that feeling. Usually I'm on the other side. I'm on the puck side.
Oh, so you're happy? Yeah, okay.
Of course I'm happy. I'm always happy.
Next time I play a pub game with you, I'll come mid on Mirana and just shoot arrows that may or may not accidentally get your range creep.
As soon as you do that, I'll intentionally aggro the melee creeps in front of it, just to be like, ha.
The pub players on my team are not skilled enough to do that. Damn it! You found a solution for me.
Oh no! What do we do now? My strat is gone. Metamorphosis pop.
Don't.
Just to farm.
Yep. Just farm. Push out the DK a little bit.
Mirana is still middle. Looking for another arrow potentially.
Yeah. I guess feeling like
Not on the range creep again, please. Arrow's coming
Nukes
through.
it out. He's looking to place it, but the TP coming in from the
He
Abaddon.
dodged the
Arrow
coil.
hit. The TP. TP got cancelled. Jabs is here though to help bail him out. Armel waiting wrist forward, but dodged the coil. What a play from Chuan. Now the dive coming in from the Phoenix as he shows up. All the supports converging on this lane. Tims gets away, but the vision is there from the third, and with the shield popping, DJ gets the kill. And now he's looking for an escape, which he may not have. Armel will have another orb in a couple of seconds. It gets dodged by DJ. He'll have to run back to the high ground, which could spell his demise. As Puck finishes him off. Oh, Chuan tipping him with the miscoil. Woo.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's not something you can really counterplay, It's just unfortunate timing, really. Like, he slides of fists while he coils. It's just... It happens. And it feels really bad, but what can you do, man? I feel like the arrow would have missed, though, if you got coiled, right? So, wouldn't have led to a kill.
That's so true. He actually ends up hitting a crazy good arrow after all. But Amel, a bit of fortune going his way, gets the 6-minute power rune up top where he was already headed.
Yeah.
His game looking good.
Very. When you slide a fist on top of a rune, you can right-click it and steal it?
Yeah.
Yeah, going for the play there. Just not being able to quite get it. And I'm looking for a rotation here from Amel, for sure. With that Arcane Rune, maybe towards the Bloodseeker. Medusa? Nah, he seems to be more than fine. Jabs is in a little bit of trouble, maybe.
Not making a move right away.
Yeah.
I think
Arcane Rune
the
Puck
play
is
you
scary.
mentioned. Oh yeah.
He's being
I
top.
was gonna say the play you mentioned. Yeah, he just headed top, and Armel looking to see
Hi,
what he can find
DJ.
up here. DJ, yeah, may just go down if they want to commit a coil here. And we'll do so. They'll just take the free kill. I think once he scouts out DJ, he knows there's no way to get the TP. TP's already deep into the jungle, so he's going to just throw a 50-second cooldown coil because of the Arcane Rune, so why not?
Yeah, and get a lot of tower pressure at top as well. Bottom Medusa again.
Meanwhile,
I mean, he's just too survivable with his mana shield. And that is the problem as Ember Spirit. Like, you can't really ever pressure the tower when the enemy mid laner leaves, so now he's making his way towards the bot lane. But this Medusa is very survivable.
and
And
they're
Puck
losing
has
top
TP
tower.
ready soon.
Dire's top tower is under
Just no
attack.
mana. For me.
Hit by the Earth Spike, in goes Xuan.
Yes, stick
Amber
though.
has a sleight of fist. Yeah, he's going to have stick as well as a dive, so he gets back to the safety of his trees, goes for the TP out. Gabby, what's his play? Does he stay down here, or does he feel like it's time to leave?
Might be time to leave, because Ember is coming back momentarily, and they do have a Rupture. If Gabby
Last
dies here,
snake.
it's really bad for him.
He's gotten maybe a little bit greedy. The Searing Chain to the Blood, right? The TP's coming in. I think they recognize that they cannot let Gabby die.
Yeah.
So,
He has 11 sticks too, so he's very survivable with the mana shield, of course.
Doesn't look like Gabby wants to stay down here. Even you don't want. I mean, DK he's already committed the TP, so Gabby may just go back to the jungle now.
Yeah, mid lane, another coil on DJ. This time around, he doesn't die,
Courier has been killed.
but yeah, he doesn't like DJ very much. It seems like every time he throws a coil out on him. Good arrow, but no conversion.
Yeah, not going to be followed up. He gets the D ward down bottom on that power ward, so that's a nice find for him.
Yep, and TB
Relying
TP'd
that
bottom
vision.
with level 4 meta. Can they kill his Dragonet though? He's pretty tanky.
Yeah, that's I guess why they left him down here then. Medusa's like, alright, you're now on tower defense, Yugi. They took top, and usually this is a tower trade, but Bok getting ruptured, gets hit by the Earth Spike, so he can't get out of the Blood Red Silence. He'll be in some trouble here. The stun's still going. He gets a Dragon Tail up perhaps before he dies. The Sunray Heal coming in, and Death will be in some trouble with the heals. He is still alive. Too much survivability. The Blood Right is not going to be enough, but the Earth Spike will finish off the kill. Death gets a little bit of a heal from that, so that could help him out. He goes for the TP. Orb still on Corp. And now Xuan showing up. Catches out the Phoenix. Jabs has an Earth Spike in a couple of seconds, but he's got to be a little bit careful. The Puck is hunting for him. Jabs wants this kill. Doesn't look like he's going to be needed for it. The Ember just gets on his own. Great play from Xuan on the Ember.
Dire's middle tower
Causing all kinds of problems. As Armo just looking to clear the creeps to keep this tower alive.
fortified.
Cutting waves, cutting creeps. I like what I'm seeing from his Puck, but it's Fnatic who come out on top of this little skirmish.
Yeah, and this little observer ward from the Radiant gave Armel all the information he needed.
Just looking to turn around on Jabs. The Orb not going to land as Armel goes in with the Coil plus Silence and the
Bye.
double Starstorm hit.
Radiant's bottom
By
tower
Jabs.
is under attack.
And Phoenix TPing down there to get level 6. There's a tome available, so he should have it whenever he chooses to buy it. And that's a big ultimate. Like Puck Coil plus Phoenix. Oh,
Tail.
Death, maybe a little bit of a problem.
He didn't have mana for the arrow, so there was no follow-up. He's very tanky with this hood, though. Looks
Yeah.
like TNC are just trying to force him off the lane so they can pressure the tower with the Siege Wagon.
Now the arrow on DJ.
Ooh, he's level 5 only. They're going to go for the kill. They follow it up. They do have to worry about this Blood Right turnaround.
Yeah.
Bok's Dragonet could be in trouble. He's being ruptured up, so he may pay the price for this aggression. They get some damage on the Tier 1 tower, but trading a core for a support here.
Yeah. The arrow may be a little bit of a bait, where they go in a little deeper than they should. But space for Terrorblade. I mean, what do we even say about this hero anymore? It feels like every game is the same, where he just gets so absurdly rich so fast because of his Conjure images, and then once he hits his timings, it's an unstoppable force.
Well, we'll see if Medusa has anything to say about that. I feel like we were seeing a lot of Medusa for a while. I remember watching the SEA and China DPC, and you guys were always hyping up how good this hero was with the old Axe build, but what does the current Medusa build look like?
You don't really go for Axe anymore, almost ever, simply because of the new talent timing. So now you just itemize into the right click, you get the 30 attack speed talent, which is really good, you get a free evasion talent, and you just don't have the same team fight prowess anymore than you did previously, because hitting level 15 and the Axe timing was very, very simple and very quick. This time around, you need level 20 to do the same thing, and the timings just don't check out anymore. This is why the hero doesn't get picked as much. He's still very strong though, just have to play it differently.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Down bottom, they're going to invis up, they're looking for initiation. Can they find Raven? They've got the Supernova ready to go.
Bok is almost dead already.
Yeah, Bok, he just gets blown up before he can do anything. Armel winning rips in, but he's going to get the hell out of there. He does drop the Dream Coil with the Stone Gaze. TNC at least can't get gone for now, but now it's worn off, and Fnatic have taken almost no damage here. They've got to get Armel out of there. He doesn't orb very far. He jaunts, actually gets the Winning Rift down to the low ground. Will manage to get his way out of there. Slider Fist Spam going to do some good damage here, but every ultimate was used except for the Stone Gaze on Gabby.
Yeah, Bok's running in and dying in a second. Way overestimating his strength there. EK is trying to get to a Blink Dagger. I don't know, I'm a little bit scared for this Dragon Knight. I feel like every time he brings in, he's just gonna die. He's not survivable against all this pure damage.
Yeah, well, just, I guess, I mean, for now it's pre-blink, but we've seen the firepower coming out from the Fnatic side as Armel wants to orb his way out of there.
Yeah. He finished his, what's it called, Witchblade now, so his damage output is going to be a little higher. But they're not very farmed on the Fnatic side either. Like this Ember and Bloodseeker, it's not like they're monstrously farmed. They're just as poor as the Dragon Knight. Oh, nice deny. Doesn't seem like much, but it's actually 250 gold for the team. Pretty good.
Well, we are headed towards perhaps more of the style of game, you know, that we've become very familiar with and that we expected from these two teams. The first two games, the TNC ones, were, you know, much quicker, fast-paced, but this feels like we're back to the battle of the late game carries. Dusa versus Terrorblade, both heroes getting free farm, neither team pulling ahead, and probably a lot of battles around this version.
Yeah. This time around, TNC just didn't want to get put themselves onto this clock, this so scary clock where you go into late game versus Terrorblade, you just lose. So they picked the Medusa, which naturally will lead to a slower paced game. But yeah, there's nothing scarier than being on a clock on a TI qualifier. It's the worst feeling.
T1 tower, Armel wants it. He's coming in, is it going to get denied as well? Yep, another tower deny.
Jabs TPing in, slow TP though.
Armel was trying to get it from the trees there, but that's now 2 towers denied by Fnatic.
Yeah. Dusa, TB, neck and neck. I mean, everybody is neck and neck. Look at all these rolls. The farm distribution is very even.
Yeah. He's right down to the supports. One of the things I feel like, you know, there is a TB, but it does feel like this Supernova could be at least a little bit of a problem in these team fights.
100%. And the problem is Bloodseeker is not very farmed to a point where if he doesn't get some farm soon or some teamfight success, he might just end up as a support. Which is why we don't see a lot of Bloodseeker. If you don't crush a lane and snowball, you don't do a whole lot.
Coil Lion gets caught by the coil, and Gabby's there to back it up and secure the kill. Doesn't get the orb out, so be careful. The Ember's just going to finish him off. Okay.
A lot of damage. With the Javelin proc as well.
Yeah, okay. I was like, oh, that explains that.
Oh, he didn't stun
crazy
him.
Amount.
Bok?
Maybe.
It was a big misplay there. Ember would have died, I'm pretty sure.
With the arrow follow-up, yeah. Mid lane, they're going to defend that instead. They don't want to overcommit. Instead, Death, he thought he was maybe safe here, but... And he is. Okay, he's fine. He'll back off.
Gabby's actually going for the same old item build. He's still going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Despite...
I think I've seen at least 1 or 2 juices go for it.
Okay. I mean, you get the cooldown on the snake a little bit sooner now. But the big talent was always the mana gain from the snake, which is of course 20 now. See how much it will do. But now he finishes his Manta style, which is of course against the Bloodseeker Silence and the Searing Chains. But Lion of course is very good against these illusions.
Yeah. Lion has been the support of not just this series, but this entire qualifier. I feel like, I remember coming in when we got to day one, first series, we're like, what heroes should we see? We're talking about like stuff like Hoodwink, you know? Hoodwink, the most picked hero, every other region's picking Hoodwink, and SEA teams like, dude, this Hoodwink hero doesn't do anything. We're all about the Lion here.
Yeah, it's Lion and Phoenix, I think, the most picked, right, in this qualifier? Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm gonna say you're right, but I don't know.
I see Phoenix a lot.
I believe in you, Black. I think the Dota buff stats are only, they showed the combo region, so I'm not sure.
What if in the combo region? Okay. But yeah, of course, this Phoenix hero also is just such a dominant team fighter. Has been for such a long time as well. Even post nerfs. And Lion finishes his blink now. We don't want to go for a quick smoke.
Yeah. The Dire Scan did scout them out near the Roshan pit. Neither team, of course, going for Roshan yet. It's not like either team was geared towards it.
Terrible Roshan.
Medusa, they're looking at like, you know, a 2-3 item timing before they even consider. And even then, they're not considering Roche. They want to take it 5 first.
Yeah, and the way Gabby's itemizing here tells me they want to hit before Terrorblade hits critical mass. Like, he is not gearing towards the late game just yet, but more for these mid-game team fights.
Alright, well, TNC, if they get a top T2 tower, that could open things up to get this outpost, give them a little bit of an XP boost, but Fnatic don't want to maybe give this one up. They TP and DJ.
They're too late though if they want to TP, I think.
Run in, yeah. Other heroes not TPing there. I'm looking to rotate, and this tower looks like will go down. TNC have the disengage if they need it with the Stone Gaze. This is on, Blink in with the Hex.
It's a DD Ember.
Saga, they made just let Tims die here. Yeah, Schwan shows up with a DD, and I think they're going to leave Tims to the Wolves. Fnatic chomp down and will take the freebie kill.
Yeah. Puck.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We have seen so many Armel Pucks just be dominant. This game is a little bit more difficult, of course, because there's a Lion. It's not a free Puck game. But even against Puck, I feel like I've seen Armel do godly things.
Some of these, SCA Puck players just seem to be able to maneuver around even the lineups that have a ton of disables.
Yeah, even from T1, Carl, one of the best Pucks in the world. So many good Puck players in SCA. Kind of insane. Maybe the hero of the region, even. Meta Pop.
It's like they run at the challenge of playing into disables. Great Earth Spike from Jabs. Catches out 2. The Finger of Death Fall. There we go. We're just hyping him up. The Caster Curse. It strikes once more. Puck goes down. He got found by the Lion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we just see time and time again why Lion is so good. And I feel like Fnatic wins this game. Maybe TNC. No. I mean, I guess it depends on who has first pick. Because in the first game, I think TNC first picked Lion. But yeah, this might be ban-worthy.
2 games in a row where Fnatic had first pick, because it feels like the team should be prioritizing first pick because Lion is such an important hero. Plus, you can do this Lion TP opener where your draft just feels so good once you get Lion TP, like you don't really have any gaps.
In your drafting, like the way it works, well, not really new anymore, but where you get 3 bans after the first 2 picks, is really strong for first pick, because they just first to the Terrorblade, as you said, and then they ban a lot of the hard matchups. And the semi-hard matchups are still in the pool, sure, but Lion sort of covers those a little bit.
Here we go, TNC ready to take this first fight. They go in, blinking with the Dragon Tail. Arrow, follow up, and it's not the hero they're hoping for. They do get the slow out on DJ. He's still got a shield depleted, so...
No, he's gonna get away. Yes.
Down, nope. Had the Holy Locket. Coil elsewhere. They found Death. He's going to break the coil, perhaps hoping for a shield here, but DJ a little bit far away. He's in trouble now. They pulled DJ back in. Because Death got caught, the Abaddon tried to save him and dies in the process, but looks like he will, in fact, save Death, so worth his own demise.
Yeah. And we actually saw Armel taking the Poem of Experience. I feel like they should be prioritizing Phoenix a little bit more, maybe, so he gets his 12 faster. Maybe he'll be getting it from the creep waves down there instead. This Phoenix egg is gonna be massive for these team fights.
Alright, and that's going to be a level 2 egg soon. He's found some alone time down bottom.
Egg Medusa ult, we have seen so many times. It's one of the more classic combos.
Yeah.
Hey guys, let's all hit the egg. Medusa starts screaming and you're like, oh no, we're all slowed and we can't hit the egg. I haven't really seen a heavy team fight yet from TNC, which is a little bit weird because they have Coil, Medusa ult, and, as we said, the Phoenix egg. Should be pretty easy team fights for them.
That was the Singapore Major combo. Everyone was picking Puck every game, and it was the Puck Phoenix where you coil them and you drop an egg on top of them and they can't run from it.
Yeah, and you can't really fight into it either. Just a very potent combination. Gabby now also finished up his Aghanim Scepter, and I think they should be going aggressive here soon. They're giving this Terrorblade a lot of space. He finished the Skadi already.
You mentioned level 20 talent. Medusa only 2 levels away from it, so at least that's kind of on the horizon for TNC.
Just feel like they could have turned up the speed of the game a little bit. Like the pace is a little slow, which favors Fnatic, and TNC definitely have the right heroes to up the pace, because they didn't feel comfortable doing so yet.
Definitely, I would say partially hats off to DJ. His positioning on the Abaddon, he's just tanking these smoke ganks.
Yeah.
Every time it feels like TNC try and make a move, DJ's just there to be like, maybe I die, maybe I don't. Either way, you're not going to get anything out of this.
Yeah, potentially if Fnatic win this also, it's going to be in TNC's head. You know, they picked this Dragon Knight, Mirana combination, didn't ban the Abaddon, they just pick it. It's negating so many kills so far.
Well, things will head towards, it looks like not just, you know, this 2-item Medusa, Gabby wanting to hit that level 20 talent, wanting that next item as Skadi of his own. And, you know, when you get to these games where teams are playing things a bit more cautiously, waiting for that great team fight, getting a lot more farm. One small thing I feel like I always see, one team's got a Philosopher's Stone, the other doesn't. Jabs is a very happy camper. His Lions getting that extra gold, and TNC's like, damn it, Phoenix is like, where's mine?
Yeah, just like game 2, it feels like. It's also where he didn't get it. Or was it game 3? I don't know, but in one of those games it was the same scenario. So once again, let's revisit my token idea.
Tokens. Yep.
Tokens.
Sounds like you're trying to sell me like the latest crypto. It's like, hear me out.
Dota tokens.
Black
coins. And now they're smoked up looking for a team fight. And they have to, because otherwise Medusa could have just itemized into a more greedy way, where he just farms away. Double damage Terrorblade.
Oh, yeah, and that's why Fnatic themselves are smoked up. They want to fight. They're happy to go on Gabby. His Medusa gets hit by an Earth Spike. The follow-up isn't going to be there immediately.
But he's dead.
He just leaps Bok. He just gets annihilated. Can they find more? They need the disables. But that's exactly what Jabs brings to the table. He's hiding in a Shadow Amulet. He loves this item pickup. He's found the Blink and Pale. He found Armel's Puck, the Shadow Amulet, giving him the initiation. He was just sitting there in Biz, and then Puck showed on the ward, and Jabs caught him. Oh, that's huge.
And
Jabs with some MVP plays.
Yeah. Jabs on his Lion is absolutely incredible.
He just makes Shadow Amulet look like a broken item. He did it earlier with the Shadow Demon as well, even though I think they ended up losing that game.
Yeah, they did, but as you said, what he did in the base was... Yeah, it's kind of crazy how strong he makes that look.
It's picked off, we'll buy back. DJ in the front lines has the borrowed time. Just tanking up, forcing out the Medusa Stone Gaze. And Gabby's just going to retreat with this one. Has been ruptured, so he doesn't want to run too far. Can they get back into this Roshan pit? Puck respawning in 8 seconds. I think they're trying to force this one, knowing there's no metamorphosis. Fnatic.
Oh, the arrow!
Black. Ooh, they've got the Abaddon to sit behind there. Okay.
What about Abaddon? No Medusa 20 talent yet. You can really see him struggle with his mana pool.
In time, he may have enough time to wait it out because Terrorblade doesn't have Metamorphosis, so not sure if Fnatic want to force this one.
On next team fight, if they want to wait, it's gonna be a BKB Terrorblade.
Or it's just going fishing, scouting for whatever they can.
Yeah. Where do you think the damage is gonna come from? I feel like it's mostly gonna be Phoenix, cause Medusa is itemizing purely into tank / utility. Oh, Boomy, you can't die here.
Phoenix, out of position. Jumps forward, gets the egg off near the cliff. Good position to be. Box on the high ground though, he's stuck. He blinked up there. They killed the lion though, so I think they're okay. Unless Fnatic realize this. And they see him with the sleight of fist. They know he's up here. He's got to blink in a couple of seconds, so he's
blinking aggressively.
Disengaged, goes in aggressively. Has the shield to maybe help him out, but now the Rupture's going to come into play. The first one comes out on Bok, the DK. Kind of disengaged, but he can't really run too far, even with the BKB, the Rupture causing him problems, and into the Roshan pit we go. Bok thinking twice, out of the Roshan pit we go.
Yeah.
Metamorphosis is coming up.
It's a perfect ancient spawn though for Medusa if he wants to snake it. Get back his mana. TB has meta again already? He does.
It's been a long standoff around this pit.
Medusa only sitting on 500 mana. They can't fight this.
Oh, but they kind of jump. TNC catch the line on the high ground. That's the key hero to perhaps pick off. Schwan in trouble as well. He's been silenced, now he's lead. Schwan, he gets the side of fist, he gets the remnant away. Still alive, one more right click for TB, not gonna be enough. He TPs himself home. Another Rupture under this DK. And Raven being zoned back by the Aghanim Scepter, and Armel, he found DJ. No more saves, they lose the DK in the process. It's Schwan on the Ember Spirit. The Stone Gaze being used, but it's just to kind of cover the retreat of Tims, who is being scattered by the Thirst.
Yeah, Armel also being scattered by the Thirst.
No shields though. If they hit an arrow, this could be problematic. There's
only 3 heroes.
By the steering chain, he manages it off. Death has got the one Rupture that he used up, so Medusa gonna just TP on home. They may just give up this Roshan. They're delaying it so well. Medusa's going to walk all the way back though, so Medusa's not here for quite some time after that TP out.
Egg up in 5.
Should be enough. Raven doesn't have Metamorphosis. This fight is just the never-ending road standoff. They egg, they Sunray. Who's going to kill it? Twan and Death, they're going to bring this down. Fnatic, we're ready for it. They punish this. Raven's looking for a Sunder now. They're going to lose more. Tim's picked off. Armel dead as well. He was in the pit looking for the steal, but couldn't get it.
Yeah, I think they should have just given it up. They also lost the gem on the puck because of this that he previously stole from the Abaddon. Like, if you want to fight them, Medusa cannot TP out. Like, you gotta make a call collectively as a team, because now you bled away 3 heroes and gave them Aegis anyways.
And she was a bit mostly low on mana, but could have like fallen back and or looked for a Mystic Snake target. But
yeah, it's tough.
You know, you mentioned. It's not the Gabby hero, and that's something you mentioned. He's more about those jump in and kind of carries, so...
Yeah.
Fnatic taking advantage.
We see the same Terrorblade story again. He's going to the Daedalus next. And then even Medusa should not be tanky enough to just stand there and fight through it. She has no damage items whatsoever. She's tickling this Terrorblade.
It feels like they're going to rely on some kind of Dragon Tail Arrow combo to catch him by surprise, and to do that they have to take Abaddon out of the picture, which... Maybe, like, as we saw last game, that's going to be Armel's job. If Armel can even just silence the Abaddon, make sure that those heals don't and shields don't come into play.
Yeah, there will have to be. The only play they really have. But he will have he already has BKB, in fact. Oh, going to be absolutely perfect on the chain stun. It's a tough game from here on out.
Yeah. Aegis have got Orb of Destruction on TB. Just looking to slowly siege things, but TNC have a very good draft to delay things and defend. Yep. Very annoying pushing into this frontline Medusa.
And in the meantime, Puck is just farming side lanes.
Arrows and jabs, but yeah, it looks... And I mean, this is TNC making the most out of the map. They're defending while also getting farm elsewhere. So Armel making sure his farm continues, finds a Lincoln Sphere. That's a big pickup for him against this Lion.
Yeah, Medusa still holding her ground at the tower. Oh, they fought the Mirana.
Finger, backline, side of fist, Schwan just deletes the Mirana with the finger of death. Gabby going to be forced to pop the Stone Gaze in the trees. They look to turn this one around. They get the Dragon Tail. Can they kill off Raven? He gets the BKB off just in time, finds a Sunder target. It's DJ who can pop the borrowed time to help himself heal back up, and Raven, he wants Bok. He wants the DK. Bok stuck in it, going to be stuck in the blood right as Schwan gets the backline as well. It's going to be a dieback if they're not careful. Mirana leaping away back to the high ground. Gabby in the front has a buyback of his own, but he's completely out of mana. He gets the snake. He heals back his mana for now. TB still just wailing away, doing too much damage. Gabby mantles it off. Still scurrying back. Kim's in the trees. Has to be so careful. If they find him here, it's going to be a dieback. It's a monster kill. It's a double kill. Chuan, only Armel left standing, has got the Lincolns. Into the trees he goes with no Lion to worry about. Armel feeling confident, but there could be a Searing Chains. And Fnatic have found 4 kills plus multiple, at least one dieback there on the Mirana.
Yeah.
Fire flipping creeps. They want to go high ground.
Medusa had enough money for the Scar, he just never managed to buy it. And she just feels like a tickle monster. She's right-clicking a lot, but for not a lot of damage. Which is also why this item fell out of favor. Like, you have this Aghanims, you can freeze people or stone people. Imagine if you had a Butterfly Skadi instead of this. It would be way stronger and you would actually feel its impact in these fights a lot more. You definitely missed the Aghanim's timing. And now it's all Terrorblade, who itemized purely...
Yeah, his Daedalus timing feels very scary. He just won't be up for much longer though, but feels like Fnatic have got themselves a pretty substantial lead here, Black.
100%. Like, the Medusa needs minimum 1 more damage item. Like, Skadi is good. Doesn't solve any damage problems though, which we kind of criticized at the beginning, that the draft is lacking damage. Once they get this Daedalus on Dusa, and maybe 1 more item after, I think they're going to be in a good position. But it's a long way till then.
Fnatic, perhaps not going to be the ones to let up. They're grouped up as if they may be looking for another smoke play fairly soon. Here we go. Making their move. Raven going to be looking to push out this bottom lane. Not to worry about showing himself while the rest of his team look to make a play.
Daedalus on Terrorblade. It's going to be critting for a good 1000 every hit. Woo.
Just expires though. Get the root in the mid lane, Fox. Not going to be gone on. They don't have the Bloodseeker nearby for the ruptures. Feels like I feel like a few of these fights, Death has just used both of his ruptures on this DK because Medusa just stands still and Puck is so elusive. So this poor DK is just constantly suffering the rupture.
Yeah, you blink in, you get ruptured, you get hit by Terrorblade. That's been his fate the entire game pretty much, even since the early game. But what other play does he have? Like, you're just a DK, right? That's what you're supposed to do.
Not a hero known for its, flashiness by any means.
Especially from the offlane
defend
position.
top. And they've got the Fire Remnants if they need him back on this Radiant side of the map. Doesn't look like Fnatic are interested in forcing any kind of a high ground play. Is it just waiting for next Roshan again? We keep, highlighting how important Roshan is for both these two teams.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like TNC will really be able to do a whole lot about it, because as soon as this Roshan respawns, the heroes at this point take it down very easily. And they just keep cutting all the side waves, but they just don't have no way of pushing his lanes in. Yeah, Armel TPing out just in time.
I was just hunting up there with an Invis rune. He almost found a couple of heroes, but TNC have regrouped and smoking on out. They're going to push the lanes with the Manta illusions, but Fnatic with good vision will not see the smoke, of course, but the fact when you have good vision, you don't see your enemies, it's a lot easier to kind of put 2 and 2 together and realize that they're probably smoked up.
Yeah. They are dewarding the newly put wards, so if they didn't know before, now they know 100%.
Yeah. They see Medusa and they got to imagine Medusa's pushed to the river. There's, no way Medusa should be alone, right? Fnatic playing things by the book, playing it safe. Heroes go missing, let's group up. We're not going to split and farm multiple lanes. One of the recent golden rules of Dota is you don't farm 3 lanes. That's just too greedy.
Yeah, unless it's Illusions doing it. And this Philosopher's Stone has been such a godsend for that. He's so rich. Already has his Ether Lens. And yeah, in these games you can really tell how much this Philosopher's Stone actually impacts the game.
It's been, what, almost 20 minutes? 80 GPM?
Yeah.
You can do the math right, Black.
1600.
Right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I totally could have done that too.
That's basically one item.
1600 gold. Yeah.
So, once again,
Hey.
tokens are a good thing. You can purchase them at discount.
Time black coin at a crypto store near you.
You won't regret it.
Guys, don't buy it. It's a scam.
Oh, Mirana just gets blown up. No chance whatsoever. And this is when we see a Mirana pick just be useless. Like the Abaddon pick made her use his early game, and now she's just so poor that she has no impact anymore.
This was a great Ember pickup for Fnatic. 10-0-7. Chuan is just having a hell of a game.
Yep,
really stepping it up here.
Already has Aghanim Scepter as well. Almost 25 for the Remnant recharge time. There's a lot of good timings coming here for Fnatic. Oh, he even got the book queued up already. Yep, he's purchasing. Oh, they didn't purchase a minute 30 book, so now he is 25. And to Remnant City we go.
Oh yeah. What can TNC do here? Are they just at the mercy of Fnatic and forced to sit back, wait for mistakes, or can they make any kind of play?
I think they need to contest the next Roshan. Like the item in there is going to be too big, whether it's a refresher or Aghanims. It's a second Rosh or third?
It's third.
Third Rosh, right?
No way. No,
that's the second one.
I think second. Yeah, no.
It's gonna be a shot. There's gonna be Aegis Cheese. I just don't know how to kill this Terrorblade twice.
No.
With the Abaddon behind him.
TB with Refresher Shard would be very, or even Ember with a Refresher Shard would be very problematic.
I mean, this is the new meta, right? You just build this Refresher up on Ember, you have 10 Remnants. Double BKB. So much damage coming out from you. Ah, double damage. Of course. Roshan will respawn in 1 second. Oh yeah. Will they scout it though? Stone Boy's back.
Wait, comes TNC though, they're smoked up. They know they need to contest this Roche, but Fnatic themselves smoked up. They're claiming this high ground. And that Shadow is there. Ember gonna pop the smoke as he goes jumping in. The follow-up Impale is there. Bok gets out the first Dragon Tail. He's being ruptured up though. Gonna be caught in the Blood Ray if he's not careful. This TB just doing too much. The double damage, you can't even see it. But luckily Medusa with the Stone Gaze trying to get Raven. They do pop out the Supernova, but the Stone Gaze is already worn off, so he can't keep it alive. The Sunder! It goes on the Medusa, burning away her health here. She's in trouble. Gets brought down, and Death's Bloodseeker able to tank his way through all the damage.
There's a timeless relic that somebody forgot. The Ancient. Oh. There's a big pickup. Whose is that?
It's being pinged now. It's picked up by the Dire.
Okay, it was Dire's anyway.
Okay. Medusa, no buyback. Went all out, bought the Daedalus for that fight, and just didn't have the damage. And now to the high ground we go, Fnatic.
Yep, that is the problem. If you can't execute your combo, this Terrorblade just hits too hard, and it looks like as though they're gonna lose. Park. Ember's on the chase, but
there's
not chasing any longer.
So I think he's just, he's not wasting his time with the puck.
If this goes to game 5, you gotta address the first phase of the draft. 100%.
The Lion, yeah.
I don't know if you just take first pick or what. I don't know what the rules are. But if you don't get first pick, you need to either ban the Lion or Terrorblade. Like, you didn't find an answer to either of those.
And it does leave something else in the pool, but you've just got to be willing to accept that. Even, it feels like this Lion is doing way more than the Nyx that keeps getting banned, or still ban the Lion.
They keep banning.
True. Yeah, there's options to play into these heroes. As the second game in a row, Fnatic making full use of this Lion TB. They weren't going to go down without a fight, and they fall back on a Raven Classic, one of his best, most signature heroes. Get them all the way to a game 5. They're not there yet, though, Black. There's still, perhaps some hurdles to jump over.
Yeah. Just TNC, they like to make it hard for themselves, make it interesting for the viewers. So, see how long they can defend this base. They will definitely need some big damage infusion here on the Medusa. Rapier is probably on the menu at this point.
Good. You say damage, and that's what came into my head, so I'm glad we're on the same page. I'm hoping Gabby is. Late game Dota, here we go. 40 minutes as Fnatic.
He can be queued up right now. Okay. I feel like that doesn't answer your problem at all. Like, you need damage. You die last in every team fight, so survivability doesn't matter at this point, in my opinion. Damage, damage, damage. Damage. Maybe even a Satanic, so you can just survive a bit longer with that level 25 talent. Split shot uses modifiers, it's really good as well. You have like 600% lifesteal or something like that, crazy. Pretty good.
Does does that talent change this game for Gabby that much? Like, I mean, as far as, does it boost up TNC's chances here?
It does, but only if he itemizes into items that actually make good use of it, like a Satanic or just more damage.
Oh, DK.
Oh, they caught the
Remnant
DK.
from Tron, he gets the BKB off, doesn't have the TP up though.
No, they cancel the TP.
Oh. Oh, he's in the
No reveal?
I think Ember has a gem. Oh no, actually,
Yeah.
a gem over somewhere. Not sure what happened to it.
Actually Thirst.
Where did the gem
Great
end up?
ability.
On the Bloodseeker. Oh,
Yeah,
buyback
and now
of
it's time to
DK.
knock on the high ground. They're not gonna let this Medusa farm any more items.
DB with a level 25 Metamorph range, can just hit this from the low ground, doesn't have to overcommit. Medusa forced to Manta, finds a Flicker, that's a great item to have. But it's still problematic, can't really move with the Rupture. Puck going on the backlines, wants this Lion, but the Lion kept alive by the Abaddon. Good defensive play from DJ. Knowing that Jabs is the #1 target for this Puck, meanwhile Raven just eyes on the prize, the buildings being picked off one by one. On goes in, sees the Phoenix, jumps the Phoenix, will force a necessary supernova. He's dead if he doesn't use it, and Tron's just happy to just get the hell out of there with this BKB. Still has a cheese, which is going to pop as well. The Puck goes jumping in. Once Jabs gets the Dagon out, but the damage just isn't there. As Raven won't find his Metamorph wearing off, so... Another... Oh! That's painful.
Wait, did he die to the Rapture?
Yeah, Rupture dive. It was like casting the dive as the Rupture was cast. Didn't want to cast. I mean, I think it was dead either way. His TP is
Medusa's
on the high
dying!
ground with an Aghanim step. Yeah, Medusa gets the Flicker, but it's not going to be enough. Pull back in, doesn't buy back in the trees. Tims, as well as the poor Puck, get found out. They're leaping away. It's looking like we're going to a game 5. Jabs is getting low on the Lion, but that's just the Lion kill with the Stone Gaze committed. Gabby flickers out of there for now, but Rax being focused and TNC back against the wall. Doesn't look like they've got anything to unpin themselves as Gabby ruptured up, trying to turn onto Raven. Not enough, it looks like. The arrow will land though, even after the Manta, but it gets shielded off immediately. DJ always ready to make these plays. And Fnatic say it's time to get this W. Let's go for the tier 4 towers, let's go for the throw. Another arrow gonna land, but once again, you gotta expect that shield to come into play. Abby,
The heal also.
the tickle monster as you called him.
Yeah.
Some people afraid of the tickle monster, and Fnatic say that's not us.
Yeah.
He's resilient.
And that's it. GG.
GG, game 5.
Yeah, I expected TNC to be much more aggressive this time around. Like, Fnatic, we already said they know exactly what they want to do, which is hit this critical mass Terrorblade timing. And I thought with the itemization of the Medusa, they had the tools to stop him, but they were happy just sitting back and farming, even though the Medusa did itemize into an Aghanim Scepter. Like, if you want to go that route, just go like Skadi Butterfly or something, so you can right-click harder earlier. Because there was just so many damage issues that we already criticized from the draft.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Fnatic, Raven and Chuan both with perfect games on a single death between the core mid laner as well as carry player, and Fnatic have forced a game 5 with a convincing game 4. We're going the distance, Black. We wouldn't have it any other way. The SEA TI10 qualifiers continue to deliver. We've got a lot more to say about this game as well as a potential game 5, so stick with us, guys. You don't want to miss game 5.
Fnatic end up getting another game on the board to take us to a game number 5. But let's break down game number 4 a little bit. That Terrorblade is looking absolutely unstoppable at this point. So if you are TNC Black, are you going to first ban this Terrorblade, or how do you deal with it now?
I don't have information on who has first or second pick, but I think at this point, if you are second pick, you gotta change something up. I don't know if you ban the Lion or the Terrorblade, whatever they deemed the bigger issue, but you can't just give him the same thing 3 times in a row without having found a single answer to it.
Or they need to pick it for themselves. Like, yeah, picking TB, and then, let's say they get Lion plus maybe PL first phase. That still, to me, looks better than what we just saw, where they get Lion TB and you have no TB answers. You end up picking the Puck into the Lion, and Puck has a rough game because Jabs' Lion was just so sick finding all those pickoffs. Yeah, definitely something needs to change in the draft. Unless, ideally for TNC, they just have first pick. I think that solves a lot of their problems.
Would you be more inclined to, if you were on the TNC side, pick that Terrorblade for yourself?
Yeah. They play a great TB. It's a Gabby hero. Yeah, it's less of that kind of jump in and kill stuff, but he plays it like TB. I would say is one of his at least top 5 heroes. And they've shown throughout these qualifiers they're very comfortable with TB games.
Aside from draft, Fnatic, they seem to have a really great early game yet again, and they were also very Roche dependent. They were fighting around that, but I want to know if there was more that Fnatic could have done to end that Roche fight a little bit earlier. The one that we saw, it went back and forth for quite some time, Black.
No, I actually think they played that fight very well. Like, there were a couple of moments where it looked like Medusa with the Stone Gaze might be taking over the fight, but they stalled it out just enough, and then they baited them in, killed 3 heroes, get the Aegis, and ever since then, it looked like it was all Fnatic. They just had no chance of fighting back anymore because TNC itemized in a way where they want to take that Roche, and then with that Roche build a huge advantage, but they never got their hands on it.
If you were TNC, how would you have itemized instead?
I like the itemization. I just think they didn't use the timing like at all, pretty much. Like, he finished his Aghanim Scepter, and then he farmed up another ultimate orb without any sort of fight. Like, if you want to play that style, that's fine, but you got to itemize differently. Maybe Butterfly Skadi, just build some sort of damage, because as we have seen, he did no damage whatsoever in these team fights.
Definitely. Look, before we jump to a break and head into game number 5, I want to draw everyone's attention to an amazing giveaway that we are running throughout the TI10 qualifiers. If you want to know a little bit more, you can head over to bts.gg/giveaway or click on the banner below. But what is up for grabs is 4 cases of Mate Mate, then some Mate Mate swag, as well as pretty much a whole setup from HyperX. You're going to be getting an Alloy Origins keyboard, a Cloud Alpha S headset, a Pulse Fire Surge mouse, and a Fury S extra large mouse pad with a little bit of Beyond the Summit Dota 2 thank you hoodie to just make you realize just how thankful we are that you guys are tuning in. But that's all you can get from the giveaway. I say that's all, like as if that's not enough for you guys. But if you want to, head over to bts.gg/giveaway to enter that one. But for now, we'll head to a break and we'll be back with game number 5. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited that the grand final of the Southeast Asia TI10 qualifiers has gone to a game number 5. I feel like it just would not do the region justice if we didn't go to a game 5 in this best of 5. But it's only really gotten there, it feels, because of the draft per se. You know, Fnatic have been getting that Terrorblade a lot, and I think it's something that TNC might need to start addressing. So I am going to theorycraft with Black and GoDz here that if TNC ban the Terrorblade... Okay, no, yep, you go.
TNC has
you
first
take the floor.
So,
okay.
Very different already.
Important.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Now continue. Theorycraft, let's go.
Okay. All right. Let's say TNC, they banned the Terrorblade, right? They banned the Terrorblade. We know Fnatic are going to ban the TA. Let's say Viper and Timbersaw are probably the two others that get banned. That's leaving Lion and Nyx open, as well as the Phoenix, the AA, a lot of those supports that we've been seeing. Do you then pick up the Lion for yourself, or do you favor the Nyx assassin? And if you don't take the Nyx and let's say Fnatic pick it up, are you more inclined to go for that life stealer? What are you going to be second picking then? Do you know what I mean?
Ooh. I like the Lion versus Nyx matchup. I think Lion seems more value than Nyx because if you ever catch him in day, you can kind of blow him up. But yeah, I don't know. I think Lion is just so high value. It seems like the go-to support so many times. It just looked crazy good. I think the only other option is to go for something like completely different altogether. Oh, completely different altogether. Enchantress. All right.
Lion is banned. Terrorblade is banned.
Yeah.
And we're going to see a completely new draft.
I didn't see it play out, but I'm going to assume TNC got that Terrorblade ban off. I can't speak right now. And then Fnatic were like, well, if we can't get him, then we're just going to ban the Lion as well because, like you guys have said, it's just way too important. We can't let that one go through.
So,
Axe Mirana
gets
first.
through. What else gets through? That's you. Timbersaw's the other hero that's
They
usually
banned
banned
Timber first too last time.
And Brood.
Brood? Yeah, I was going to say
Fnatic
Brood's
be banning
really
Brood
important.
every game. That's why Fnatic picked this Axe. They cover themselves against the Brood. I mean, you could still Brood into Axe, but it definitely gives you ways that you're not going to get overrun by Spiderlings and Brood pressuring
But
lanes.
then you also make Raven play an Axe, which means you definitely have the late game secured. Or you just pick a DP and own the Axe because you're a hard counter matchup. I like that much more.
It goes back to what was working for TNC, which is these more like mid-game strats where they come online, can take towers and objectives, can take Roshan. They had like the Death Prophet with the TA games, the Ursa games. These heroes that just play fast tempo and, you know, force objectives. So I like this a lot from TNC that they, you know, they switch it up, but then they also don't go for the cheese picks out of there. They ignore the Timber, they ignore the Brood.
Yeah, I like this draft opening a lot more already.
Yeah, then tell me more about this Enchantress, because my memory is not the best, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it yet in the qualifiers for Southeast Asia. I don't know if it's been played at all, but I haven't seen it. So give me some reasoning and thoughts behind TNC picking that one.
So it's pretty versatile. It can be a 4 or 5. And if it's played as 4, it's a semi-core damage dealer-ish that is very strong in the lane and secures pretty much every lane or any offlaner. And that's probably where they want to put him because it dodges the Mirana. And then if you put it as 5, it's pretty much the same thing where you out-trade most other support heroes and secure the lane pretty easily for even greedier carry heroes. So Enchantress was very popular like a month ago. I don't know why it fell out of flavor, but probably because of Lion being so popular and just these supports that disable heroes.
5 seconds.
I think supports also got better at just spamming sentries, blocking the Enchantress camps, and body. I've started seeing supports just die to block an Enchantress camp from spawning. I was just like, that's how you beat an Enchantress in lane. Apparently, you feed your body away. But the hero is very much a laning state specialist. It's very much you're usually picking it because it can run over these lanes. So TNC are, you know, kind of as we mentioned, looking at this more laning stage into strong mid game kind of strategy.
5 seconds remaining.
So we've seen, well, not all the bans have been finished right now, but Phoenix is still open for that TNC. They could be looking for that 5th support still. Is that something that's more viable, or would you rather see a stun coming out of them? Do they need that sort of control?
Stuns,
I like
please.
stuns. Yeah, stuns. I don't know which. I mean, the Corza have stuns. The DK's the popular one. The Spirit Heroes, Puck's still available as well, it looks like. And you're playing Puck with Lion Band, so that could be something that comes into play. But I imagine TNC may wait a little bit before they pick either another mid or offlaner. They want to maybe keep this Death Prophet a little flexible. Death Prophet Enchantress seems kind of like a weak lane. Usually you want like a melee 4 position with the Death Prophet. But
yeah,
could work.
Maybe we're seeing the Tusk again, which is pretty good with Death Prophet, since you have the save against Axe. Tim's likes to play Tusk as well, so that would make sense. And gives you stuns, which we like.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of conventional pos 4s left, right, that have stuns. It's like Tusk, Earth Spirit, maybe Clockwork.
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman just makes the most sense against Axe. Yeah, Shadow Shaman, why not? One Battle Hunger and you have got a movement speed. You're like, can't do anything.
What do you mean, Black? I'm surprised you're not going for Spirit Breaker here.
No, Naga Siren.
I know, you want that one so bad.
Yeah, they could still do it.
Of course they could.
Yeah. Yes. They could also do Spirit Breaker. Darkseer Spirit Breaker. They take it away from them.
They take it. Yeah, I feel like that's both something Fnatic wanted, but also blocks TNC.
Yeah, and now you really need some stuns.
Yeah, there's no TA for the mid lane. I imagine this is maybe like the Ember comes into play or something. I don't know, but
Ember potentially, yeah. I just don't want to see Armel play Death Prophet again. He plays a good DP, but it doesn't really make use of his skill set, in my opinion.
I think Tusk does look good with the Dragon Knight band coming out as well.
Puck is pretty good though, because you can't snowball when you're rooted.
Yeah. So. And you can always Waning Rift out. I mean, it's just Tusk doesn't ever really threaten the Puck. Now you see this Puck, I think you're feeling like you don't want to pick Tusk as much because you don't have that kill.
I think Earth Spirit now makes the most sense.
Oh, that's a good call.
About that one.
Yeah,
that's
catch
a throwback.
It's one of the best supports against Puck though. You have silence and a stun.
Oh, dude, Black, you're on it. Yeah, it makes so much sense. It's like it's the old school kind of Puck counter, and yeah, it's been not picked. I feel like this entire SEA qualifier, but this is the game for it.
Yeah. A little bit underpicked, I feel like, especially at the Anime Major. We have seen one. Did it win?
Yeah, I do believe it did.
Yeah, because at the Major it was picked a lot, especially by the SA region, and they were just trampling almost everybody.
Fnatic is going to pick up the Phoenix. Yeah, they're not going to let TNC.
Okay.
Not that they're really looking for it or anything, but
Lifestealer is looking amazing here.
Yeah, Fnatic has a huge teamfight advantage right now. The Puck Phoenix. None of these TNC heroes bring a ton of teamfight. The Magnetize is kind of underwhelming. They go Spectre instead.
I mean, it makes sense.
They're going late game.
Yeah, Spectre Death Prophet is a very potent combination. And they will have one more hero, probably for Armel. I think it's going to be Death Prophet, Earth Spirit, and the off lane, and an Enchantress Spectre safe lane. They don't have a lot of great targeted stuns though, until the Axe gets his Blink Dagger. Mirana Arrow, that's it. Maybe a Puck Coil, but again, Fnatic makes it very hard for themselves to play Dota, simply because they didn't pick any stuns.
I mean, if they watched last game, that's where they may feel like, you know, the Ember Spirit who can just get on top those, you know, Mirana Phoenix supports. It's the same support duo that TNC just ran, right? So something like an Ember catches the backline.
You have to Puck against it, but Puck can really suffer against Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit together. They have a silence already. They have 2 silences already, sorry. It's not an easy Puck game.
So you're going for Ember Spirit on TNC's side, but
Ember would be really good.
Let's say it gets banned. The viability of Storm Spirit.
Storm is really good as well. It
seems fine.
Yeah, just a little bit more squishy than Ember, but you can just itemize into the Sanj Kaya early on. Makes a lot of sense against Axe Puck anyways, and then you should be fine in theory as well.
But with that said, Fnatic think it's a mid Death Prophet. They're banning offlaners. They ban Kunkka, they ban DK. I guess Kunkka's flex. We've seen it run offlane as well as mid, but definitely it feels like the DK ban is more targeted towards the offlane.
Do you think it's going to be offlane that they will pick? I feel like it's going to be DP offlane this time around, and just pick Armel, one of the flashy playmakers.
Actually, with that said, I think the DK ban is actually banning a mid DK, because DK, of course, good against the puck even as a mid, but it's not a flashy playmaker, so not like Armel plays a fine DK, but it's not usually what I imagine most TNC fans and viewers are used to seeing him on or want to see him on.
I'm looking through the pool right now, trying to see what I can see for him for the mid lane. Maybe a tiny, but Phoenix is a tiny is it's a tough one.
I think we've seen that one before though.
We have, yeah. It's just into the Phoenix is a rough matchup, but the rest, tiny is pretty good against, and you also have a Spectre Death Prophet, so your late game would be very much stronger.
He's had a Void Spirit game. That's another spirit that he can play. He played that, I think, yesterday or the day before.
Probably the worst spirit, though, out there, right? Out of all of them.
I guess in terms, if you want to capitalize on Fnatic only really having the Morana Arrow and the Puck Silence, then it probably is.
Yeah.
Out of the spirits.
I mean...
But they do Doom, okay? Fnatic ban that Doom.
Yeah, they could pick Lina, potentially, which is good against Phoenix. And lane's pretty decent against Puck. And they have a decent frontline already with the Death Prophet Spectre. And Armel.
Yeah, they're not looking for anything tanky, so that is very possible.
It's not a super easy pick, to be honest. Like, Tiny could be really good, Lina could be really... It just really depends on how it plays out. They go for the Magnus.
That is
I was thinking about that one, it's just weird, though. They don't really have any Empower abuser. And... yeah, it's a little strange. Magnus pick.
It's funny because we listed like 10 different heroes and they go for something totally different. It could even be a Mag offlane is the other thing, but probably unlikely, I'm guessing, since I don't think Mag wants to be laning with an Earth Spirit, but Earth Spirit could just pull waves.
I mean, Mag crushes Puck in lane though. Like you have 30 more damage than him or something crazy like that.
Okay.
So you just outfarm him, and depending on what Fnatic pick, they might be on the clock. Already against Spectre Magnus DP, it's not easy to transition into late game.
Do they have much to deal with Magnus in their current 4 heroes?
Yeah. I mean, they have Puck Coil, they have Phoenix Egg, and Axe, which are all pretty good against Magnus. What carry are they lacking, though? Something to deal a lot of damage. Need some good damage core. That is good against Spectre as well. And can lane decently against Death Prophet Earth Spirit. It's not an easy pick. What about... Morphling seems pretty rough.
Where are you putting this Axe at the moment? Where do you think it's going to be going?
Probably offlane. Like, if they pick carry Axe, they are on an absolute clock. And I feel like in a Game 5 Grand Final TI qualifier, that's not what you want to do.
Look, I don't know personally the matchup of Luna into Spec. It's gonna be
good. It is a carry Axe. They're going all in.
They're just gonna rush this.
Yeah, I just don't think there was any obvious easy carry to play this game.
But Tide is so bad against Death Prophet. It's one of the worst heroes.
It's something Death has played a lot. He's been comfortable on it. He likes the big watermelon, the team fight it brings.
But does Axe even lane that well against Death Prophet? Shouldn't.
I guess we are gonna find out though. Maybe they know something that we don't know. Let's look at these drafts though. Black, which side
I'm going
do you
TNC.
think is gonna take? Okay. And GoDz? Deep in thought.
I'm not ignoring the drafts. Game 5, I think TNC, I predicted my compendium. I think they have what it takes. But I think this is going to be such a good game.
It's going to be a slugfest for sure.
These two teams they're putting their all into this.
It's absolutely going to be fight after fight, especially in the early game. Their laning stage is probably going to be one of the most intense ones we've witnessed. I personally pretty torn. I want to side with TNC, but I feel like Fnatic might have the mental momentum here after, winning 2 games back off TNC. TNC have been going for a really long day here. But I think ultimately I'm going to pick Fnatic to take game number 5 and head to TI. But only time is going to tell with that one.
Yeah. All in draft for the last one is very interesting.
They just want to play really... No, you keep going.
Sorry, go on. I was going to say, you got to imagine at this point, TNC is getting maybe a bit exhausted. This is their 8th game for today.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of Dota.
Or they're entering Ultra Instinct mode for that last game.
Who knows? I know Fnatic have been absolutely looking pretty flawless in that early game, so if they can keep up the momentum, then they might be able to take a game number 5. But let's jump on in and take it away, GoDz in Black.
Here we are. It is the dream finish, Black. We get a game 5. We get Fnatic versus TNC. One of these two historic SEA teams will not be going to the International 2010, will not get a chance to compete for $40 million.
Yeah, it's
all on the table here.
An all-in draft against a pretty late game oriented draft. And I gotta be honest here, I don't like either last pick. I don't like the Magnus, I don't like the Tidehunter. And it's gonna be a slugfest 100%. Like, Fnatic, they wanna get a lot of farm early on the Axe, make sure they get a lot of stacks. And every time they have a Coiled Ravage, they want to be able to win a team fight. For TNC, it's quite the opposite. They just want to be farming up into the mid game, get the Spectre strong, get their BKBs out, and then once that's online, it's going to be very, very tough for Fnatic to fight back. I think they need to crush this early mid game portion of the game.
I do got to say, though, I'm very excited to see some of these different picks coming out on the TNC side, as well as throwbacks. Tim's Earth Spirit. This guy is a legend on his Earth Spirit. Has won many a big LAN game on it. We get an Enchantress. You mentioned, Fnatic having a kind of good early game, but these two supports are heroes that can cause a lot of problems in the laning stage.
Yeah, you're very right with that one. How does Axe fare against Death Prophet? I've not seen this matchup, to be honest. Not in the safe offlane like that.
Not sure, yeah. Axe carry is very much, the new tech. It's something we've only been seeing mostly since the recent major. And I mean, there's been maybe 20, 30 odd games of sample size, but it's still large. I mean, for Dota standards, that's very unexplored.
Yeah, I would agree. And we still haven't seen it enough where we can say, does it actually fall off late game or not? Theoretically, it should, but it never really looked like it did. There's just so much damage coming out from the spins.
Early arrow just to secure a range creep up top. Enchantress going for the level 1 Nature's Attendance, just trying to trade right clicks using the heal and the Blightstone. So, there's always a lot of different Enchantress builds, but I'm around not going for the early enchant, expecting these neutral camps to be getting blocked.
Yeah, but actually there is a camp available, which you might also want to expect because the enemy does have a Mirana, right? He wants those camps as well.
Yeah, I think
a little bit of a mind game, I guess.
Yeah, I thought Enchantress was actually trying to body block it to stop it from spawning because, Enchant not going for that spell is largely because it is a Mirana lane.
Yeah, and this is a little bit bad now because Mirana will be able to arrow it. Get ahead in the lane. Earth Spirit rolling out.
Roll away. Yeah, that Fire Spirit damage. He wants to. Looks like maybe go fish for some couriers. He wants to leech this experience down bottom. Just getting some denies in, and Tim's will lose that range creep, but does get a little bit of XP for it.
Yeah, and the small camp is blocked by a sentry ward. So Armel will have to fly a sentry out relatively soon if he wants to make good use of that camp.
We'll see back at top. Enchant has now been leveled from Boomy.
But the Centaur's already gone.
Yep. And snipe. And some of the other lanes. You mentioned the Mag versus Puck. Yep.
The heal should be too much.
Low. Jab is a leap. And the heal is going to be too much for this kill to happen.
There's an enchant as well.
To get away. Whoa, he leaps into an Alpha Wolf camp. That's a little bit painful, but it carries away.
I also think all three of them just crit him simultaneously.
One thing I was going to ask, you mentioned the Mag with the damage advantage over Puck. It's actually Puck doing just fine. They're even on CS once Puck gets these last hits onto tower.
Yeah, there's something I saw from Magnus. Jab actually dies to Enchantress. No, to Magnus, sorry.
Charges. Yeah.
He went for Shockwave level 1 rather than Empower, which is really his biggest power spike, level 1, that you have this Empower 20 damage advantage. Chose the skill Shockwave over it. Was a little bit curious. But now with that kill, he's very happy. The nap of the part.
Well, perhaps a big part of why they picked the Tide into Death Prophet is what we're seeing here. Death is keeping the Spectre away from these creeps. The laning stage is problematic. Gabby not getting the farm he'd hoped for. As Death with an Orb of Venom even.
But the Satyr is giving a lot of health regen to Gabby and harassing Death quite a bit. Mirana is back top now. Looking for an arrow here on the Spectre.
Yeah, this lane doesn't necessarily get any easier for Gabby is the problem.
Yeah, it doesn't. Arrow?
Look for an arrow, going to be off the mark there. Gabby manages to avoid it. Still,
he has a healing
under
self
the tower. Yeah, under the tower he's struggling to get these last hits even because the Tide is constantly up in his face using the Anchor Smash.
Yeah, it's definitely a decent matchup against Spectre. You can't really ever pressure a Tide as Spectre. So he's gonna feel uncomfortable here for quite a long time. And we'll have to see some sort of rotation later on, which is why I'm not the biggest fan of the Magnus, because you can't really help your Spectre early on at all. They are really just looking to farm into the mid game.
Earth Spirit roaming hero. So
yeah, he just doesn't really have the damage output to kill a Tide Hunter. Arrow, it's a lot of damage.
Yep, Gabby getting low in the top lane. This could be a second kill, but he gets out of there. The raindrops saving his life there. But, I mean, this is money invested in the raindrop, which is going to quickly get basically chewed through if Gabby's not careful.
Yep, and Axe is doing just fine down here. Pretty much free farming against this Death Prophet of Bok.
I think we're seeing why they picked this hide, though. Two lanes being pretty heavily won by Fnatic, it feels like. Both bottom as well as top.
He's burning on Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Battle Hunger plus the Fire Spirits. That's the level 2 Fire Spirits. This is a big power spike for the Phoenix. The damage more than doubles.
Okay, so the Silence are looking very rough for them. But this is what Fnatic drafted for. Like, they drafted to win the early game, come into a mid game swinging. If they can't hold down this dire draft for long enough, it's gonna be very problematic.
They want to not give Spectre a chance to kind of come online and farm. It is a Gabby Spectre. It's been one of his go-tos, one of his better heroes. But this is a tough game for him given how this laning stage has gone. He's just being bullied. Death continues to get up in his face. Orb of Venom pick up. Gabby saw it coming, or predicted it coming.
Yeah, Orb of Corrosion plus Soaring. The Spectre can't really lane here anymore. Enchantress kind of abandoned him as well. Just stacking. And yeah, I think Spectre just has to accept her early game is over. It's done.
It's
healing self? Okay, thank you. Rough. But all it takes is one gush, one anchor, and that healing self is gone again.
Yep. And Gabby, you know, feels like he might get 1 or 2 CS out of it if he goes close to this Tide.
Yeah. There's another pretty big benefit to Orb of Corrosion, which is the damage applies on denies as well, so denying creeps is so much easier with it.
Oh yeah. Well, you see there, it was the Gush Anchor Smash, got him down to half health. This time around, it's going to be a tendency to heal him back up. This lane is looking really rough. TP in.
No, it's a Magnus.
Magnus. It's even bigger.
It's a DD.
Okay, here we go. Has the Shockwave to start things off. The Ravage Death looking to use that, but there can be a Skewer to chase.
He has no boots, he's dead.
Trying to leave for Gabby, I'm sure. They give it to Gabby.
Empower him as well. And there's a level 4 empower, right? Yeah, so he will be happy with that one. Can also retreat to the jungle. Good rotation here.
Mid lane, meanwhile. Unfortunately, the Earth Spirit trying to leech his XP in the mid lane by himself. Doesn't get hit by the arrow, but the orb will finish him off. Xuan will find him. As the Magnus rotation did kind of free things up there. Magnus, though, with all those stacks, is getting some more farm for himself.
Yeah, I was curious whether he was gonna take it or leave it for the Spectre. Looks like he's just gonna farm the neutral items right away. And they're getting some pretty good ones. Broom Handle, Ironwood Tree. Very decent.
Yep. So, perhaps with the Empower aspect, we may see Spectre head back to the jungle sooner rather than later. It is a mid-Magnus, so I don't think Armel's going to be wanting to sit behind the Spectre, but he can at least hope to get it here or there.
Yeah, Power Treads are now online, and Haunt is also there. So maybe he's looking for a rotation somewhere. Bok, Exorcism is also there.
Top
Who gets the rune? Oh, Tim's got it.
Even if he dies for this, just denying it from the puck could be nice. 1 sentry down, there's no more. Who gets away? GoDz does have his first earn charges, which he can potentially use offensively as man Gabby. He's just already lost his entire health pool. He just can't.
Exorcism.
He's trying to play this lane. Yeah, down bottom.
Yeah, it's not really something you can do. I think he would have been better off just going to the jungle a while ago. He's just not really touching.
He did get the chip vest though, Black. That doubles his health regen. That's a nice one.
Classic.
Yeah. We've talked about the neutral items a lot in this series. I mean, the last few games, the Philosopher's Stone were on the Fnatic side, you know. So this is Gaben giving something back to TNC.
Yeah, he wanted to make this series interesting, and now both teams are getting pretty good neutral items. Did Axe get one? Not yet. There's still 2 to go though.
The Axe did get one. They've got one on the Radiant too.
Gaben smiles upon us.
All according to his script. Things have made it their way to a Game 5 decider. Fnatic, they're going to look to pressure this top tier 1 tower, but the move from TNC is an aggressive smoke play down through the river. They've got RP up on the Magnus. Where do they want to go with this one?
Back to jungle.
They may find Tide here, but it doesn't look like they're actually looking to kill him. They're just trying to find
tough kill. 1500 health, and he has Ravage up as well. And Bok has no Exorcism. Like, really, the hero to kill the Tide the easiest this game is going to be the DP. With the Spirit Siphon, with the Exorcism, you can't, of course, Kraken shell that off. And if they want to kill him, he should be the one rotating.
Looking for Tims, will find him. Doesn't hit the ult, but gets him with the coil now. Sounds from the Earth Spirit. He can't afford to break this coil, and that orb is going to be coming up in a couple of seconds.
Jukes.
Juke in the trees, but no way to go.
No jukes today. 2k lead or Fnatic.
Okay.
It's what they want from this early game. Is it perhaps not enough? We'll find out, I guess.
Spectre in the triangle. Yeah, doing Spectre things, just farming jungle camps. No kind of blade mail action here. Going for the Echo Saber. That's been, I believe, usually Gabby's go-to.
Yeah. Not sure if I like it super much this game. Because blade mail does make a lot of sense, just in terms to be keeping up the farm.
Yeah.
And it deals a lot of damage to a lot of those heroes, right? Like, even Axe takes a lot of pure damage back. Puck takes a lot of damage from it. Echo Saber the more aggressive choice.
One thing we haven't seen as much is, you know, Axe getting the crazy ancient sacks this game at least, but he is still top of the net worth chart even without it. Both teams trading towers for now. This mid tier 1 tower is a big one though. If Fnatic lose this, if Fnatic take this, they could really take over this dire side of the map, even contest those ancients that the Spectre's relying on. So Hawk shows up to defend it for now.
Yeah. EP very tanky though.
Think about running in for a Ravage, and yeah, he's just going to Ravage his Death Prophet. Can they blow him up? They drop the egg and everything, and it looks like he will go down. Doesn't buyback if he wants to use it, but it's going to be in a dead end charges as well. The egg gets picked off by Tims, but they've lost 3 in the process. Magnetized won't be lasting for much longer. Now the buyback's coming. There's an RP onto 2. Is the cleave damage going to be enough? It doesn't look like it for now, with the Spectre showing up in this fight and Raven catching 2 in a call. He wants Armel. He gets a skewer away. The earn charge is ticking him low, but won't be enough damage to finish him off. And Fnatic win the fight, buyback as well, and they only lose the Phoenix.
Yeah, the early game team fights are much stronger. We saw a beautiful Ravage come, and Puck Silence on 3 as well. They need this Death Prophet to stay alive. He's the biggest damage source in this early game. They won't be able to win any fight if he's the one first that dies.
Yeah, he's just was sitting there trying to drag creeps and, you know, throw Crypt Storms out, but I think Tide, like you say, he recognizes exactly what you're saying. If Death Prophet dies first, we win this fight. It was almost like a solo Ravage. I think he clipped some heroes on the edge, but all they cared about was killing Bok.
Yeah, which was the right call. They don't get the mid tower, but it was a pretty convincing teamfight victory. At least Armel survived, right? That means the Magnus is still doing well in the net worth department, but 4k lead now. Yeah.
Gabby will Find himself running into this puck. Afraid of the puck on his own.
Yeah, the chip vest looking very healthy as well.
He's got the man queued up over at top lane. Miranda doing some scanning of this jungle. TNC, two heroes that want to, you know, farm the jungle with both Magnus and Spectre. They don't want to give up everything to the Fnatic on this top side of the map.
Yeah.
Is there going to be enough farm to go around for these two cores?
Yeah. This is where the Magnus pick is a little bit problematic. They don't have a real playmaker. All of them can just farm.
We saw in the last fight, he got a pretty good RP up, but the follow-up damage wasn't there. Oh, Enchantress. Puck has a coil, but doesn't want to go for it, and Juan needs to be careful. Drops the coil to try and protect himself. Another orb in a couple of seconds, but he's being silenced up, and that's just a dead puck. Abby got the kill as well. He showed up for a Spectral Dagger. It's Tim's making the plays with the silence.
Yep. And that is exactly what his matchup is. It's not impossible to play, of course, but it can get really annoying for Puck. You don't expect this instant silence, and suddenly you just sit there. Level 1 is pretty long as well. I think 1.5 seconds, right? 2 seconds even. Damn. That very value skill point.
Yeah, double silences for Puck make life very difficult this game.
Is he going into an early Yules? No, straight into the Blink. So he's gonna be feeling scared for quite a while longer. And gold lead back to about 3k. This is what TNC wants though. They just want to slow down the game as much as possible. Farm, 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 farm.
They smoke up, but TNC had a ward around the area, and they caught a glimpse of a couple of these heroes, so I think they might know this is coming.
Scan them right
Saw
away.
several heroes on their ward. Yeah, exactly. They saw this smoke and they're getting out of here, but they may need to find a way to defend this mid tower. Death does have a blink Ravage. He goes for it. Just the Enchantress. That's not the Ravage he wanted. Death Prophet gets away from it. They will probably get this tier 1 mid tower. Hawk actually in some trouble. He's being chased. Being slowed down a bit here by the Orb of Corrosion. It's going to be the tier 1 mid tower as Armel looks to poke at this top tower. So Ravage is down. We'll have to see if TNC can do anything to punish it. Do you think they're able to take a fight now, or are they just trying to farm it up, Black?
I think without Ravage it's very possible. Magnus has the Blink RP available as well. Finishes Echo Saber. They have a good 2 minutes now. Oh, nice roll out there by Tims. And I would definitely love to see them fight right now.
You know,
Ravage. Yeah. You gotta be able to take a fight now. We haven't seen Exorcism yet, other than this one time on the bot tower. He now finishes his Yules as well. Like, if you just freely wait until Ravage is back up again, you probably don't feel terrible about not fighting, but you're not playing to your fullest potential either.
Right now they're worried about the vision game. Constantly looking for some of these wards, sentries everywhere.
Yeah.
Tim's doing what he can, cutting down trees, getting some wards down. Maybe this time around he's going to be caught without a roll in the top lane. Tim's, by the Starstorm, has a decent bit of survivability. Catches Jabs, who blocks the roll, but with Tide being pushed away, they don't actually have the damage to kill off Tim's.
Yeah.
This is a lot of time for Spectre to farm, though, Black.
It is. With this Empower, he's farming very well, but Axe is still keeping at the top of the net worth. That's without the shard. He might even have Dagger and shard at minute 20. Very scary timings coming out. He's looking for a coil on the Spectre. It's only level 1 coil though. He can easily break this and TP out.
He wants to get away. He knows he's in trouble. He finds his way to the top lane.
Oh, if there was any other hero nearby.
Side, yeah.
It's a lot of damage with the Desolate Echo Saber.
But a smart move from Gabby. So, I mean, I guess, you know, we thought they might try and punish the Ravage cooldown, but they're more than happy just to farm it up. Gabby plays it safe, uses a long cooldown to Haunt out of there. No way TNC look to fight without this Haunt, I feel like.
But now Ravage is back online, and Raven just finished his Blink Dagger.
Yep.
So TNC has to be so careful they don't bleed away a lot of heroes here.
I see key heroes like this Death Prophet. They're having support get picked off as one thing. It's going to be Bok, though. The call into Arrow. Or Death Prophet.
And that's all pre-shard. Axe really becomes much stronger in 2 minutes from now on.
Well, perhaps
very close to Manta, though.
Yeah, very farmed. I mean, is this okay if Death Prophet kind of has this bad game where she's sacrificing her own farm and then Magnus Spectre? Are they going to be able to carry this game with an underfarmed Death Prophet?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm not sure, because he is still a prime damage dealer for them, and he will be for the entirety of the game. Him not having a good game means he will have to gimp his item build. What does he have queued up? Yeah, an Aeon Disc first. So no BKB coming out anytime soon. You're just trying to be as efficiently tanky as possible.
And this is a game where BKB against, like Tide and stuff feels amazing. Booming. Death just blinks in, sees the Enchantress, and ignores him, yeah. He's trying to find that Ravage target, that hero on the back lines. He's like, okay, that's the support tanking the smoke gank. Let's see who he's protecting. Let's find the Magnus. Let's find the Spectre. But that's what you want, I think, if you're TNC. That's what they were hoping for to happen before when Death Prophet got caught. The Enchantress dying to tank smoke ganks, not a problem.
Yeah. I like that movement quite a bit. So DP is sitting at 2k health now, but it's not nowhere near enough against this nice Yule's
It's off the Yule. Yeah, now the silence is there. Raven just going to back off.
They can fight
disengage, but yeah, they chase in. The Ravage is not going to come out immediately. Death is holding onto it for now. We'll end up throwing it out. Bob's going to be careful. He's melting. And with the Supernova on top, do they have the right clicks to kill this one? They've got the Echo Saber to help bring down the egg a little bit quicker. The RP! It catches out everybody! The damage from him. Can they bring down the Puck? He's getting low with the silences. This is looking bad. Death is going to go down. Puck buys back, has the instant return to this fight. Looking to win this one as TNC are running out of gas. Gabby's being caught by the battle hunger. He's slowed down. He gets the horn. He's jumping around. He's going to go down. Raven gets him with the dunk. Triple kill for Raven, who gets the tips. It costs him a Puck buyback, but what a fight. And what a buyback from Chuan. He bought back and had a jaunt, I believe, to get right back into the fight.
Yeah, there was still an active orb. He jaunted right back into it. And again, Bok just being, like, he had a very good initial reaction, but then he's just feeling a little bit too confident, runs uphill against the Ravage, gets clipped by it, and immediately gets taken out. We said how important his damage is in these team fights. Also no Haunt up, it came up at the very end of the fight. Just very unfortunate. This could have been the fight that wins TNC the game, honestly, because if they win that 4-3 or something like that, convincingly, they're going to be in a prime position to take it.
I'm picturing it. If they had that haunt at the start, that fight could just go so differently. And now into the Roshan pit we go. Not sure TNC can stop this one as Enchantress going to get caught by the Puck silence. Yeah. Abby finds Chuan a lot of damage. Luckily he dodges the rolling boulder. Raven gets a nice two-man call. The follow-up from the Sunray damage doing a lot. It's going to bring down the Spectre, and Tims cannot get the roll out. They're losing numbers quickly. Bok going to be zoned back. They're not going to look to chase him down. Back to the objectives. Back to the Roshan pit. That's a second death in a row for this poor Spectre. Gabby's game suddenly feeling very, very rough.
Are they perhaps feeling the pressure a little bit? That was not necessary. Like, you know they're going to get Roche. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. You gotta stop the bleeding. That's all you can do. Get your core items up. You need those BKBs. Spectre needs her next item, and then you're in an okay position to fight. Now it's a 6k lead within Aegis. This is where Raven really will hit the gas.
Not having that BKB coming anytime soon, or maybe, at all on the Death Prophet feels like such a big problem with playing into Puck and Tide. Yeah, the Axe Call can get you through it, but he just needs that survivability.
Yeah, 100%. And perhaps you could see the mindset a little bit in the draft already with that last pick Magnus. But they need to survive.
Almost played well, but yeah, draft-wise, it just feels like they don't have that playmaker that we're seeing on the Fnatic side with what Puck's bringing to the table. And now with creating all this space for the Axe just to come online with this 20-minute item time. You mentioned it, 20 minutes in with the Shard as well as Blink Dagger, and he's already almost completed the BKB. Raven is absolutely massive.
Yep, as you would expect from a carry Axe. Dominated the lane. Super fast Manta style, has been cutting creeps very efficiently. And this is usually the point though where people wonder, when is this hero gonna fall off? Is he gonna fall off? And we haven't really found an answer to that yet. Desolate on Tide. Okay.
Fnatic just all TP'd back to their tier 3 tower bottom to smoke up. They want to clear out their jungle. They took the tower's top. They don't want to go high ground, so they say, let's clear things out. Yeah, he's got a BKB if he needs to go for a BKB TP. They Moonlight
Actually,
Shadow,
the
he's
prowl.
looking for a blink. Uh-oh. Got the call, now he can go for the BKB TP, but he gets hit by an arrow before he gets a chance to. Great play from Fnatic. And Armel gets picked off.
He was not aware at all. There were 5 heroes down there and he blinks on top of the creep wave. Maybe thinking they were still top. But yeah, quick movements from Fnatic, catching TNC off guard. And then firm control of this game.
One tower to the next, TNC. A lot of people after game 2 with the 2-0 lead, you know, they were bringing out the brooms this time, and then putting them away after game 3. But if you're a Fnatic fan, it's time to take him out. That counter sweep could be happening, as Fnatic have won 2 straight games and have an edge in this game 5.
Yeah, at least he has the Aeon Disc on Death Prophet now. But if they just trigger that prematurely, just with like a sort of fake initiation, after that he has nothing. That's half his net worth right now.
That's why he's not assembling it. He wants to make sure he doesn't have it get wasted. Even then, it's still very tricky sometimes to get the right play.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah,
Boomy's looking for the centaur play. He saw what the centaur did in the other game, Black. He's like, alright, that's what we need. We need a 6 hero.
Yeah.
We
Certainly
need that
didn't pay him the
65
same
Dota.
amount of money though. Spectre almost 18 at least for level 3 Han, which is very important for the cooldown reduction.
TNC.
Score in.
Blink, Hero back, they pull Raven in deep. He has got the Aegis, the Ravage is going to come with the follow as well.
BKB on
With the
Magnus.
Supernova on top. Gabby comes in with the Horn afterwards. He's going to look to focus down the egg. They bring it down. Magnus, without the BKB, just melts. They kill off the Axe once. Can the Spectre keep on fighting? I think he's just going to get the hell out of there with the Spirit Vessel charge. He's in trouble. The blink, the call, catches out 2. Only Brock could remain on the high ground here. He's running away. He needs to get out of this one, but the puck damage is too much. Earth Spirits just says, get me out of here. He's rolling down south. And Fnatic with the Aegis and the Blink Ravage from Death destroy the team fight.
Yeah, and in game 4 we saw Gabby ask Fnatic kindly, can you just give it to us? Fnatic has some other plans. They want to go to TI themselves. They're in a prime position to do so. 12k lead in just 25 minutes. Uncharacteristic mistake from Amel. He did not BKB. They're definitely feeling it.
Yeah. Fnatic, they've been to the last 7 internationals as an organization, looking to make it number 8 in a row. Meanwhile, on the TNC side, I believe it's the past 4 for them, and they've had some good results as a Fnatic over the years, but one of these 2 teams will not be making it.
Yeah. We don't want to say,
tournament.
speak like this game is over yet, but it's very difficult to recover, simply because the comeback tool is like a 3-4 man RP, which is not easy against the Tidehunter. And Armel again, he has to be careful.
Blink
They
call.
got him.
He's just getting picked off time and time again. They got a coil on the Earth Spirit as well as finding Boomy on the Enchantress. They're tipping Armel. I think they can sense he's just overplaying his hand. This is very uncharacteristic for him as well as TNC, and that's also where this game has a feeling where it's kind of in dire straits for TNC. It's not just the hero and the draft disadvantage, it's mentally they just seem defeated. They're making more misplays than we've seen. They're getting picked off more than we've seen. Fnatic just have their number. They have Bok's number. He has got the Aeon Disc. That'll keep him alive a little bit longer. As does the Yule Scepter, but I think it is all over for
they're feeling
this
themselves.
life of his. Yeah, they're diving buildings. They're diving the tier 4 towers.
Tower's
Fnatic
gone.
just overrunning TNC's base.
And this Tidehunter with this Shard and Desolator, he is destroying buildings. They might not have the best building hitters, but if you itemize in this way, Tidehunter can take care of that, no problem. Now it's all on Gabby, guys. Carry me, they say.
Gabby, Gabby, Gabby. This man has been the MVP for TNC so far in this tournament, and he's going to have to do it once again. He's 17k gold deficit, though. What can they do? Death with a Ravage. He's 1 Anchor Smash on the Boomy, deletes like almost half his health.
He's
pushing
isolated, though.
back.
Spectre will shred him.
Yep. The arrow comes flying in. The Manta is there. Death looks to turn with the Ravage. Armel follows up with an RP. Is the damage going to be there? They bring down the Mirana, but the Tide gets away thanks to the help of the Kraken. They pull him back in. Now the Hawk coming out. They want to try and shred this death, but the Puck, the Dream Call, catches out Gabby Spectre. He's in trouble. He's just so low. They get the Death Prophet coming into the fight with the Exorcism, but Gabby needs to be helped out, but he gets taken out. Gets dunked by Raven, who wants more. He's still hungry. He's hungry for TNC flesh. His former teammates, he's taken 3 out. He's looking for a 4th. Bok in all sorts of trouble, gets a silence out, but that's just going to delay the inevitable. Raven is beyond godlike with a triple kill. Magnus just blinking back to safety, and Raven is having his way with TNC. 15-0-7 on Axe.
Yeah. Went all in with the draft, and it's definitely paying off. Big time for them here. Score back.
Well, with the buybacks, they want Raven. They're not going to get him with the BKB being forced. Does at least make him use it. Jabs has a leap chance to get him back to the low ground.
He bought back.
Buying some room. Buying some room for his teammates to retreat here. Can they get any more? TNC used a lot of buybacks. It feels like they have to get something else with this one. They're looking for DJ. He TP's in the trees. DJ, you're a magician. He gets out of there.
Just barely.
Boy.
Roshan may respawn in 15 and it's not up. If it was, Spectre could take it.
Does not feel like TNC got enough for those buybacks, and Spectre continues to struggle to get into the late game. 12k net worth to the 22k net worth of Axe. 10k difference in items between these two heroes.
Yeah, what's the Roshan respawn? Oh my god, it's a really long one too, so no chance TNC can take this at all. Gaben said, I've had enough of you guys.
Without the Exorcism, yeah, they have the Spectre, but it's still probably... I feel like it would have been tough. A potential Axe call, a Puck play, like, I don't even know if they could have easily gone for it.
At least they would have had like a comeback avenue, you know, like force maybe a fight without Ravage. Now, Fnatic is just gonna wait for that Roche, take it, and can TNC really do much? Stop it. Oh, Tidehunter Satanic finish. He's so massive as well.
Yeah. Unkillable Tidehunter, it feels like. Those Anchor Smashes is going to be healing him for like 500 plus health, it feels like.
Yeah.
Getting more items too, just fully complete.
Smoke up.
And Sanj.
They gotta find something big here.
Yep.
But they already know they smoked. Essentially revealed them.
Yeah, they're being Fnatic's ready. Raven on the front lines. He's got a Skadi on this Axe. Oh my gosh.
4.2k health.
Problem.
Plus evasion.
Yep. Ooh. And
Oh my god.
Now Fnatic's turn to smoke up. No Roshan for some time still, but Fnatic, they want to dish out a killing blow. They know where this dire vision is.
Walk in front, you can't be the one tank.
That's not where you want to be. The call is going to be there. Meanwhile, Death goes on the backlines. He finds Armel. He's stopping his Blink Dagger. This Tide is just zoning away the backlines. They don't manage to blow up Bok, though. Bok's still alive with help of the Aeon Disc. Now the Spectre Horn coming in. Raven gets another call. That's going to be enough to finish off Bok with all the spins. He just whirls around and takes him out. Death still has a Ravage here. I don't know if TNC can fight this one. Earth Spirit in the river is going to be getting brought down by an Anchor Smash, and the chase is on. They see Boomy. Take Boomy out as well. No opportunity for a Ravage. The Tide recognizing that a Blink RP is the one thing that could maybe win TNC the fight.
Yeah, no call at the ready. 20 seconds to Roche. Do they want to wait, or do they want to put the nail in the coffin now? Probably just want to...
Something tells me they want to wait, Black.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah. This game is, you know... Feels
Worth
like that
a little bit of money.
99.9. This feels like, you know, that OG LGD kind of odds in TI Grand Finals where it's like, oh, you know, it's 100% win rate, right?
Yeah. No.
Barracks are under attack.
It's a Spectre. That was their OG user in that TI, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Dyer's
Well,
Fnatic
Spectre is getting close to his
safe.
Skadi. But how much of a difference does that make?
Not sure. It's going to be enough. And the thing is, this Tide build, going for this Deso Satanic semi-carry build, they recognize they have this Axe who, you know, he's a carry, but he's not the traditional one, so they want more damage. And Tide says, okay, I gotcha.
Damage? Okay, I'll deal damage.
This is the dream Tide. Every
Who did they
offlane player...
kill? Phoenix 2.7k health, Mirana 2k, Axe 4k, Tide 3k, Puck 2.5k with Aeon Disc. have no targets.
You know, things are going good when Fnatic only had to buy 1A on disc. It's like, okay, they can't kill us.
Usually they have
Usually
4.
you see... Exactly. The supports don't have to buy A on disc, that's the dream. As they're going for that high ground. Tide just blinking in, knowing there's nothing they can really do about it. Meanwhile, Chuan on the backlines just poking at this Magnus, get him down to half HP with the help of that Witchblade.
Power's gone already. It's the last set of Rex.
Yep. Amel waiting patiently. What's the play going to be? Blink Skewer got him before the Ravage. The Ravage comes out, but he does manage to BKB, and the RP is there. Death has got the cheese. Now the Supernova with the Sunray coming out. Nothing to kill it. The Enchantress thinks once about it, but has to think twice as she gets sent back to the grave. No RP now to fight with. Boko's charging with the Exorcism. They're going to glyph things up here and try and reset.
No Aeon disc available though. He's dead.
Yeah. Oh my god, he just got deleted. Tims goes running in with the rolling boulder, but I don't think there's a whole lot that's going to come from that. Meanwhile, Spectre goes haunting into the backlines. Who's he going to kill? There's just no good targets. Perhaps the DJ Phoenix is going to be one kill that he can get, but now he's getting low. Jabs goes leaping in. They want this Spectre. They can spell blood. It's death without a buyback for 100 seconds. The Magnus brought back. Death Prophet dead as well. It's looking all over. Fnatic have won the Southeast Asian TI10 qualifiers. They will be going to the $40 million international.
This is it's so painful to see for TNC.
Oh.
But of course, if you're Fnatic, you're over the moon. You're super happy.
A 2-0 comeback. Oh, a reverse
Almost never
sweep.
happens. It almost never happens. I think statistically, I don't want to say anything, but it's less than 1%. It's just so tough to pull off.
Exactly. The mental fortitude you need. It happened. It did happen at a major, but you know,
With
that
DG,
when that happened. That's what's crazy. Is it like you say? It almost never happens, and it's like Dota this past year has just been wild. This entire Southeast Asian qualifier has delivered some of the craziest games, some of the most amazing stories. It's kind of united the entire Dota community around this incredible Dota that was competing for one slot only, and Fnatic have completed the reverse sweep. Guys, we got a lot more to say. We're going to bring back Nat and hopefully get a chance to speak to some of these Fnatic guys. I got to imagine they're over the moon. Congratulations, Fnatic. Stick around to hear some of our final thoughts and hear what Fnatic have to say about qualifying for the International.
Ha 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 ha!